ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to day number 4 of the ESL Masters 2023 Winter Regionals. I'm, of course, host Live VIP, and with me, I am joined by a very special guest, a very special cranky duckling for the first time this season. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, my lovely co-caster, aLriG.
Hello. How's it going?
It's been a while, Pop. It's been a while since we've casted. It's been a long couple of days. There's been a lot to go over. There's been a lot of matches, all 3 regions back to back, and it's the same today.
Oh, would never have it any other way with you.
Yeah. all night, Papy, all night. And we're gonna be starting off with the Asia region. Afterwards, we're gonna be getting into Europe, and then we end the night with the Americas as well. As you go over some of the matches that we have for you today, it's gonna be a bit of a shorter broadcast here. It's gonna be a bit of a shorter broadcast this first starting region. Instead of 3 matches, we have 2 matches for you here on the B stream, and a big shout out to the main stream where I believe they have VOD casting. I believe VOD and Biomorph, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to be covering 3 matches themselves.
Beautiful, lovely to have some good coverage for these games, and I'm really excited for this region in particular.
I mean, it's our region, Papy.
It is, of course. It's the most exciting region. I'm going to say it.
I mean, we were casting Haas the other day, so he didn't disappoint, Papy. He didn't disappoint. But it's not just Haas, of course. We have some other amazing players here. We're going to be starting the night off with Nice versus Silky, and then we're going to have Cyan versus Firefly thereafter as well. And again, we have had a big rise of players recently. We've had a big rise of players like, of course, Nice dominating his own country and his own region. Likewise, players like Jeshi, Firefly, Silky, they've been rising up this year as well.
Yes, we have had some very strong Protosses coming out from the region. It feels like everyone's been a bit inspired lately. But before we get to that light, happy birthday.
Thank you. It's still my birthday for another hour.
We have an hour of power.
Let's go. Thank you, Papy. Thank you. Fun fact, it ticked over past midnight when we were casting last night. I didn't even notice. I think it was like at 4 a.m. or something where Reynor popped up in the chat and he actually he wished me a happy birthday. I was like, wait, what?
Oh yeah.
I was like, what's he talking about? Oh, I see. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm 1 year older. That's maybe a little bit wiser. I don't know. But,
well, judging by the casting schedule, probably not, but that's okay.
True. Smudge, Papy, smudge. We are. Yeah, it's been a lovely day. You know, I mainly slept and cast. That's been my day.
Yeah, I mean that sounds about right. Do you have anything else to eat?
I did have ceviche today.
Let's go. Beautiful.
Yeah, my favorite. Have you had ceviche before?
No, I thought that meant entree.
It's a dish, Papy. It's a dish. It's a meal. Shaking my head. My favorite Peruvian dish. Fun fact, this is kind of StarCraft related. Cats did make a YouTube tutorial making ceviche in the Root House a couple of years ago. It's on YouTube. And it's awful. Do not.
Okay.
It's not.
Gotcha.
It's questionable, Papy. What he did to that ceviche is questionable.
Don't make the Root special ceviche for like.
Look. He put ice in it. Okay, that's all I have to. He put. I don't know. I don't know what the hell the ice is meant to do in there. But
maybe it was a troll. It could have been a very elaborate troll.
True, it could have been. It was watered down, Papy. Watered down. But here we go. We're diving into our first matchup of the night, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hegati, we have the Taiwanese Pro Tour player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Nice.
Alrighty, and spawning up in the top right-hand corner of the map, the Zerg player in the blue. This is our Chinese Zerg, Silky.
For the starving camels.
Oh, beautiful. We have to represent the camels.
We have to, Papy, we have to. And that is something that we have to bring up as well, is that this year we have been introduced to an underdog, a black horse or a black camel of a team, if you will, with the Starving Camels, with SSLT, of course, a Chinese-centric team, and that is applicable to this region. And yeah, Silky, he's actually had some pretty star performances already this year, like having some pretty big upsets.
Yeah, Silky definitely picking things up. It feels like last year he was fairly active, but maybe not with quite this much success. So definitely cool to see him, really getting into the swing of this.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like he's become really good at least the preparation aspect of StarCraft and having a couple of days ahead of time to prepare. And that is also applicable here to ESL Masters Winter as well, where the players are fully aware of their opponents a little bit ahead of time. And I expect Silky to have something up his sleeve. He can play macro, don't get me wrong, but typically when we see Silky really thrive, he comes in with like some prepared all-in, some prepared cheese, just cutting workers at a certain point and just sending it here with roaches or Ling Bane or just something out of left field.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that a few times in the World Team League. He's pulled out some really nice snipe builds when he's been playing in best of twos, but he's playing against a player in Nice who's someone who, while they can play a really good standard game, I feel like Nice lately has been showing us that he is willing to go for some wild stuff, experimenting with things like just mass pure Void Ray that we just don't really see anymore. Nice is definitely a player who's not afraid to get a little bit creative.
Yeah, and even then, like, I have to get credit where credit is due. Fun fact, I think it was last night we casted Nice versus Serral in the ace match of WTL. Fun fact, they went all the way to the ace match, probably. Team Basilisk and Nice's team, Starlight Twinkle. They went to the ace match, and it was Nice versus Serral on Radisson Station. And Nice, he was able to successfully get into Sky Toss, and it was really interesting as well. He actually went, he rushed into a Fleet Beacon, he went into a Tempest, it got scouted, and then he made one Tempest to one-shot workers at the natural, and he hard switched into double Forge Blink Stalkers. It was crazy, it was crazy. But yeah, like Nice, as you were mentioning, he himself can at times be really unpredictable.
Yeah, he is just not afraid to go for some very strange experimental builds, even against some of the best. So I'm definitely expecting, maybe not in the first game. I feel like the first game he might try to fill out Silky a little bit more, see what he's got in store, but I would not be surprised if we see something really crazy this series.
Oh yeah, definitely. From either player, we should be seeing some spiciness thrown down already. Nice is going to be opening up with a Stargate, which is normal, but he's going Void Ray first, so he's going to be keeping Silky in the dark. And you mentioned it before. Nice, he's not afraid to even commit to Sky Toss early on. Not saying that's what's going to happen, but it's a big possibility.
Yeah, I could definitely see this playing off a few different builds. You can definitely play standard off here. Just go into a couple oracles behind this, go into Blink, get your +1, all that kind of standard stuff with your 4-minute third. But this could also be hiding something different later on in the series. We often see this kind of build go into, or we used to often see it go into 2 Stargate.
Exactly. And what's scary is that if in game 1 and game 2 we have the same opener but like a different result, then you can really catch your opponent off guard as well, depending on how you play out the series. Meanwhile, we have a second Overlord going to be shut down. That's a Twilight Council, no Forge, by the way, so this is screaming either Glaive at Eps, or I think we casted recently Hero going for like a Blink Stalker all-in composition as well. But this is very committed with this Gateway Explosion. Oh my god.
Yeah, this third is going to be a fake third here. Nice has not been probing at all. He hasn't taken his gases at the natural either. So it is looking like it is going to be an Adept all-in with a fake third base.
Exactly, and emphasis on all-in because that is 4 gateways being thrown down and two more gateways already done, so it's going to be 6 gates in total. That is insane, and for the time being, Silky doesn't know. Now, Silky was doing something crazy himself. He's taking gases. He went for a 4-minute lair, by the way, so a very fast lair. This is looking like Ling Hydra.
Yeah, this has been getting quite a bit more popular, especially in this region against Protoss. Because of the new Hydras with the faster upgrades, you can hit some really nasty Ling Hydra timings. And we've been seeing a lot of Mia Marka-esque play out of quite a lot of the Zergs in the region.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's been very popular, as you mentioned. And now I'm worried because Ling Hydra, it's great against Stalkers. It melts against Mass Adept. And we're going to have a lot of Adepts coming across the map.
Yeah, this is one of those funny situations where if the Ling Hydra player attacks first, they're going to get absolutely destroyed. But as it is, this timing is kind of awkward here. Nice has been spotted moving out.
Yeah, he did spot the army. Silky's amassing Hydras. He's pulling his queens together as well. His lings are going to be harassing this third base. Again, a fake third, as you mentioned, so not really too much value to be had here, but the Adepts are coming in, and the Hydras are not ready.
Yeah, Dev's in position. The Hydra's not quite there. The Queen's scrambling to get into position, but the drones have to be pulled already. 5 of them going down.
Yeah, 5, 6 drones go down. A couple of lings as well. We have more Adepts coming in to reinforce as we shade into the main base, and that kill count is getting higher and higher.
Yeah, so many drones going down with that last shade. We're up to 14 kills now. The Hydra count is pretty good for Silky, so Nice has to be sure that he doesn't lose all of his Adepts at once, or the counterattack could be scary.
Yeah, exactly. But we're shaving off so many lings. There are some Hydras coming. They are pulling together here with the Queen, so we should be able to eventually shut this down. But Nice is not done. He shades into the main base once again, threatening those drones.
Yeah, these drones are in some real trouble. We see that he is going for a charge follow-up as well. That should be very good against mass Hydras. So Nice and well prepared for the follow-up here and starting to set out those stasis traps as well.
Oh, exactly. A stasis trap does go off here. Only on one drone. Good reaction out of Silky, but there's zero mining happening here in the main base. There are still Adepts alive as well. They're going to pick off a couple of Hydras before they go down. They pick off 2 Hydras, they shade out, and they finally get cleaned up.
Yeah, those last couple of Adepts trading surprisingly well against the Hydras, and all in all, just trying to have a look at everything that's happened here. We have the Protoss very far ahead on workers now.
Oh my god, and we're not stopping, Papy, as the Oracle comes in. The Spore went down to the main base earlier to the Adepts. 5 more drones go down, and as you mentioned, Silky is on 33 workers. He is all in. He's not re-droning, he's making nothing but Ling Hydras, preparing for his own counterattack. Yeah,
Silky has to go all in as a response, but Nice has pretty much got charge ready. He does have charge ready, jumps on top of these units, everything goes down, G's are called, and Nice will be taking this first game.
GG, well played. Oh my god, the charge odds, they were ready just in time. As you mentioned, charge had finished, and that was just very well executed by Nice. And unfortunately, Silky wasn't able to scout, wasn't able to confirm what was coming. And as we were kind of alluding to, without a Roach Warren, it is really hard to minimize losses against, especially a 6-gate Glaive Adept push.
Yeah, definitely. That was just a really awkward timing there where Silky's Hydras and Lynx just hadn't quite kicked in, and because he was investing quite a lot in going for those fast Hydras, he couldn't lose too many drones there. He was already low on drones.
Mm-hmm. He was quite low on those workers, and oh boy, it just meant that there was no way to recover from that position. It was all or nothing for Silky, and yeah, just really well executed by Nice. Really well done. Did a great job of shutting down the Overlords, keeping the build hidden overall, and it was almost a borderline build order win in a way. We have seen some miraculous holds with Ling Hydra before against Adept all-ins, but it's always very close and again very difficult to pull off. So yeah, GG, well played to Nice. But again, I feel like that wasn't really indicative of what Silky is capable of. You know, he wasn't able to get into his game, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that, and I do think that if Nice goes for something a little bit more standard in this next game, we could see that Ling Hydra sort of style do some work. But I mean, Silky's got a lot of other builds. I've seen him do some Ling Nidus all-ins. Mutas definitely are something that are in his wheelhouse, and he can play a pretty good standing game as well. I feel like I've seen him rush Hive pretty quickly. I guess it depends on the map, what he might go for.
True. Yeah, the map is going to be very impactful here, very indicative of how Silky decides to approach this ZVP. What is scary is that this is a best of 3. It is a best of 3 series, so there's not a lot of wiggle room available here for Silky. There's not a lot of room to breathe, and yeah, it's all or nothing here for our Chinese Zerg player here. He needs to bring it back here and now.
Yeah, definitely going to be looking to see him bring out the big guns here. And it's going to be a pretty standard map as well. Hard Lead coming up here is one of these maps that, you know, we have seen this kind of layout of map quite a lot of times now, and I think it makes for a pretty decent aggressive game, but there's not going to be anything really cheeky, like any backdoor mineral walls or anything like that Silky can abuse. So we're going to have to see exactly what he can do on a more level playing field.
Exactly. You know, feels neo-humanity, man. Well, as you mentioned, there are some other maps where you can be cheeky on, you can be a little bit tricky on, like Alkyone, for example, or even Golden Aura, even Radizet Station. But hard led, as you mentioned, a lot more straight up here. Has a short rush distance by ground, and that could be indicative of something as well. We have seen a lot of Roach Queen all-ins on this map. That is something that Silky could potentially think about.
Yeah, I definitely think on a shorter map, that's something that's really interesting to play around with. And we have seen a lot of the top Zergs, just in general, playing around a lot more with speed overlords.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You say speed overlord, I think Reynor. I think
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of that from him, Papy. But here we go, sporting in the bottom right-hand corner of a hard lead. We have the Taiwanese Pro Tour player, the best player in all of Taiwan, representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0. It is nice.
And in the top left-hand corner, playing for the Starving Camels, this is the Chinese Zerg. In the red, this is Silky.
Boy, here we go. And, you know, just like the previous game, we were kind of talking about the opener from Nice, and he can go for the same thing. Stargate opener into a Void Ray first, and, you know, I doubt we're going to be seeing 6-gate glaives again, but it could be anything, almost anything.
I think he should do it again.
I see you're one of those people. Oh, I understand.
It's the least likely thing out of everything.
True, unironically true. Yeah. What are the chances that that Nice goes for a 2-base 6-gate glaives all in, and Silky goes for another 4-minute lair and into Hydras?
I'm kind of feeling it. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh god. Oh no. I can see it happening. It's not pretty, Papy. It's not pretty.
I love a bit of stubborn gameplay, you know. Just that butting of heads. I feel like it's a fitting way to start.
Yeah. I mean, there are some players that do that. I don't know why, but whenever you say that, I think of like Maru. I think of like Maru like proxy raxing like 2 games in a row or something. Like he's done things like that before, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, if it's good enough for Maru, it's
That's
good
true.
enough for Nice.
Oh my god. Outside of that, you know, again, it's great to see both these players here, and I expect them both to go far as well in this region. You know, Silky, he is the best Zerg player in all of China, and in general, a lot of the Chinese players have been actually achieving so much this year. Right now, we're focusing on Silky, but also like Jeshi and Firefly as well. They've been popping off. It was a couple of days ago, I was lucky enough to cast Jeshi, and he took down Spirit, and he took down DRG in the Kung Fu Cup, and I was like, oh my, it was shocking. He made it all the way to the semis, and I don't think anyone really expected him to go that far and take down some big names.
Yeah, I did see some of that run, but Firefly really has been probably the standout player for me in the region. His World Team League performances have just been nothing short of amazing. He's really been coming into his own as a world-class Protoss player.
He really has. And speaking of world-class Protoss, we have, you know what? We skipped the Stargate. We skipped the Stargate this time. No Void Ray necessary. We have a Stalker to just zone away the Overlord, and we're going straight Twilight Council this time.
Yeah, straight up Twilight. Could be a few things. Kind of looks like it's going to be something like a...
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, that wasn't in my list of things that I was about to go through, so... Save myself though.
There we go. We have not pulled out of gas. It is going to be a Dark Shrine opener here from Nice, and these DT openers are deadly here. Something that we have learned over the course of the past couple of weeks as well is that, mate, even if the first wave of DTs doesn't do a lot of damage, you can pull a hero and you can just warp in another wave of DTs, and if you save your first wave, you can just come in again and just kill the queens and kill the spore and just go to town.
Okay, yeah. Interesting.
Let alone getting into Archons later on. Like this is quite. There's a lot of potential with this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is usually going to start out with 4 DTs coming on in, and then, like you were saying, you can morph in some Archons and just harass with those. This build kind of works in steps where there's a lot of different built-in attacks. None of them have to do all that much, but they kind of all build off the back of each other. Silky, on the other hand, he is really well prepared for this. I love that Link Spotter, so he will see this moving out, and he went for a very early Roach Warren as well.
Yeah, this was around a 3-minute 30 Roach Warren, which is a little bit suspect very early on. But okay, he's droning. I was thinking maybe he could go for his own kind of all-in, but he does spot the War Prism. He's droning. We have a couple of safety Roaches on the way. He should be okay as the Spores finish up just in time.
Yeah, spores in every base as well. Silky is perfectly prepared for this, and it is a pretty solid timing coming out from Nice here, but not going to be able to get too much done with this just yet.
Yeah, exactly. The Prism is here, so he shouldn't be losing any DTs. He gets a couple of swipes in, shaves off some Lings. In total, 9 Lings went down, but especially with the arrival of these Roaches and with the Queens rotating around, we should be safe as we double down, Papy.
We were talking about it before. Nice loves to go for these creative builds. He has some very unusual plays in his wheelhouse, especially when he's feeling confident, and this charge DT Blink follow-up is something that you don't get to see every day.
You really don't. You really do not. And we'll see how this all comes together here. We do have the follow-up Archon drop, which has been confirmed by this Overlord. So Silky is going to be busy dealing with this. He tried to go for a lane counterattack, but alas, defensive DTs do clean that up. And this charge follow-up is going to be it's going to hit a hard timing, a very strong timing here with charge, with Archons, and even with some harassing DTs potentially.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels like the quintessential Nice game. He is being extremely active with his harass and just using this momentum and tempo to just play each part of this build off of each other. He does set a really impressive pace a lot of the time. I feel like he's a very fast player, especially in the early game.
Oh yeah, exactly. Very fast, and we're able to see that here and now here in game number 2. And for now, he's just hunting down Overlords. He's keeping the attention of Silky on him. It looks like we're going for a bit of a later timing. We're already building up Immortals, don't get me wrong, but we have a Forge on the way, so that will gain access to +1. Blink is done for the Dark Templar, and we do have a wave of DTs that have been warped in, and they're heading out across the map.
Yeah, interesting plays coming out from Nice. He's kind of going in a few different directions with this. I like the Immortal just because there are quite a lot of Roaches being built up. Silky has paused drone production here.
Oh, yeah, he's going to be cutting workers at 62. Another Overlord is going to be going down, but we have a Drop Lord being set up. Ling's actually going to the main.
Very cute. I love this from Silky. It's definitely going to buy him a little bit of space here because for the moment, Nice is just having his way. He is just picking off things every which way. And I feel like Silky does need to do something just to get the attention on the other side of the map for a moment.
He really does, and as he gets ready for his Ling drop, we have DTs slipping on in on the right-hand side. There's no army in position. If Nice wanted to, he could go straight for the Spore.
Yeah, I love it. The DT's going to be running on in, and already 8-9 drones going down. A lot of it damage there on the Queens from these Archons as well, so really good multitask coming out from Nice.
Yeah, exactly. 9 workers go down. The hatchery will survive. The Archons survive as well, though. They got a Queen. The drones! No! Oh my god.
Ooh, the drone's in a little bit of trouble there, but Nice not getting too greedy. He doesn't take what isn't there, and he will be hanging on to the Archons. Very important, of course, with this build that he is trying to keep Silky on his side of the map for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think Silky, he's had enough. He's at 53 workers. He lost a bunch of drones, and he's not replacing them. He's just maxing out here, or just building up a massive Roach army looking for a counterattack. What is impressive, and again, credit to Nice as he cleans up some more tumors. If you look at the units lost tab, mate. He's lost 1 adept this game. Like the value that Nice has gotten is insane, but is that going to be enough? Because here we go, Silky is looking to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Silky going to be going for it now. We do have that Ling drop coming on into the main, while these Roaches are going to be hitting where he was hoping there would be a third. But Nice just continuing to keep active. He will have to go on the defense now, but 3 Immortals, 4 Immortals already. As long as he can keep those safe, he should be absolutely fine.
Yeah, he really should be. The force fields are thrown down. The Immortals are going ham here. They're having a hard time engaging with the army, though, and we dive straight into the sentries.
Yeah, the Immortal's going to be squeezing their way through here. He does have to be careful here that he doesn't expose those too much, as that shield battery overcharge is quite a fair way away from where they are.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully, the shield battery does finish up at the natural base. The Archons, they race back home as well, and Nice will hold on here. As I say that, we have another wave of reinforcements, and Silky wants those Immortals.
Yeah, Silky going after the Immortals. We're going to be seeing some very impressive micro here, though, as Nice starts to juggle these Immortals. Beautiful micro, bringing them all out of the way. No hull damage taken, yeah.
Oh my god, exactly. Barely any hull damage whatsoever, and we do defend. We do force back the Roach army once again. And Silky still is not droning, by the way. He's still just pumping out reinforcements. Silky is committed. He is all in.
Yeah, Silky absolutely going for it. I think these Ling follow-ups are going to be extremely important. If the Lings can get on top of these Immortals, we could see a slightly different story, but Nice, he loves this kind of a micro-heavy situation.
Yeah, he really does, and so far doing a great job juggling and keeping those Immortals alive. There's not much else other than the Immortals, but we have 2 more coming out here from the natural. They're quite exposed, though. Up.
Yep, 1 Immortal going to be going down. That's the first loss of these Immortals. Didn't quite get back to that shield battery overcharge in time, but we do have this Prism right here, ready to micro.
Oh my god, we barely do save a couple more of the Immortals. Looks like one of them does go down. but the Zerg is running out of steam. We've run out of lanes. GG gets called, and Nice will take the series 2-0.
GG, lovely stuff there from Nice. Getting to play with all the toys that Protoss does have to offer.
He was having some fun, Papy, having some fun. GG, well played. Nice, he was pumping out 2 Immortals at a time. He had a second Robo, and towards the end there, he had almost a pure Immortal army. It was crazy, the kind of composition that we were seeing face off against the Mass Roach, and yeah, just really solid openers out of Nice. They just continue to get damage and gain value in both Game 1 and Game 2, and yeah, Nice, he was just in full control of that series.
Yeah, I feel like I've played that one in Micro Master in the arcade.
Where they just give you like 4 Immortals, like a Prism and a Dream, and you just go to town.
Like 80 roaches, yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, and Silky, again, he's not a bad player by any means, but he's typically a player who also likes to be in the driver's seat, right? He's one who thrives, I feel, the most when his opponent is playing standard. Very Mia Micah-esque in a way, where if his opponent's playing standard, then Silky, he can be the one to go for the all-ins, and he's going to be the one that has to be scouted by the Protoss to respond and to respect him. But yeah, very different dynamic when Nice is involved.
Yeah, I mean, Nice just... he kind of played the big brother there. Was definitely fully in control of that entire series.
He really was. And that is our first best of 3 in the books. We have another coming up next. It's going to be a PvP between Cyan and Firefly. And again, we're already halfway through the Asia portion of this region. But we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have that PvP.
See you soon.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back. We apologize for the extended break, but we are here. We have our players. We have our next best of 3, a PvP between Cyan and Firefly.
Yeah, here we go. This is a higher octane PvP we've got coming up. 2 players that are not afraid to really mix things up. So I'm not expecting long games. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I expect a very fire PvP. At least I'm hoping that they can live up to their expectation. Very fire and very fly, if you will. So we are getting into this, and these are some of the stronger Protoss players in the region. When I think of the best Protoss out here, I think of Nice, I think of Jeshi, I think of Cyan, I think of Firefly as well. They're all amazing at what they do, and we're about to see that here in front of us, right here, right now, in this PvP.
Right here, right now. And in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, in the blue, playing for the Starving Camels, this is Cyan.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Firefly. Here we go, and we were kind of giving, oh my god, I was gonna start talking about our player, gonna start talking about how we've been praising him, how amazing he's been, especially in Team League formats. He has a new team. He recently left the Camels and joined the Eagles, joined the Platinum Heroes, and he's crazy. He's pulling a max packs.
He's right here, right now, and you have to praise him like you should.
Yeah.
That's all the Prodigy songs I know, but yeah.
I can't believe my eyes is also what I'm saying. Yes.
True. Well, he's going for the low ground, but he's also going for double gas, so not entirely clear what he's going for here yet, but it looks like it will probably be a fast expand.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. With the double gas, it means that he can go for a Stargate before expansion. That is definitely possible here. It looks like he's going to throw down the Cyber Core as well. So it should be Stargate before Nexus if he does end up saturating. And yeah, regardless, kind of the reason why I'm, again, surprised and pointing this out, and why we are, I should say, is that because very few players have the cojones, Papy. Very few players have the confidence in PvP to go for a low ground expand on a map like Oceanborn.
Do you know who he is? This is Firefly. They write songs about his escapades.
They do. He's right here and he's right now.
Yeah, he's like the Witcher, except we're kind of all the bards, in a way.
we are. Yeah. I haven't seen the latest season.
It's from the first season.
Okay.
We do have Stargate coming out. You, as always, seem to, for some reason, know everything about PvP. I'm done questioning it now. It's just a fact of life.
No, you knew it too. You know, you pointed out the double gas, so you knew, Papy. You knew it. You give me too much credit, Papy.
We are going to have that Zealot. Does get finished up, does clear out that extra probe as well, but pretty good scout there for Cyan. He should know roughly what's going on here.
Yeah, and back at home, he himself is going straight for the Nexus as well. Went for a 2-gate opener, yes, but not too aggressive with it. He does make 2 Stalkers into that Nexus. And Cyan, he hasn't scouted... No, sorry, he did scout the Stargate, so as you mentioned, he should be getting ready for it in his main base momentarily.
All right, PvP Expert Light.
Oh.
Firefly just cancelled his Warp Gate. Why?
I
actually don't know why.
That's a good question. I'm going to assume that it was for a fast Oracle, but I'm pretty sure he had enough gas for it anyway. And we have enough gas to restart it. Okay, this is outside of my area of expertise. Oh, there we go. Okay. We're good.
I was kind of hoping that he would be going, like, Immortal Phoenix.
Oh my god. The Roddy style of PvP, that would be crazy. And he teased us with it, he teased us. But he's going back into Warp Gates. The first Oracle is moving out. It looks like he actually canceled it to make a second Oracle first. So yeah, really interesting that he's doubling down on the Oracle actually production here. And we'll see if it pays off, because there is no shield battery in the main. It looks like Cyan is relying on his Stalkers instead.
Yeah, really nice Stalker positioning here from Cyan. He's going to be able to completely deflect this Oracle. Even gets a little bit of hull damage on there, and it doesn't look like much, but that can be really important in this matchup.
It really can. You know, every Stalker shot counts as the second Oracle's now moving out across the map. 2 Oracles, they can one-shot workers. One of them shades into the natural base, gets 1 worker kill, but does get shut down.
Yeah, good attention to detail from Firefly, though, to get that extra kill. And behind this, we have both players going into their Blink. The Blink's going to be a little bit faster from Cyan, but these 2 Oracles can be very dangerous.
They really can. They ignore... Oh, God. They try to ignore the Stalker, but once again, good target firing on the weakened Oracle as well, and Firefly gets forced back. Yeah,
Cyan's positioning with these Stalkers has been very impressive. He is just tracking these Oracles so well and just pushing them away at every turn. So he's just doing a fantastic job of this, and he's barely taken any damage at all.
Yeah, as a result, Cyan is slightly ahead there in the worker count. He's ahead in the Blink timing as well, as Blink is on the way. The Oracles, they come back in. No! Oh, they fly too close to the sun, and 1 Oracle goes down.
Oracle goes down. Just brilliant anticipation coming out from Cyan. Even going to be spreading out a couple more Stalkers on the map here, just trying to catch a cheeky retreat from the Oracles, maybe catch a 3rd unit, anything like that. He is really being so active here.
He really is, and what's so impressive is that he also got away with skipping the shield battery. Now he's going to be punished a little bit for it. 4 workers go down, but the Oracle falls as well. That is 2 Oracles for 4 probes.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here, and now looks like Cyan is thinking about getting a little bit aggressive. He's going to be met out on the map by a Firefly, but this is a pretty serious force that he has coming together here. With the Robo coming up behind this as well, he does have the potential to go for a Prism and actually put a lot of pressure on this 3rd.
Yeah, exactly. He does. The 3rd base timings are relatively similar with each other, but because Firefly invested so heavily in those Oracles, his Stalker count has been suffering as a result. And Cyan, he is up in army supply. He is pushing out, or he's looking to push out soon.
Yeah, just continuing to be active with these Stalkers is Cyan, and we're going to have a couple of those sentries coming out as well. So once they've built up a bit of energy, we can get a hallucination, scout out what's going on. But it looks like this game is going to stabilize.
Yeah, exactly. Cyan is just more concerned with establishing his 3rd base. He's just taking a more defensive position. We have Firefly pushing in, but Cyan is ready for him. Does force out some of these force fields, though, which means we have less chances here to actually hallucinate scout across the map.
Forced fields.
Yeah, it's awkward. Yeah, go on.
So Firefly looking to be a bit aggressive now. I kind of like what he's doing, where he does have a few less units, but he is the one taking map control regardless.
Yeah, he is. He is just puffing up his chest, his posturing here, and he's just forcing maybe a bit of an overreaction here out of Cyan. And as a result, Firefly is able to get away with his 3rd, able to get away with his economy. But oh my God, he does once again just fly a little bit too aggressively, and he is barely going to lose the Stalker.
Yeah, nice aggressive Blink coming out from Cyan, but for the most part, Firefly hasn't really been punished for this kind of aggression out on the map. He will be able to pick up a few of these probes as well, so he is just doing a good job, getting himself back into the game, just stepwise, just little inches back in.
Yeah, he's inching his way in, Papy, and look, this I don't know why. I think this is the second time I had to say force fields in the past 3 days, and it's noticeable. And I don't know how to go away with it. I don't how to around it. I don't know, Papy. It's weird.
Yeah, no, I can't help you though. We are going to be having a 4th coming down here from Cyan as well, so he's slightly ahead on that count. But yeah, Firefly again, I feel like he's maybe getting away with more than he should. I'm not really sure. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, especially early on, especially when he was taking his 3rd base, there was not just the advantage that Cyan had when it came to Stalkers, but if you remember, he had a solid, I want to say 20 seconds where he had Blink and where Firefly didn't, and there was a window available where he could have tried to punish Firefly, but he has gotten away with it. Now he's getting his own 4th base, he's rotating around. Cyan a little bit out of position, he may be forced to cancel the 4th.
Yeah, this is a really weird map for this. There's just so many different paths every which way and so many bushes as well. Looks like Cyan's going to be coming back for this, but I don't think he's going to be able to get back in time to cancel, to save that force, sorry. The Prism goes down. Nice little snipe there, but he is getting punished. Something horrid. And these these force fields actually not working out too well for Cyan in the end.
They are not. He gets a couple of Stalkers, don't get us wrong, but that was a cancel on the 4th. That was a kill on the War Prism. Cyan's going for a counterattack, but we have defender's advantage. We have charge onto the Immortals waiting here on top of the ramp.
Yeah, that was some finesse coming out from Firefly. He's really using his confidence here to try to pull a bit of a fast one on Cyan. I feel like just in general, the higher confidence with the Stalkers has edged him out this game so far.
Yeah, it's crazy what he's been able to accomplish, and now the armies are clashing. The Zealots, they go to town here on the sentry. The Zealots that were stuck behind the army of Cyan.
Yeah, Cyan Zealots getting really stuck there, and that means the Zealots of Firefly were able to do a lot of damage to the Stalkers at the front line. It is a close battle here, but we have more Zealots, more Immortals as well from Firefly, and he will be confidently blinking to chase down the second Prism of Cyan.
Oh my god, the second Prism goes down at the same time. These two Adepts have been going ham in the natural base. 17 workers. The entire mineral line goes down in the middle of that fight, and Firefly isn't done. He keeps pushing. Once again, he's looking for another cancel on the board.
Yeah, we missed it. Cyan missed it, but Firefly was definitely paying attention to those Adepts, and he cleaned up house, and now that's just going to make it even more difficult for Cyan to muster enough reinforcements.
Yeah, and Firefly, he is snowballing out of control. We have a couple of Stalkers coming into support. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge as well that will help, but Firefly just dives on that shield battery immediately.
Yeah, jumps on top of that shield battery. This Chad Immortal is just chunking his way through the Stalkers, and it's going to be too much. GG is called. Firefly takes game 1.
GG, well played. Firefly coming back from a brutal start. You know, I don't want to sugarcoat it, but his opener was less than ideal. Sure, he went for a greedy, you know, faster expansion, yes, but with the Stargate, with those 2 Oracles, they did not pay for themselves at all, and he had lost map control from that point.
Yeah, I do feel like Cyan maybe missed a chance to be a little bit more aggressive on the map, but I can also see with this map in particular, there's a lot of weird high grounds and bushes that Stalkers can be hiding in where I could see that potentially things could get really, you know, dicey quite quickly.
They can, and they did. They as the game progressed a little bit longer, and we saw Firefly able to stabilize at some point, able to catch himself back up, and outposition Cyan on more than one occasion. Actually, it was very impressive to see Firefly actually active with his army, and yeah, Cyan at times maybe a little bit too tentative.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a big call here. Firefly, to me, I feel like he is the best Protoss in the region. We'll have to see what happens in this next game. Maybe Cyan's going to prove me wrong. But Firefly's got a fan in me, at least in this last year.
Yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with that. You know, if you've been following our casting, if you're in the chat, if you've been following our casting, you would know that we did become really big fans of Firefly during our coverage of World Team League, of WTL. That really did showcase him beautifully. And it's hard to disagree. It's hard to not be a fan. I would still say, Firefly top 2, and it's still a little bit close between him and Jeshi. Okay, I still put a lot of respect on Jeshi's name.
Okay.
But he's definitely up there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Regardless, we're still getting ready for our next game here, and something important to take note of is that, again, this wasn't one-sided. Cyan had his moments here in this game. He had really strong defensive play in the early game, and if he is able to take advantage of that, if he's able to leverage that coming into the mid-game a little bit better here, then we can see him even force an ace match.
Hey, Light. It's the last map of your birthday. Make a wish. What do you wish for?
I wish for Rufus Cam to come back one day.
True.
We haven't seen Rufio in too long, Papy, in too long.
He's here, but he's facing away anyway.
Yeah.
You can just imagine. He's I'll describe him to you.
Okay.
He's fluffy.
Great. He's so fluffy.
And sleeping. And he's got little he's got the little whisker things coming out of his ears. Makes him look like an old man.
He does. It's very iconic though. It's very Rufus. Very Rufio. It's beautiful.
All right, but we do have those beeps coming on in. We are going to game 2. Going to be on hard lead once again.
Oh, here we. Was that intentional? Was that intentional? In the first series, you called it hard lead, and then this time you called it hard lead. You're bouncing between them.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to decide on one. I'm gonna go with lead. I don't like lead.
You're gonna go with lead?
Yeah, I'm going with lead.
Lead me hard.
I will. I'll lead you to a treasure that I can't possess. In the top left-hand corner here, for the starving camels, looking to get back into this one. It is our Protoss in the blue. This is Cyan.
And And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Protoss player, the red Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes, arguably the best Protoss in the region. It is Firefly. Is lead like actually hard? Like, is it?
No. Well,
is
it's malleable. I guess it's
malleable.
Hard. No, hard's the opposite of malleable, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Like hard is like, stiff.
Yeah.
Right?
I guess so. I don't know. I don't touch lead that often.
It's probably a good thing. Probably a good thing that you don't.
Yeah, not recommended.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, so does that make this special, right? If this is hard, that's why it's saying it's hard lead, right?
Look, it starts out soft, and after you played on it a few times, it gets a bit harder.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh my god!
As we do have a bit of vlog coming out. Looks like Firefly once again trying to go for that fast expand.
Yeah, oh my god, crazy actually. Maybe I haven't casted enough of Firefly, but we have a very interesting dynamic going on. As you mentioned, we have a gate expand set up here for Firefly, very economic. He did take 2 gases, so he can go for faster tech and delay his expansion. Meanwhile, Cyan setting up for a 1-base all-in.
Yeah, Cyan not wanting to mess around with it this time. It looks like he is going to be going for most likely a proxy robo. This can be extremely hard to hold with the setup that Firefly has here, but looks like Firefly, he will be delaying throwing down his Nexus, and it's a Stargate coming out. This I haven't seen in a while.
Interesting that we have a proxy Stargate in the center of the map. Firefly goes for the robo instead? Okay. So this makes sense in a way that Firefly, he knows that the pylon's missing. He hasn't seen it. He doesn't know what's being proxied. But this this robo looks very defensive to me. Looks like Firefly is expecting an all-in, and he's going to be getting into early game Immortal production. Little does he know that Cyan isn't going for an all-in, and he's going to get scouted.
Oh, he does get scouted, and this is an absolute lifeline. I feel like this would have been really bad for him, but now he can just go a little bit heavier into the Stalkers, and yeah, straight away we see him throwing down some extra gateways. Looks like that is going to be the priority here. We might even be seeing him skip Immortals, but always have the potential as well for a counterattack with a Prism.
Yeah, exactly. As there we go, 2 more gateways are thrown down here for Stalker production. With that robo, as you mentioned, we can get into a War Prism. We just go into an Observer just for scouting. Adept gets across the map, and Firefly just making sure that there is no expansion, just trying to shut this down. And oh my god, he's on top of the pylon! Yeah,
he's shutting down that pylon. The Zealot is putting in some serious work. The Adept's coming back, trying to stop that Zealot to take down that pylon, and the Oracle will get out just in time.
Oracle does make it out here. Only a single Oracle. We're going to be able to shut down these gateway units. This Stalker is not long for this world. We have a reinforcing Stalker, but alas, have we overextended here, as it looks like another Stalker may go down. Getting a lot of damage done, though, on the Oracle.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Oracle. No energy left on the Oracle either, and I feel like Firefly, he's just playing with so much confidence here, and it's really hard for Cyan to get the momentum. That was so close to that Adept getting in as well.
That was very close. Probe will fall. Adept does not make it into the main base. Firefly is starting an Immortal production. He sees the natural base, and now the turns may have just tabled here. Firefly, he can set up for his own all-in.
Yeah, that was some amazing play from Firefly. Just with his control, with his speed, he brought everything of Cyan's back home, and it just does show that, yeah, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, but behind this, Cyan actually going to be the first to throw down a Nexus.
Oh, exactly. Cyan, he's the first to expand. Firefly has seen this. He's fully aware of this as well, and he is just continuing Immortal production. We have sentries on the way. Firefly is not expanding. He himself is going to be going all in. He's trying to harass here with these Adepts, and he's just keeping the attention of Cyan back at home.
Yeah, I love this, although it does get spotted, so we see those extra sentries, but those potentially can be used to try to block off that ramp, and there's not really any way for Cyan to save that Nexus if he does get blocked off, so he's going to have to be very proactive with his movement.
He really will. Meanwhile, cheeky move here out of Cyan. He actually does repower that Stargate in the center of the map. He's pumping out a Phoenix, and Phoenixes are going to help a lot here, especially considering how little anti-air we have. We have mainly an Adept Sentry army, and yeah, the Phoenix can help so much here zoning away that War Prism.
I really like this, especially with those sentries in the War Prism. It's going to be so key that he tries to take that down.
Yeah, it really is, and it looks like it will remain powered. Phoenix is moving up. Big stasis trap in the main!
Wow.
Oh my god!
That is absolutely huge for Cyan, but well, we do see a lot of adepts coming on in. They will make short work of the Immortal and Sentry.
Yeah, exactly. We dive on the pylon. That's going to be an Artosis pylon. Shield battery overcharge is not going to come into play. We focus on the Immortals. The force fields are insane.
Yeah, Immortal in the air. It looks like the Phoenix is going to be used to try to lift that up, but wow, that pylon going down was absolutely disastrous. He does not get that shield battery overcharge that he was so desperately relying on, and now Firefly is just charging on through. That's a fantastic force field, though.
That is a good force field. It's going to slow down the army. The Phoenix doing what it can, but it's only so much it really can do here. We just warp in the face of Cyan. We don't even care. The Phoenix goes down, and we just push on forward. The gateways are depowered.
Ooh, pylon does go down as Cyan is not able to hold, and Firefly, with very confident play, is going to take the 2-0.
GG, well played. Firefly initially on the back foot. Initially, he was looking to defend, and then he turns that defense into an offense. That's something that you can do here with these robo-based openers. Initially, it looked like he was afraid of being all-in. Then he all-in Cyan.
Yeah, and we have to point out as well just how active Firefly was, taking out the pylon that was powering that Stargate and just making sure that those units were kept back by the single adept that kept trying to shade into the main. There was just a lot that went on in that early game that gave Firefly the room to make those kind of plays.
Exactly, and it also allowed Cyan to have a little bit less time and less opportunity to actually react to what was happening, right? He was able to scout and confirm the sentries and the Immortals, and that was a tell of an all-in, and he had shield batteries ready for it. He had 2 shield batteries even, but only 1 pylon. You know, another good moment, a crucial moment was focus firing that pylon, shutting it down, depowering everything in the natural, and there was just not much that Cyan could really do from there.
Yeah, the DPS from the double Immortals makes pretty short work of that, so yeah, all in all, great play from Firefly and well-deserved 2-0.
Yeah, GG, well played. A solid result here, as you mentioned. Meanwhile, my condolences to Cyan, and now obviously he still has a chance in the group stage. We still have plenty of days available here for the regional, so I wish him the best of luck. Firefly, they're looking to really claim that title of best Protoss in the region, and we'll see how far he can go. As that is going to wrap up our broadcast here for the Asia region. I believe over on the main stream, they are currently covering Go Joey versus Oriana. And after that, they have 1 series left. That's going to be T-Bull versus Nanami.
Yeah, there we go. So still a little bit more StarCraft for you guys. And yeah, actually, I think I might even watch that TVZ. That's an exciting TVZ.
Yeah. It's a good one, Papy. It's a good one. Big fan of Oriana. Big fan of Go Joey as well, obviously. And they're actually in Game 3 at the moment. They're in the ace match. So, again, I believe there may be a command, or I believe there's a link available in the chat if you want to head on over to the main stream. This stream will stay live because even though we're done with Asia, we're going to be back here in an hour or so, or maybe 30 minutes, depending on how long things take. But we're going to be back soon, TM, with the European regionals.
Yeah, there we go. So stick around for that. Should be plenty more StarCraft because, of course, we don't let light sleep ever.
No. We don't sleep, Papy. We only cast StarCraft. And thank you so much, Asher, for joining me as well. I do appreciate it. I've been having to solo cast quite a bit here, but I appreciate it whenever, Yaku jumps on, or Asher as well. Thank you, Papy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. And happy birthday again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, what do you mean? You're so late. That was 3 minutes ago.
It's over.
It's over, Papy.
All right, no one needs to know.
Yeah, with that, we're going to be going on an extended break, and when we return here on ESL _SC2B, it will be with the European regionals, so we'll see you then.
See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with the ESL Masters Winter Asia portion of the broadcast, and now we are here with the now we are live. We are here with the Europe portion of the broadcast. I'm of course host live VIP. I'm joined by the production by Kuro handling the production. Asher has since gone to bed. It's quite late here in Australia. It is 1 a.m. But a big shout out to Asher once again for joining me for the Asia regionals, and later on tonight I may be joined by another duckling for the Americas regional. As a reminder, the Americas region will be taking place after the European one, and we have quite a number of matches ready for us here tonight. As you can see here on the screen, we have our schedule lined up. We're going to be starting off here with Night Phoenix versus Art, followed by Reynor versus Cristiano, ShaDoWn versus Papy, versus Papy, DNS versus aLriG Fire, and Spats versus Mana as well. So, oh my god, quite a number of matchups. A lot of PvPs. I did just notice, actually nothing but PvPs outside of Reynor versus Cristiano. But that's what we expect. That's what we expect here in the Europe region, as there are lots of Protoss players involved, and we gotta get through the PvPs one way or another, find out which is the best as that matchup. And I'm not complaining. We actually just had a PvP in earlier. We casted Cyan versus Firefly, and PvP is always a lot of good fun, always a dynamic matchup as well, especially when a lot of these players are involved. Players like Spats, Mana, Night Phoenix, even Papy as well. You know, they're willing to be that much more spicy and aggressive here in the PvP matchup, so I'm looking forward to it. And of course, we have that one Reynor versus Cristiano matchup to spice things up a little bit more as well, just to kind of break the mold and break the PvPs up at least a little bit in this broadcast. Meanwhile, shout out to the mainstream. Of course, this is the B stream. There is a mainstream ongoing as well, I believe being covered by Rotterdam and Biomorph, if I'm not mistaken. I believe they're covering that. Again, of course, a lot of casters getting involved here over the course of the next couple of weeks to bring you as much ESL StarCraft action as we can. Big shout out as well, very briefly, with the sponsors, you know, Monsters coming out, the US Air Force, the ESL shop. You know, you can check out the shop and buy some merch if you wish. And yeah, all good stuff. And for those of you who maybe aren't aware of the format and aren't aware of the event itself, this is of course the online regionals, and this will be leading into something very special, the offline main event, which will be over in Atlanta, DreamHack Atlanta. I believe tickets are available. I think they promote them over on the mainstream. They've got links. It was actually tweeted recently where if you use they have a StarCraft related coupon code, and you can actually get some get a discount if you wish, if you're gonna be there live. I do recommend it. Nowadays we don't actually get too many offline events in StarCraft. There aren't that many of them. You know, there's IM Katowice, there's DreamHack Atlanta. This year there was DreamHack Jönköping over in Europe as well. There's Home Story Cups whenever we can have them, but they're a lot more sporadic nowadays. So, hey, you know, if you're local to the region, if you're local to the scene, then checking it out offline is definitely worthwhile. Not just watching StarCraft offline, but connecting with the rest of the community, you know, being able to connect with the rest of the casters and community members as well. It's always a good thing. Always a good thing. When it comes to our match, we are just going to be waiting a little bit longer here. I do apologize. I thought we could just jump in and go. But we are going to be waiting for the mainstream to start up first, and we're going to be all going in together here, all starting up at the same time. So we do need a little bit here before we do get things going. Again, PvP will be starting up, and it's going to be a really interesting one. I don't want to get too much into the players yet before we start casting, but we do have a lot to say. We are very familiar with both Art and Night Phoenix. We do cover them very often on our own personal channels, and yeah, they are some of the more active players out there. At least Night Phoenix is. Art, a little bit less so. I brought this up before. I think we casted Art a couple of days ago, bringing up the fact that Art at one point was full-time. He was living in South Korea. He was dedicating a lot of time into StarCraft and into practice and play. And yeah, because of that art, he just kind of skyrocketed ahead. This was around like 2019, 2020, 2021 era of StarCraft. But towards the end of 2022, it felt like art did kind of step away a little bit more. You know, he was a little bit less active in these online tournaments, wasn't practicing as much. And I thought that he was going to retire. I was concerned. I was concerned that art was looking to retire, but no, he is back looking stronger than ever. And you can hear the beeps before us. We are getting into game number 1 of this best of 3. Let's go, Papy. Let's go. We are diving on into our first best of 3 here. The first of many, the first of 5, if I'm not mistaken. Before we head on over to the land of the Americas and cover the final region of the night. Oh, plenty of StarCraft. And here we go. Game 1 will be taking place on aLriG. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing hot-headed gaming. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is aRIG. Go. As we're just settling on into this, and so this time we don't have any kind of crazy cowboy tactics here. No gate expands on the low ground. I bring this up because we had a little bit of a surprise here, because earlier today we had Firefly doing his best max impression, going for gate expands on low ground, even on maps where it is not safe to do so. But this time, double gate openers all around. Everything is looking as it should here in game number 1. As it should, and there's a lot of kind of complexity that can come with this map as well. We do have, of course, mineral patches that do grant access to the right-hand side of the map. Speaking of mineral patches, looks like Night Phoenix is making his way over towards the right-hand side. So is art as well. Both players do open up these entry points. And Night Phoenix is looking for a proxy, or looking to throw down a proxy, I should say. This is prime for a proxy Stargate. Now, art, once he comes in with his probe scout, he should recognize that a pylon is missing. art, he has 2 pylons in the main base, one as a part of the wall, the other next to the gas geyser. Night Phoenix is missing a pylon, so art will take note of that. And he actually checks, and he does confirm that, of course, a mineral patch is missing here, so he's aware of the potential for a probe being on this side of the map. Goes in and will confirm pylon is missing, and immediately you can see a rally there with these stalkers. They are going to be rallied over towards the right hand side, looking to shut down the Stargate. So RT has pieces together. Night Phoenix being a little bit cheeky, so the positioning of this Stargate is actually pretty far back. The standard proxy location would be right here, right next to the main base. But as weeks have gone on, as players have become accustomed to this map, it is no longer safe to do so. It's going to be the first place where we check, and there we go. He is checking in this area. He does come across the probe, so he knows there's a pylon somewhere. We'll see if he can find it. Stalkers, they are fanning out, spreading around here towards the center, and it looks like they should eventually come across this proxy. Stalker, up! Oh my god! They barely do! They barely do catch the proxy in the end, and they should be able to focus on this pylon and get a kill at it before the Oracle does complete. Meanwhile, across the map, art, even keeping up with the Adepts, can shut one of them down, and maybe even both. Going to be trading an Adept for a Stalker is Night Phoenix. Meanwhile, it's so close! Up! Oh my god, we needed a couple more seconds. A couple more, like 1-2 more seconds is all we needed, but the Oracle will not come out. Very clutch hold there, very clutch defense from art. Did shut it down, is racing back home. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix, we have to commit. We're going to be sending another probe over to throw down a pylon and to repower this Stargate. But art has so much time here to react and to prepare. Anyway, here we go. Night Phoenix going to be pushing on forward. Going to try and force his way up into the natural base, but Elastic Control looking pretty good. Up! The Adept, he wants that Stalker. He wants it so bad. One more shot. Is so close, does not manage to shade into the main base, does get shut down. The Stalker survives. Really good couple of moments here for art. as the Oracle does come out back at home. We've been focusing a lot on some of the aggression, but Night Phoenix is transitioning into a Twilight Council. We see Art going for a Robo first. A very safe play. Very safe play here from Art. With the Robo, he gains access to, of course, Observers for early game Immortal production as well. With Immortals, he can defend against any kind of 2-base all-in. With Observers, he can make sure that he doesn't get bamboozled by something like DTs. Meanwhile, I appreciate this from Night Phoenix because he knows that the first Oracle is delayed. May as well wait for a second. Wait for a second. Wait for a second Oracle here as we dive into the main base, looking to one-shot some of those workers. We're going to take down whatever we can. There he goes. You dip into the main, but alas, there are Stalkers in position. Oh my god, one of the Oracles goes down already. One Oracle for 2 workers. A lot of hull damage as well in the second Oracle. And again, this has just been a disastrous start for Night Phoenix. He just hasn't been able to really pay this off as Art once again moves out and shuts down that Stargate. Back at home, Night Phoenix will have a timing here with Blink, but Art not too far behind with his own Blink timing. Twilight Council's done. Blink on the way. Pretty comparable with the timing of Night Phoenix Blink. And Art takes a third. Things are looking better and better here for the Red Protoss. And Night Phoenix, what do we go for next? We have another proxy being set up here towards the top left. I imagine this is going to be a reinforcement point. Night Phoenix hasn't seen the third base location, so he's not fully aware of where exactly Art is expanding. As Art is starting up his first Immortal. I mentioned before that with this Robo first, before Twilight Council, fast Observers, fast Immortals. And there it is, Proxy Gateway here from Night Phoenix. Oh, that's going to be 5, oh my, 6 gates in total. This is looking to be a 2-base all-in, but Art, he comes across this, he scouts, he checks, and he does find the Proxy Gateway. Oh my god, Art, Papy, he knows. Night Phoenix on his way to try to keep this gateway alive. Throws down a second pylon, but here is the rest of Art's army, and the armies are going to clash. They will be clashing. We dive on forward. It's going to be a Stalker advantage here for Art. He does have a slight advantage. He's pushing on forward at the same time. Stasis Trap into the main base. Oh my god, and he does catch all the probes. Forces a recall as well. And the Oracle will be shut down. But not a bad moment here for Night Phoenix. Able to kill a couple of Stalkers, able to shut down the economy here of Art as he's pushing on through. But pushing into an Immortal, it's not going to be easy for Night Phoenix. As Night Phoenix, he's down a base, he's up in gateways, he's all in. He's straight up 2-base all in at this point. One way or another, the game will end. Either Night Phoenix breaks Art, he dies trying. Archie's just confirming there's no expansion. He even has a pylon here at the gold as well. Oh my god. Artie's ready for it all. Yeah, sending a probe towards the linear third base location as well. Just making sure that making sure that Night Phoenix does not expand. And Night Phoenix does have a Stalker advantage. He's ahead in the Stalker count, but he's going to be pushing into 2 shield batteries, an overcharge, and 2 Immortals, soon to be 3 Immortals. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix is going for the gold, which is scouted. Yep, we're just we're going for a warp-in of Adepts. The Adepts are going to be having a harder time, though. As they are being focused down. Good control here, good scouting from Night Phoenix, able to be aware, of course, of the pylon of the warp-in. Meanwhile, RT dives on the Stalkers. Takes down a couple. And takes down the Stalker, takes down some of those Adepts. The Immortals looking to go ham. And Night Phoenix cannot fight this head on. He has to rotate around. He's going to be looking to escape onto the other side of the rocks even. A bold move. Archie's just going to chase him. Archie's going to chase him down because he knows, hey, I may as well push on this side because we are working towards the gold. A bit of misrally here from Night Phoenix. 3 Stalkers, they go down for free. These are expensive losses here. As Art does not keep chasing, he's going to back up. Wise choice. Remember, Art doesn't have a Warp Prism. He cannot reinforce here on the front line, so he backs off, waits for another Warp-In. Actually goes for a Warp-In of Adepts instead. as he takes a 4th. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix just now saturating his gold. Going to be recalling over, getting those probes up and running. As Night Phoenix moves out, we have 2 Adepts looking to shade into the natural base. We just recalled, by the way. We're going to have to go for a defensive warp in. Night Phoenix going to try and push his way up this ramp. Alas, there's no way in. Good target firing. 4, 5, soon to be 6 even probes going down. Push the gateway under threat. Adepts do get cleaned up, and yeah, the pressure is still on Night Phoenix. He's down 20 workers. He still has that Stalker lead. He has at least that. Meanwhile, Artie's just refining his army. He's taking his gases, getting his 4th. We have a Templar Archives on the way. This is going to be for Archons. And as we get into charge, Archons are going to be that much more valuable. As Night Phoenix, he just dives in. Oh, he's going straight for the Nexus. Oh my god. It's going to tank a lot of hits, but the Nexus is going to fall. Good pick up here from Night Phoenix. And can we recall back home? As the Immortals, they push on forward. And no, Night Phoenix is going straight for the Immortals instead. He gets 1. He's going to get 2. He's going to get all 3 Immortals. That was a costly trade. Night Phoenix bleeding out a lot of units. And Art is going to back off. Or Art's counterattack is going to back off. He's just going to be regrouping. Art's heavily ahead in army supply. He may have lost a natural, but he has a 4th, so he just transfers. He just transfers over. He's still in a 3-base economy. So is Night Phoenix. Getting into his own immortal production, making 2 immortals at a time. He's going to need them. As again, Night Phoenix may have killed the base, but it wasn't the most impactful loss here for Art. It was also he could sustain. And here we go, Art committing to a counterattack. As he doesn't keep pushing towards the gold, I do think that we may have missed an opportunity, especially earlier, before the Immortals came out. I think we could have kept on going, but Art is just being very careful with how he attacks and how he commits. He's been harassing time and time again. We have another wave of Adepts on the way. We can see Art, he's just securing his army. He's building up his Archon count. He no longer has any Immortals, actually. Just Chargelot, Blinkstalker, and Archons. Here we go, we're pushing in. Upper ramp is going to be difficult. At the same time, here come those Adepts. The boys are being pulled. Not like this. A lot of workers are going to go down. I think he's up against the wall. He does have a shield battery. Does have an overcharge. 3 workers do go down. He has force fields available as well with those sentries. Meanwhile, we could try to outposition this army. We could try to come in from 2 angles. But the first Nova goes up! Ooh, good blink, good dodge. 1 Archon falls. But it looks like Night Phoenix, he has gone into Robotic Spay, is getting into double disruptor production. That is a good way to come back in this game. Night Phoenix, he may be down 30 supply, but he snipes the Prism. And Novas, they can make up for that supply. It goes up! Only gets a single Stalker. Not the best connection, but it is enough to force Art back. Getting a 5th. Again, a couple of disruptors. They are the great equalizers. Night Phoenix, he can take a good fight with them. Now, Night Phoenix, he is spread thin, so I do like this from Art. I do think we can rotate over towards the natural instead. That's where we are headed. Night Phoenix is going to be expanding behind the gold base instead. Man, this is going to be an awkward fight. Zelt's trying to push in towards that gold mineral line. And we're getting a couple of probes. By that, I mean, I think 1. There it goes off again. Really awkward for Art to push into this. Does have the concave, though. Likewise, Night Phoenix having a hard time engaging. And Art, he can just avoid the army. Oh, God! Massive Nova does go up. And Artie's making his way towards the natural. Now suddenly Art has the high ground. But he's not feeling too confident. He has to back off. Again, Artie's getting into his own disruptors. Dark Shrine finishing up. +3 on the way for both players. Up! Some decent connections. We're getting one Archon in the end. And Art, is he bleeding out too much? And the disruptors, they can work wonders. And despite Night Phoenix having a... Oh god. They also go both ways as Nova goes off. Does connect. I was going to say that Night Phoenix has been having a really rough time this game. Been really having a hard time at just gaining any kind of advantage. But these disruptors are working out. Oh my god, they're doing so much. 3 more Stalkers go down. Night Phoenix is going to rotate around towards the 4th. At the same time, DT counterattack here at the new 4th base of Night Phoenix. Dive on in, Novas go off, and it looks like Art is being zoned away. Cells, they get into the middle line. No, oh my god, big connections though on Night Phoenix, and was maybe a little bit too adventurous. He's losing all of his Stalkers. Stalkers are going down. It's almost purely a robo-based army. Immortals and Disruptors. We are finding some decent connections. They do take down the Zealots. Art, he's bleeding out a lot of units. He's down to only Stalkers, but he gets on top of the Immortals. Alright, now he's getting on top of the Disruptors as well. He has a blink. Does blink away. Novas go off, and Night Phoenix with a big overextension loses everything. GG gets called, and Art will take game number 1. Whew. But that was getting messy, Papy. GG, well played. As Art will take it again. Art did have a lead throughout the entirety of that game, essentially. You know, shutting down the initial proxy Stargate, getting a better economy early on, killing workers. But things were getting a little bit messy there. Night Phoenix able to get into Disruptors, and with them, he had a chance. You know, I wouldn't say that he had a lead, but he had a chance in game 2, was able to make a game out of it with those Purification Novas. Still, though, wasn't enough to overcome the advantages that Art had accumulated over the course of that game. And yeah, with that, Art is Art is going to be taking a lead, and we'll see if he can extend that lead even further as we get ready for game number 2. As game 2 will be played out on Solaris. Here we go. Solaris is going to be coming up next. And, yeah, I mean, again, this kind of gives me hope here for Night Phoenix. I know Night Phoenix is coming in as the underdog. He's a very young player and still looking to prove himself amongst the veterans of the region. And, again, despite having a rough start, Night Phoenix, he made a game out of it. Almost stabilized. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the Ukrainian Protoss. The blue Protoss representing hot-headed gaming. It is Night Phoenix. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss, the red Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Art. Once again, we have the pylons here on the high ground. We're going to be going for these 2 gate openers. Very standard stuff here from both Art and Night Phoenix. We'll keep an eye on Night Phoenix to see if he does go for another proxy. That's the downside of Alcyone, is that even though it is a good map for proxy Stargate, it's also very predictable. It's very predictable to go for a proxy Stargate on map 1 on Alcyone. Alcyone even. And Art was able to scout it, shut it down before it really got going, and able to enjoy his lead from there. Well, Night Phoenix, can we bring it back? And we bring it all back here as we get into game number 2. Are we going to see a more standard opener? I hope so. I do hope so. Cybercores are thrown down. And we are just going to be checking each other, scouting each other. This time, the second pilot of Night Phoenix is in the main base. Likewise, the same can be said for Art. So no early game proxies. Not this time. Everything is looking much more normal, and again, I'm happy to see that. You know, I don't think that Night Phoenix has to rely on proxies and cheeses. I think they're a strong player in their own right. And I want to see Night Phoenix try to take it here to Art, head to head. As we have our opening units, we have double Adept here from Night Phoenix, so a much more aggressive opener. These Adepts are going to get across the map a lot faster. They have the potential to one-shot workers, and of course, Scouts a lot faster as well. Meanwhile, we have a very safe opener here from Art. Stalker Sentry. Now, sure, Adepts, they can shade out, they can get a read on what's happening at the natural, but Sentries, they give you access to hallucinations. You can hallucinate an Oracle or a Phoenix, you can get across the map that much faster, and get full confirmation of what the hell your opponent's doing in the main base. Of course, the downside to this opener from Art is that he will have less firepower, especially if Night Phoenix had opened up double Stalker. But because it was double Adepts, Art, he should be okay. We have 2 more Stalkers on the way, 1 here on top of the ramp. The Adepts are moving out. Again, the goal here for Night Phoenix is to try to bypass the Stalkers of Art and somehow get in. We also see that Night Phoenix did delay his natural a little bit, went for a Stargate first in the main. Should be going for Oracles. Meanwhile, the Adepts already taking a lot of hits. They do not commit to the shade. Art was very quick, did throw down a wall. And now here comes that hallucination. Phoenix diving into the main base, confirming the timing of the natural and confirming the tech as well. That there is indeed a Stargate and even seeing the Oracle coming out. So Art is fully aware of what's going on. Back at home, we have Sentries in position in the middle line. Twilight Council on the way for Blink. And additional Stalkers being warped in as well. So Art just making sure he can just be on top of his defense. As Night Phoenix is doubling down, going for a second Oracle. Once again. Very similar playstyle to Game 1. Game 1, it was proxied, of course. This time it is back at home, so it's going to take a little bit longer to move out. It's going to hit a little bit later. So we got 1 probe. Oh, going to get a second probe as well. The Stalkers weren't quite ready for this angle of attack. 3 workers, and the Adepts shade in. The Adepts, they do shade in. They get an extra worker at the end, an extra probe. We have also scouted the Twilight Council. Night Phoenix is aware of Blink. Back at home, he's going for a safety rover. This is something that you have to do in this position. So, because he sees that Art is already working on Blink, Night Phoenix is kind of behind in that tech. Like, there's no Twilight Council. No Twilight Council. We have to make up for that. And that's going to be with Robo with Immortals. So, Art will soon have map control. Oh my god. Yeah, as the Oracle goes down, gets 2 workers at the natural, but that is not worth it. It's not worth an Oracle, Papy. As it does get picked off, only 1 Oracle does remain alive. Art refusing to throw down shield batteries in the main base. He's just heavily reliant on his own Stalker positioning. A little bit greedy, but hey, if you can get away with it, then you do have quite a lot of extra resources here to work with to make these Stalkers. As Art is trying to get in position, trying to catch this last Oracle. Meanwhile, Blink is about to finish up. And we have a choice. We can either throw down additional gateways or go for a 3rd. It looks like Art, he's going for the 3rd. Meanwhile, Night Phoenix is chilling back at home, setting up for his own 3rd base. We have a Forge on the way for +1. And there's that first Immortal. Again, Immortal production in this position is quite necessary for Night Phoenix, just because he will lose in a head-to-head Stalker battle. So he will have to rely. Actually cancels the Immortal in the end. Oh my god. Okay. Fair enough. So it looks like he was just reprioritizing his resources. He canceled the Immortal so he could actually start up +1. So he starts +1, he chronos, and then he restarts that Immortal as well. And just prioritizing +1 instead. Meanwhile, the Oracle gets another 2 worker kills. Third base is on the way for both players. And Art is moving out. Looking at the unit tab, Art, he is ahead in Stalkers. He has sentries for Force Fields. And Force Fields are king right now because Night Phoenix cannot blink, cannot avoid the Force Fields of his opponent. Here we go. Art's looking for an opening. Triggers the shields on that Immortal. Does it trigger the shields? Shield batteries are thrown down as well for Night Phoenix. We are rushing into our Robotics Bay. Oh my god, okay. We're still working on Blink. Obviously, we're far behind in the Blink timing, but we're going straight into Disruptors. And to be fair, we saw how well the Disruptors worked for Night Phoenix. They were ideal in that last game. Almost brought him back. But the Scout Papy Art is just so good with these hallucinations. The power of the Sentry in PvP. He comes in, he sees the Bay, he knows. Now, how do we respond? Art, he's already got Blink. He's about to have Charge. Prism is on the way. Gateway Explosion finishing up as well. So we can hit a strong timing before we get out of control with Immortal production. That is, sorry, with Disruptor production. Second Robo is on the way. 2 Disruptors at a time. So Archie can hit this timing. And well, we're not going for Disruptors. Skilless, is that you? Papy. Colossus first. Okay, interesting choice. Extended Thermal Lance on the way. So Colossi, they have a role in PvP. They are an alternate solution to Zealots. You know how Archons shut down Zealots? Colossi, they can also have their way with Zealots as well. Obviously, this should eventually lead into Disruptors. This is very unorthodox, but not unheard of. Skilless used to play around with this a lot in PvP, just avoiding Disruptors and going Mass Colossus instead. But there we go. Now we have the Disruptor on the way. Meanwhile, R moves out. He is spotted by Night Phoenix. Observer sees all. Now, how much will the Colossus help here in this first fight? That's going to be the real question. At the same time, that Oracle is still alive, going to be threatening the third, and Art turns around. Uh-oh. Looks like he may believe he has missed his timing. Turns back around. He's getting into his own Robo and Robotics Bay, getting into his own Disruptor production, but he's going to be behind in Disruptors. Head in bases. He already has a 4th. Night Phoenix stuck on 3. So Art will have the better economy, but for now, his army is going to be slightly worse than Night Phoenix's. Is going to be slightly worse, but he's catching up. First 2 Disruptors, they are on the way. Sorry, I was just blowing my nose. But the first 2 Disruptors are on the way. +2 as well. And we are just easing ourselves into the mid game at this point. And just getting full saturation. Night Phoenix should be throwing down a 4th momentarily. There's no reason not to. Outside, of course, being a little bit afraid. But yeah, for now, we're just doubling down. We're actually still making Colossi. Oh my god. We already have 3. We're getting a 4th Colossus. That's a bit overkill. As once we reach, 4 or 5 Colossi, we are doing like overkill or overdamage. Not as efficient, but okay. You have my attention. Night Phoenix is starting to move out. A very aggressive 4th base here on the right-hand side. So Night Phoenix is aware of the location of the 4th of Art, so he's going to be pushing here on the right-hand side and defending behind, expanding behind his army. Here we go. Just waiting for another wave of Disruptors. Meanwhile, at the same time, Art does move out. He has been spotted. Night Phoenix is going to have to rotate around to meet him. And here we go. It comes down to those Purification Novas. Comes down to the Disruptors. Night Phoenix misreading here. He actually doesn't see. He doesn't know. Now he does. He does spot the army, but Art, he gets here first. And he will deny the 4th. Disruptors will zone away the army. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oh my god. And Nexus did end up falling. Again, really good movement out of Art. He did outposition Night Phoenix. Now he's rotating around again. Catches an Observer. Night Phoenix, once again, doesn't really know where the army's coming from. He's trying to read him. Oh, no! Disruptor's looking a bit exposed. RT snipes one. Does snipe one in the end as Night Phoenix going to keep on pushing. Ooh, connecting on Night Phoenix's army. Ay, ay, ay. He has not been trading well with these disruptors. No War Prism either, which means we can't juggle. Cannot juggle our high-tech units. Night Phoenix just going to try to rotate around. Is spotted by a Zealot. Arch going to be able to keep up with the movement. As Night Phoenix, he rotates towards the triangular third base. Does get on top of the army. Yeah, and this base is going to go down. Arch one step behind. 10 workers fall. And the Nexus as well. Good movement here from Night Phoenix. Now, Arch, he may have lost the battle, but he's looking to win the war. He's looking to catch some reinforcements, gets 2 disruptors. Oh my god. Forcing a recall as well, but this 4th base is looking quite exposed. We're going for it once again. Oh, we're going to get it. DT counterattack runs into cannons, but the 4th base goes down. Art still stuck on 3 bases. And even though, Night Phoenix stuck on 3 bases, even though Art lost a 3rd, I mean, he has a 5th. He has more than enough economy. The Novas like, oh no! Connecting on the Immortals, connecting on the Sentries as well. Massive connections here. And what does Night Phoenix have left? He still has some disruptors of his own. He can still take a fight, but this was not a good start. Ay, ay, ay. Losing every one of his Immortals. But at least he keeps his disruptors alive. Mothership on the way. Again, the Mothership is cheaper. It is a very different unit to what it once was. They're connecting here on the Colossus. Once again, another big connection. Colossi goes down to disruptors. We're rebuilding it. Another Colossi. Another 2 Colossi on the way. We're going up to 5. Ay, ay, ay. Night Phoenix rotates back towards his 4th base. Oof. Again, coming out worse for wear here in these Nova trades. But again, we're running out of disruptors, and I'm still not entirely convinced here by, making Colossi instead of disruptors at this point. Or instead of transitioning into Skytoss. Would be another option. But again, Arch is going for the much more traditional Stalker Disruptor composition. Nova goes off once again, connects as well. They always connect. Where are the defensive blinks, Papy? They're just not there. As the connections, they're just getting a bit insane. Likewise, Arch taking some hits of his own. We'll pull back. We have 8 disruptors from Art against the 6 of Night Phoenix. Mothership has arrived. Do we have detection with the main army? We may not need it. The slow zones affecting those Novas. And the sick Nexus is going to go down. I don't think we need a 6th bait though. We can afford that loss. As Night Phoenix out-positions Arch, gets on top of another Nexus, takes down another base. At the same time, a DT counterattack, getting on top of the cannon. Ooh. There is no detection. Probes are going down left and right. And Night Phoenix, he turns everything back around. That is going to create an opportunity. Arch, he does spot the army. He's aware. Does he go for the army? Does he go for the base? Oh, never does connect. Oof, oh my god. More connections coming out as well here. On the Stalkers, on the Colossus as well. At the same time, he goes for both. He does peel off a couple of Stalkers. This 4th base goes down for a 3rd time. Art cannot expand. As a result, Art just... Sorry, I keep saying that. Night Phoenix cannot expand. Cannot build up his bank. Likewise, Art is going to be denied his own base here, but he's going to be expanding towards the north instead. Art is still in 4 bases. Again, Art does trade better here, getting another disruptor. Oh my god. The Nova's Papy. But Art is being zoned away by the Colossus army. We're getting on top of the Robos. Both Robos go down. We take down the natural, and you know what? Knifeys, he can push into the main. He can go all the way. We can send it, Papy. And Art, he's losing his production. There's one Robo left, and it's about to be depowered. You have a defensive dive, a big connection. Oh my god, a very juicy connection there for Art. But Knifeys is taking control of the ramp. There is no way in. There's no way for Art to engage. And Art will lose everything here. He knows it, so he's going for a counterattack. He's keeping his disruptors back at home. He's going for a big Stalker counterattack. Knifeys as well is pretty all in. And Knifeys cannot afford to lose another Nexus. So he's pushing down the ramp. Yeah, there's that recall. The recall to the natural, though. Third base falls. Big counterattack here from Art. Now he has seen that the army did recall back home. We have Zelds coming for a surround! We have the attendant surround. At the same time, Art's going to collapse on this army that was left behind in the main. The Nexus will fall. Yeah, Knifeys' first army is being cleaned up, but at the same time, he's chasing down the Stalkers of Art. This could still go either way. It still comes down to the disruptors. Good positioning. Slow zone gets thrown down, and this Nexus will fall as well. Art once again outpositioned. Can't engage. He can't push in. Not into this. And from here, Knifeys can just waddle his way over towards some of the fresh mining bases of Art. Oh my god. Yeah, these Novas are just going to secure this path. Not allow Art to engage. Just the perpetual purification Novas. They don't stop, Papy. They don't stop. Art is going for a counterattack. He confirms that there's still no expansion. Knifeys down to 24 workers. So is Art. One Colossus falls. Do you have the cloak? Up. Oh my god. Knifeys once again taking a lot of Novas to the face. He's down to 3 disruptors. There's only 3 left. He has been bleeding out a lot of units. Meanwhile, the Stalkers are finally pushing towards the natural. GG, congratulations. Knifeys knows that he has run out of steam. Too many losses. And Art will take the series 2-0 in a base trade. Kind of. In a really weird game. GG, well played. Art will take it. In a very intense game, very close, very back and forth. Obviously, Knifeys never had an economy. He never had a secure economy because his 4th base was denied time and time again. So he was all in, and with that all in, he made the best out of it. He was able to outposition Art. He was able to somehow maneuver himself to head into the natural and into the main. He kept the production. Things were looking good. The downside is that once Art did realize what was happening, he went for a big counterattack and made sure that Knifeys didn't have an economy to sustain himself, forced the recall back home. Things got chaotic. Of course, Art had more longevity in this game and had the better purification Novas as well. As he was chipping away at an army that couldn't be replaced. Meanwhile, Art could, as Art was rebuilding gateways and robos elsewhere. With that, GG, well played. Art will take it 2-0, but it was a shaky 2-0 though. It was it's a lot more back and forth. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our first and only non-PvP of ESL Masters Winter Europe. See you then.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that break as we did take a moment to let that PvP sink in. We just wrapped up with Art versus Night Phoenix, and now we're back with our second best of 3 of the night of the ESL Masters Winter Europe region. We're here with Christiana versus Reynor. Oh, let's go. Oh my god, as we do have a ZVP before us, our only non-PvP mirror matchup of the region. We have plenty of PvPs ahead of us, so we have to enjoy this this Zerg versus Protoss while we can. Oh, give us all 3 games, Papy. Take us to the ace match, por favor. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Basilisk. It is Reynor. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Team Blazer. It is Christiana. Here we go. And again, Reynor coming in as the heavy favorite. He is one of the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Zerg players or players in general. And we'll see if he can be overcome. Upsets have happened in the past. You know, we have seen plenty of upsets in the past, even with Reynor. But typically that's in other formats. You know, when I think of potential upsets, I think of, you know, the WTL series that Reynor's been having recently. Even against Protoss players, we have seen some amazing results here. Even last night, if you were watching Team Basilisk, last night was Team Basilisk versus Starlight Twinkle. Even that went all the way to the ace match, surprisingly. Surprisingly. But a lot of that does typically have to do with Reynor sometimes being overconfident. And that's just what we love about Reynor. You know, Reynor is part of his personality, you know, being very bombastic and sometimes taking risks and taking chances. And as a result, you know, sometimes he can be caught off guard. But it's still a rarity. It's still something that happens once in a while, but not a consistent event that occurs. So he's still coming in as the heavy favorite. Christiana, meanwhile, on the other side of things, is, you know, kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to Protoss players in Europe. He definitely has been proving himself, though, over the past couple of years, ever since the, you know, 2020 era of the ESL Pro Tour. Christiana has been improving, has been looking good. But what I would say when it comes to especially even the Polish Protoss players, it feels like Geralt has overshadowed him a little bit. I feel like for a long time they were neck and neck, but in recent months, in this most recent year even, Geralt has actually showed up quite a bit. And we'll see if Christiana can keep up. We'll see if he can. As for now, it is going to be a Stargate opener, so relatively standard opener here from Christiana. Should be Stargate into an Oracle, into a third base. But from here, that's when deviations do occur. You know, do we get into a Forge and a Twilight Council, into +1 and Blink? Do we go for Glaive Adepts? Do we double down and throw down a second Stargate? There is a lot possible here. But this is also where I have to bring up the map. Hatchgas Pool, by the way. Hatchgas Pool from Reynor into a third base. Everything is looking standard from our red Zerg player. But this is where I have to talk about the map. When it comes to Reynor, we have seen a lot of his games on hard lead, and we've seen a lot of all-ins. The rush distance by ground is very short, so it does actually kind of line up quite well here for a roach timing with drop lords, with the queen push as well, and that has been a very common strategy on hard lead, not just by Reynor, but by Zerg players in general. It is a more aggressive map in that sense. Of course, that aggression goes both ways, and potentially Christiana could try to take advantage of the rush distance as well. It is possible. But we'll see if he does commit. For now, Adepts are going to be shading towards the main base. Lings are in position to keep up. The Adepts will not find any damage, but at least Christiana does pull back. He keeps the Adepts alive, and he's going to be in position to expand and take that third base. Meanwhile, with the Stargate, it is Oracle first. The Oracle's moving out, and the Adepts, they should be staying back at home so we can secure our base. Secure that expansion. As the Oracle makes its way in between the bases. No Spore in position, but plenty of Queens, and it looks like we're going to be able to barely get 2 worker kills. A third worker goes down, almost a fourth. Oh my god, as we are a little bit too greedy, taking some extra hits. The Oracle survives, but yeah, just barely, as it took a lot of hull damage. Meanwhile, back at home, I assumed that there would be a third base. I assumed that we would be expanding. We didn't. There is no third. We throw down a Robo, a Twilight Council, additional gateways as well. This is looking like a setup even for a 2-base all-in. Again, we chose not to make a second Oracle, so taking this third is going to be a bit of an adventure, a bit of a difficult, a tough ask here for Cristiano. He's going for it though. But there's that Prism on the way. Twilight Council as well. A very delayed third base from our Protoss. It is eventually on the way, but quite late. And this basically puts a lot of pressure on Cristiano to get damage done. Now suddenly, he needs to deal some economic damage. He moves out with his Adepts. His Queens are in position. Third base now thrown down. We don't quite commit. We force an overreaction out of Reynor. We're going towards a Templar Archives. This will be for Archons. I imagine Charge as a follow-up. But yeah, this build is a little bit disjointed, not gonna lie. We've been casting quite a lot of ZVPs in recent days, and this is very out of the norm to delay the upgrade to go into Immortals and Archons as well. Speaking of, one Archon does get picked off here in the middle of the map. Adepts, they commit to the Shade, head into the mineral line. 3 workers go down. Oh, 3 workers for 2 Adepts. But yeah, this is almost looking a little bit Creator-esque, a little bit Showtime-esque. What I mean by that, because of this upgrade being delayed so heavily, we're actually getting into a more heavy Immortal count and Archon count. We're just building up our forces, building up a death ball of an army. It also may be a mistake that we haven't started Charge. That's also that's a big possibility. We have the money for it, Papy. We have the money. But we haven't started up, whether it's Charge or Blink. Nothing yet. Oracle's trying to get some counter damage done. We have an Overlord just camped here on top of the main, scouting everything. And there it is. Charge now begins. But without Charge, we can't really push out. Cristiano is doing what he can. He's picking off some Lings here and there, wherever possible. But he's backing up. Meanwhile, Reynor is getting a 4th base up and running. He's saturated on 74 workers. A little bit supply blocked, but he's about to break free from that. And Reynor is free to drone up to 80 at this point. And he's going to be going for a bit of a tech switch himself, going for a Spire. Which is going to work quite well against Charged Archon. Without Blink, without Phoenixes, with only Archons as consistent anti-air, these mutas, they can wreak havoc. They can get a lot done. And I am concerned because Cristiano, I believe, hasn't been able to scout until now. He does come in. He does see the Spire. He can react. Storm is on the way. There we go. Cannons. Sack defense thrown down. Phoenix has begun here, but a single Phoenix, it's got a lot to do. Got a lot of work to do. And Cristiano's just stuck at home. He's stuck at home for now, waiting for his upgrade to kick in. He has to, of course, wait to receive those mutas. It's going to be 7 mutas in total. 7 mutas, they are enough to one-shot workers, so we're not overcommitting. We're still making and focusing on a Ling Roach army, Ling Roach Ravager. But the mutas are looking to get economic damage done and set Reynor up for success. So here come those mutas. Back in the main base, we have some static defense. We have the first Phoenix lying in wait, second Phoenix coming out as well. That won't stop these workers from going down. 2 probes get picked off. The mutas, they even try to dive on the Phoenixes as well. Bold move by Reynor. He hasn't done too much yet. Again, the scout earlier really did help so much here for Cristiano, allowing him to have some anti-air. And 3 Phoenixes, that is enough. Now, hopefully Cristiano doesn't overcommit. You know, 4 or 5 Phoenixes, we want to be stopping at around that count. We don't want to overinvest because, again, Reynor, he isn't making more mutas. He's still on Roach Rav. Meanwhile, the Oracle going ham in the mineral line, getting 8 worker kills. Oh my god. Very nicely done. Reynor going to be pushing on forward. Storm has completed. Storm going to be able to zone Reynor away. For Reynor, he has been taking. Infestation Bits just finishing up. Hive on the way. Cristiano, he can trade well, yes, but he can't quite push out. Not with this army. There's just so little here. So little when it comes to the gateway forces. the B for this army. As we go for a warp in, we're just reinforcing, pushing forward. At the same time, Mutas, they're going to be harassing. They get eyes on the 4th base. And Christianer, he's trying to commit, but pushing up a ramp into Roach Ravager, it's just far too difficult. Good force fields. Very nice force fields, actually getting a lot of roaches, but alas, cannot really collapse on the army. The Phoenix is turning around. The Biles connect. Oh my god. 2 Immortals go down, and Reynor, he collapses on this army, takes down the Prism as well. No more reinforcements. The Immortals are exposed, and this move out from Christianer, it was premature. Did not have enough to support himself. He had built up a decent Immortal count, but he didn't have enough to really protect it. And Reynor, he's snowballing out of control. There's only a single Immortal left. The Mutas did all go down. They were cleaned up. Some of them were cleaned up. We still have 4 left. We can go back in, and here comes the rest of the army of Reynor. Behind this, again, he's got a decent enough economy. He can sustain himself. He can max out. And he's even out-positioning Christianer. Christianer having to push up a ramp. Ay, ay, ay. And GG is going to get called, and Reynor will take game number 1. GG. A solid game there out of Reynor. Meanwhile, a very unorthodox and quirky game out of Christianer. We did mention it at the time, and I want to bring us back to it a little bit here. Like, Christianer's build was very shaky. I'm not too sure if it was intentional or not. That's what that's what concerns me. Very late 3rd base, very late upgrades as well, going into faster Immortals and Archons, which we have seen before. Kind of like Creator and Showtime. They're players that do delay their blink, and they delay their Twilight Council upgrades in favor of a second robo, and you build up Immortals and Archons. But you still get your 3rd base on time. That's the difference. You still get your 3rd base, and then you defend on 3 bases. You slowly take a 4th, like a very turtle style of PvZ. A very turtle style of PvZ, which again, Showtime and Creator are really good at. It felt like Christianer was kind of going in that direction, but kind of not. It was very middle of the road. It was, yeah, very odd. And again, I'm not entirely certain if that was intentional or not. We have casted Christianer in the past, especially in our own events, but we haven't seen anything quite like that. GG. GG, well played. Reynor will take the first game, and now we're moving on into game number 2. Christianer, we need to either tighten things up or go even more crazy. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Blazer, down in this series, but not out. It is Christianer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Italian Zerg player, representing Team Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Reynor. And again, really solid play out of Reynor. Because the Spire was scouted, the Muta switch and the Muta tech didn't really do too much damage. It forced a reaction and forced out Phoenixes, but it killed only a handful of workers, so didn't quite work out too well. But what's important is that Reynor, he was able to cash the army out, and yeah, Christianer's move out was also a little bit questionable as well, considering his army. He may have felt pressure just because of, in a way, how behind he was. We mentioned at the time that like he was lacking, a buffer for his high-tech units, lacking a buffer for his Archons and Immortals, and he pushed that anyway. He just didn't even care, and he was punished for it. So yeah, we do need to see Christianer tighten things up if he wants a chance at forcing the ace match. And I mentioned before, I'm greedy, Papy. I'm greedy. I want an ace match. I want a game 3. I want as much of a ZVP as I can get, because I'm not getting it for the rest of the night. It's not happening, Papy. It's not happening. Not like this. As we are getting into our openers, it's going to be a gate expand into a cybercore. Likewise, hatch gas pool here out of Reynor. Not going for a 15-15, which is what we saw last night. But for now, everything is looking standard here from Reynor. Again, very safe play, which I do appreciate. Something that I should mention as well, Ling Hydra is also something that we've seen rise in popularity by a lot of Zerg players. Even Reynor has been flexing it and whipping it out whenever he can. But the reality is that it can be a risky thing to go for, especially if your opponent goes for Glaive Adepts. Then if you skip the Roach Warren, if you try to go into Hydras, you could die. So likewise, last game, you had a Roach Warren, Ling Roach Ravager, which is very standard play out of Reynor. Respecting his opponent quite a lot. As we are looking to expand and take a third base. Likewise, another Stargate opener out of Cristiano. Should be getting into that Oracle, and I can't make the assumption. So typically it's an Oracle into a third, but like with Cristiano, I don't know anymore. I don't know if I can say that. You know, what is typically standard in PvZ, what is typically meta, I may not be too applicable here to Cristiano and what he does. How he plays. As Reynor is getting his own third, it's just going to be droning up, getting out his queens, getting enough lings to keep up with these adepts as well to make sure that they don't get out of control. So far, really good movement here out of Reynor. And we are going to be just settling into our early game. There it is. The first Oracle is moving out across the map. And as a reminder, in Game 1, we only saw a single Oracle. We didn't go double Oracle or into a Void Ray or anything of the sort. Very light commitment to Skytoss. And once again, only a single Oracle. We delay the third base. We're going for a Robo and a Twilight Council. And Reynor is looking to punish. He goes in. He wants the Adept. Up. It's going to be close, but the Shade will complete. The Adept does make it out. Full wall has been thrown down, and the Oracle doesn't find any damage across the map. The Spore does finish in time, as the Oracle was left idle. And Cristiano, yeah, he's not finding any damage here. And he's doing the same thing. This is the same build as last game, where he just delays his third base in favor of tech. The downside here is, as the Adepts are forced to recall, the downside is that it does make it more difficult to actually take the third. I was very on the fence last game about whether like this was going to become an all-in or not, but there it is. It's just a late third. Okay, Cristiano, you have my attention. Third base is thrown down. Lings are here to punish it, but we have a full energy Oracle. This third should be okay. If the Oracle was across the map and if it had spent his energy, then we would be in a little bit of trouble. But Cristiano, he will hold on to that third. And here comes our tech. This time we're not delaying charge. Going straight into that Templar Archives. This time we're not rushing into faster Immortals, which is what happened in the previous game. And Cristiano, he's looking to get into his mid-game. Meanwhile, back at home, Reynor, he's just droning, saturating his third. He's up to 60 workers at this point. He's being very active with these Lings, and he does come across the War Prism. You can see Archons being warped in. Reynor, I'm sure he wants to get a read on whether or not this base is even being saturated. Like, a big possibility here is a fake out and a 2-base all-in, and that's what it's looking like. I mean, we're still making probes. To be fair, we're still making probes, but this is going to be 8 gateways. Oh my god. 8-gate charge coming out from Cristiano. Archons trying to slip into the main base, but the Queens are in position. The Archons do not make it in. Reynor is getting his 4th base up. We have stopped saturation. Mate, are we just going to go for it? That's the question here. That's going to be a lot of charge lots. We can warp in 8 Zealots at a time. The Prism barely does survive. Yeah, we're going for it. So this is going to be a very strong timing here with charge lots and these 2 Archons. Reynor, he is making roaches, and I love this. He's setting up SimCity. He's throwing down some Evo chambers. He brings his queens together. He recognizes exactly what's coming his way. War Prism going for a backstab, but reinforcements have arrived. Yeah, roaches are here. We're going to have to reroute some of the main army as the Zealots push in towards the third base. So we have queens, we have Transfuse. And at the same time, a Ling counterattack. There's nothing to kill, though, as we recall the Oracle back home. The Zealots, they do not get into the main mineral line. Meanwhile, the Zealots don't bust into the third either. Reynor, he's holding on both fronts, and he also counterattacks as well, getting 5 probe kills. This was essentially a 2-base all-in, and another reason why I say that, no Forge. No Forge from Cristiano. He's falling behind in upgrades, and Reynor is looking to punish immediately. We have Pneumatized Carapace, Overlord Speed. This is to counterattack with everything, with Roaches, with Queens, that is Overlord Speed for Dropper Lords. And Reynor, he's looking to punish. Cristiano's in a lot of trouble. He's hurting, Papy. He's hurting. He's trying to resaturate that third. Well, the Queens do overextend. 2 Queens do go down. They get a lot of damage done on that Prism, but alas, was it worth 2 Queens? As here comes the rest of the army. Reynor, he is maxing out on 3-base saturation on 67 workers. And Cristiano's not ready for it. His shield battery, it just starts. We don't have a shield battery. That's a kill, not a cancel. We barely have any units left. 2 Archons, 2 Immortals, and a handful of Gateway units. And Reynor, the Overlords, they have arrived. They can spread creep. We can transfuse. Good juggling coming in from Cristiano, but Roaches, they've gotten into the mineral line, and we're breaking through the force fields. And GG is going to get called. There's nothing to stop Reynor. And Reynor will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played again. Very adept scouting out of Reynor to be able to confirm the lack of saturation, to be able to confirm the results as well. This is what I love about what Cristiano just did. Because both Game 1 and Game 2, the builds looked very similar. The openers were exactly the same. And I'm pretty sure the goal there was for Cristiano to kind of lure Reynor into a false sense of security, make it look like Game 1, and just go for a big all-in for that charge timing instead. But Reynor, he saw it coming a mile away. He was ready for it. I love the Sim City setup at the third base. He was, of course, in position in the main. He completely shut it down. And, yeah, he was not caught unawares. Congratulations to Reynor as he does take the series. My condolences to Cristiano. It's still early on in the group stage, so I do wish him the best. I do hope that he can recoup his losses, and make a run in the group stage. But it's not going to get easier. A lot of big names here in the regionals of Europe, and I think we all expect Reynor to go far. GG. With that, we are going to be going on a short break. When we return, I didn't get my Game 3. I wanted at least a Game 3 between these two, but it's not going to be happening. We're going to be going on a break, and up next is going to be our second of many PvPs. We're ready for it. Up next is going to be ShaDoWn versus Papy. We talk about him all the time. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with Reynor versus Cyan in our one and only ZVP of the night. I did notice some people in the chat did notice as well. Like, oh no, wait, is it all PvPs from here on out? Yeah, nothing but PvPs, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. And as always, this cast is going to be a little bit awkward because I'm sure you've noticed I do use the word Papy very colloquially, as is done here in Latin America. Some people have been asking about it. I guess if you're from Singapore, it's kind of like la, or if you're from Korea, it's kind of like young, or like if you're in Australia, it's kind of like mate. You just use it to refer to like a friend of yours, if you will. And yeah, one of our players happens to be called that as well. So I'll try to minimize usage intentionally for this cast. Wish me the best, Papy. All right, that'll be it for now. As spotting in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the French Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is ShaDoWn. And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Papy. We bring him up all the time. And here we go as we get into this PvP. And so far, no one is taking the bait. Everyone is going for double gate openers here in the main. No one is taking the chance here to go for a gate expand. No one is quite like Max Packs. Firefly did do his best yesterday. He did flaunt his skill, and yeah, he's been looking to Max Packs for guidance. But here, both of these players are very reasonable in their approach, and they're not taking any chances. If you're wondering what I'm referring about, typically it is considered to be unsafe to go for gate expands unless there is a ramp coming into the natural. Site Delta comes to mind as a map where we do see that a little bit more frequently on the maps like this, where it is a little bit unsafe, where there is no high ground advantage at your natural base. 2 gate openers are a lot more commonplace instead. And that is what we're seeing here between our two lovely Protoss players. 2 gate openers, gases are being taken, and probes are being sent out to scout and to confirm whether or not a pylon is going to be missing. Speaking of, there's a second pylon from Papy thrown down in the main. Likewise, we should be seeing a second pylon thrown down here as well for ShaDoWn. So no proxies, nothing to really spice up the early game yet in this series. Everything is looking quite normal, quite standard. As we have our first starting units coming out as well, we have ShaDoWn going to be going for 2 Adepts. Likewise, Papy going to be going for a Stalker and a Sentry instead. So very interesting dynamic that we're going to be seeing. ShaDoWn is going to be the aggressor. 2 Adepts, of course, they can one-shot workers. They're going to be zooming across the map, looking to get some economic damage, or even just apply pressure and get some scouting information as well. Meanwhile, Papy going for a more secure, safe defensive setup here. This Sentry will allow for hallucination, and the hallucination will see everything in the main that ShaDoWn has to offer. There is a chance, of course, where you can deny the hallucination, of course, with enough Stalkers and with good positioning, but we're actually doubling down. We have 2 Adepts into 2 more, and we could even get into 2 more after that. We can go up to a 6 Adept opener from ShaDoWn. My brain went 6 Gate-Glaive Adepts, because that did occur earlier. I have to calm down, Papy, calm down. Adepts, they shade towards the natural. We have a full wall off. There goes our first hallucination, just to get a read on what exactly is going on. As Papy is going to be expanding. ShaDoWn going for a slightly later expansion here in favor of a faster Stargate. There it is. Oracle is on the way. Phoenix, likewise, heading towards the main base, does confirm the timing of the Nexus, and does confirm the Stargate and the Oracle on the way as well. Meanwhile, the Adepts shade in. Oh my god, the Adepts managed to bust into the main base. 2 workers go down. Not just 2 workers, but ShaDoWn also gets eyes on the Twilight Council. Very nicely done. This should not have happened, by the way. I was caught off guard, just because typically at this level we would be denying any kind of shade. Likewise, the shades come in once again, slipping into the main base. We don't commit this time. Papy is in position with his units. But again, did slip up, did miss the wall. Not the best start here from our blue Protoss as the Oracle is coming in straight towards the main base. There's no shield battery, but plenty of Stalkers. Plenty of Stalkers are in position. Papy does hold. Meanwhile, just the constant shades here from ShaDoWn, hoping for Papy to slip up again for a second time. Hoping for kind of a lapse in judgment here. As the shades do continue. Good force fields though, catching the Adepts. And one of them is going to go down. Good pickup here from ShaDoWn. Sorry, from Papy. ShaDoWn ended up losing one of his workers. Sorry, one of his Adepts. Worker will fall. And the Oracle manages to slip in and gets even more damage on 3 probes in the main. Not too bad. Once again, Papy cutting corners, not going for a shield battery, despite scouting the Oracle opener, by the way. Papy just being greedy. And ShaDoWn able to take an economic lead because of it. Looking at the units lost tab here, ShaDoWn, he has killed 6 workers all in all. And he's going straight for a third base, just extending his economic lead. So far, a great start for ShaDoWn. The Oracle, of course, keeping all of this army back at home. Oh my god! As the Oracle will fall, but we still get some more worker kills. Adepts, they shaded in 3 more probes. Was that worth losing an Oracle? Probably not. But you could argue that the Oracle has already paid for itself. ShaDoWn enjoying a lead. Again, extending it. Now we're heading into the next phase here of PvP, getting into the mid-game as both players are attempting to get their third bases up and running. ShaDoWn working towards Blink Stalkers. Speaking of, he already has 6 on the field. And he does apply quite a bit of pressure here to the third base, but Papy has more than enough to push this back. Blink just now about to finish up, and Papy can chase this down. He gets 1. Does get 1 Stalker in the end. 1 Stalker for 1 sentry. ShaDoWn does back off. And we are kind of headed in the same direction. We have a Forge and a Robo for +1, and potentially even Robo production into Immortals. Likewise, Papy doing the same. ShaDoWn already working towards charge as well. Just committing to a gateway-heavy composition. Oh, and even having a rough trade here as well. ShaDoWn bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. But he does pull Papy's army out of position, and as a result, the Adepts, they do find a way into the natural. So ShaDoWn, he may have lost a couple of Stalkers, but he's dealing a lot of counter damage. 3 probes, soon to be 4 probes going down at the same time. ShaDoWn comes in from the right-hand side, trying to pull Papy apart. Oh my god, the Adepts, they just keep on going. They bust into the main. A 5th probe falls, and we shouldn't get a 6th. But 5 workers for a handful of gateway units. Once again, ShaDoWn just so far ahead in the worker count. And he's under no real threat of a counterattack. The Stalker armies are pretty comparable with each other. +1 also ahead for ShaDoWn. Charge as well, and yeah, Papy has no clear advantage army-wise either. Sure, he has the Robo, but he hasn't gone into like Immortal production, for example, as there we go, first Immortal is on the way. But it's just now starting. Gonna take quite some time to get into. And ShaDoWn, he is not slowing down. He's keeping the tempo up. He's got a 4th base on the way. Oh my god. Going for the 4th. A charge is done. +1 on the way. We have a Warp Prism, which means we can reinforce across the map. And we can just send it. We can hit a strong timing here. With charge lots. With +1. Papy's going to try to meet this head on. But especially when we get the Warband of Charge Lots, I don't know if Papy can really hold. Don't know if he can keep up with the momentum that ShaDoWn really has. Okay, going for Stalkers, not Zealots. Be picking away at the army itself. Meanwhile, 1 lone Zealot slips into the main. The harass just doesn't stop. It's in the main base. Dives on the Immortal as well. The Immortal will fall. Again, that was the one advantage that Papy had, the Immortal as the backbone of his army, but it goes down, and now he's just being completely overwhelmed. GG gets called, and ShaDoWn will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. It hurt me a little bit to stop myself from saying Papy a couple of times. But GG, well played. ShaDoWn will take the first game, and honestly, that was a pretty solid performance there. You know, he was able to get in with whether it was Oracles or Adepts time and time again. Even a Zealot towards the end there, just constantly getting economic damage done. Papy was having a really hard time keeping up. As a result, he slowly fell behind in the worker count. His third base was delayed as well as a result. And in a mirror matchup, especially if you're not teching in any kind of like quirky direction, like going into DTs or going into disruptors, if you're not going for any of those, in a way, comeback mechanics, it can be hard to keep up when you have the same tools as your opponent. The way to have come back in that game as well from Papy would have been to have also invested into some Adepts to harass across the map, whether Adepts or DTs or anything of the sort, to come back in that way, but he just didn't have any map control. He was stuck at home the entire time. ShaDoWn was essentially untouched. I don't think there was a moment when I don't think there was really a moment in that game where Papy was able to move out more than halfway across the map with his main army. He was just stuck at home the entire game. GG, well played. A solid performance there out of ShaDoWn, but again, it's momentum that he gained early on that he kept going throughout the course of that, and we'll see if Papy can come back in game 2. We'll see if we can force the ace match. Again, there's a lot available here in PvP, especially when it comes to the early game. There is proxy potential. And yeah, we'll see if we go for something of the sort. Whether it's a proxy rover, proxy Stargate just for economic damage. Even a proxy gateway as well. As we're going to be loading on in. It's kind of like, it reminds me of before Oliveira's name change, when he was known as Time. Like, intentionally, I remember casting many times with I'm not even doing it now, with Yaku, where we would have to intentionally just stop ourselves from saying the word time too much because it would just lose all meaning, and it just snowball, it just become nonsense. But here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the French Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is ShaDoWn. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Berserker Esports, the Polish Protoss. It is Papy. Ah, beautiful. We're so biased here. We always talk about it. Always. As for now, we are just getting into our openers. Once again, we have the pylons on the high ground. No one is taking any kind of chances, setting up a low ground wall instead. Should be getting into our 2-gate openers. And ShaDoWn is very quick to move out, very quick to get a scout off, get a read on what is going on. As the 2 gateways are thrown down. I believe ShaDoWn, is he rallied to go towards... Yeah, he's rallied to go towards the linear base location instead. He could be looking to hide his pylon, which would be an interesting choice here. Going for a fake proxy, essentially. And there it is. The pylon is thrown down. So this is also something that happens in PvP quite commonly. Because probe scouts are very standard, you're going to be coming in and you're going to be getting eyes on your second pylon. But ShaDoWn's second pylon is not here. So this is indicative of a proxy. Whether it's proxy rover, proxy Stargate, committed all in. There's a big kind of array of possibilities here. Or it could be a fake. ShaDoWn, he throws down his pylon on his own side of the map to just fake out Papy and try to get into his head. As Papy's own second pylon is in the main. Oh my god! And he goes for his third pylon in the main base of ShaDoWn. Let's go. Do love to see it. ShaDoWn just going for his own eventual scout with his own worker. So now he's going to be going for an Adept Stalker opener, actually. Very interesting. Likewise, Papy committing to his own Adepts. Going to be hunting down the probe and moving out. The pylon is unscattered, which means we can warp an Adept straight into the main base of ShaDoWn. Uh-oh. And this could be a game-winning move here for Papy. He can wreak havoc in the mineral line. He can get a lot of damage done. He can try to pull ShaDoWn apart. As Papy didn't fall for it. He didn't actually send out another probe to scout. He called the bluff. He does miss the wall off. Oh my god. Not again. Adept gets in and we scout the lack of tech. Looks like we get a couple more worker kills. We confirmed the second pylon placement as well as the expansion. 2 worker kills. Good trade so far here from ShaDoWn. He's getting into a Twilight Council. Still not scouting that pylon. Still does not have eyes on it. As back in the main base. Still not throwing down any tech here from Papy either. We're just going for the warp in. 2 adepts into the main, unscouted. There's a lot of potential with this, and there's that Twilight Council. A delayed Twilight Council, though. I did notice that Papy, who was holding on to a lot of minerals and gas, I was curious as to the reason, and yeah, he does throw down the Robo and the Twilight Council at the same time. Adepts have arrived. 2 workers go down. We deny any kind of mining in the main base as well. Looking for another wave of workers. Those 2 worker kills, they turned into 4, even 5. Very nicely done. 5 worker kills. Papy does take a lead. The pylon has been found and will be shut down. And the worker lead is nice, but again, I'm concerned about the delayed tech here. I mean, I say that, it's only by a couple of seconds. ShaDoWn is working on Blink, and we'll get it slightly faster than his opponent. Working on his own Robo as well. And here, at the beginning of Game 2, after the early game is settled, Papy has a worker lead. Now from here, he can extend it and go for a faster third base, which is what ShaDoWn did in Game 1. Or we can just double down instead. Papy throwing down a shield battery, making sure he's set up here defensively back at home. Likewise, ShaDoWn going for his own third, a faster third than his opponent. This is something that you can do in mirror matchups. If you know that you are a little bit behind in workers, whether it's PvP or even TvT, you can take a faster third base here to make up for it. Which is why I'm a little bit shocked that Papy didn't throw down his own third. It should now be on the way, but it's slightly later than his opponent. Ooh, as Papy does actually go straight into Immortal production. Okay. Very early Immortals that will delay the third. As it is now thrown down. ShaDoWn moving out, we'll get eyes on it. Won't be able to deny it, but is aware of the third base timing nonetheless. Oh my god. Bearing in mind that Papy does not have Blink, it was slightly delayed. And ShaDoWn, he will get a couple of pickoffs and back off, getting a Sentry and a Stalker. Very nice pickoffs. As he does retreat. And this Papy going to be just building up his Immortal counts. And with them, he should be able to hold on to his third base. A big should, though. As for a moment there, I thought ShaDoWn may just dive on the Immortal itself. But does respect the defensive position here, for now. But ShaDoWn playing with fire. Gets punished, loses a Stalker. And does recall back home. Behind this, ShaDoWn has been able to catch up in worker count. He's at 52. Now, the downside, of course, being that Papy technically has a stronger army here with these Immortals that can make up for a Stalker deficit, especially defensively. Depths do make it into the main base, but they get shut down. Getting a full scout, confirming the Forge. We are now up to 2 Immortals. Oh my god, Papy doubling down, going for a Dark Shrine as well. Okay. Dark Shrine thrown down here for Papy. DTs on the horizon. Back at home, ShaDoWn is focusing on a gateway heavy composition instead. Gonna be Stalkers into charge lots. And again, charge lots, they are just a great buffer unit here for the army. They take a lot of Stalker hits, they take a lot of Immortal hits as well. Well, that Immortal count's getting quite high, actually. We're up to 3 at this point here for Papy. 4th base on the way. Do we have any detection? We do. We have 1 observer out here for ShaDoWn. Hopefully he can hold on to it. It is in a little bit of danger. Against the army of Papy. Dark Shrine about to finish up, but here comes ShaDoWn. Charge is done. The War Prism has arrived. We can push in without charge ults. I don't know if we can really break this position, though. As the Observer goes down. The Observer does fall. There are those ults that we were talking about. They are on the way. And with those ults, we can push in. Yeah, we dive on top of the Immortals. The first Immortal will go down. No shield battery. No shot. No shield battery, Papy. I didn't even notice. No overcharge. The Immortals, they fall one after the other. And it looks like ShaDoWn is snowballing out of control. It's just too much. We have DTs to defend. There is no detection. But 22 probes have fallen. Across the map, ShaDoWn also losing workers to the DTs as well. We have the Observer. We have detection. We can see. And we will shut them down. Meanwhile, ShaDoWn's main army has to retreat. Did take too many losses to the DTs, but he did enough damage. He reset the Immortals. He killed 24 probes. And he can settle back at home. Oh, as ShaDoWn is losing a lot more of these Stalkers here as he does run back, does pull back. He takes down the War Prism, and yeah, now Papy's on the back foot. He's essentially all in. He's still making 4 probes at a time. He's trying to macro out of this, but Papy does overextend. There was potential with the DTs, but he just wasn't ready here for an assault. He wasn't expecting it. The Immortals were exposed. No shield battery, no overcharge. And ShaDoWn snowballed out of control. The DTs, though, they're still wreaking havoc. They're getting a lot done. The cannon, up! The cannon is going to fall. Probes are falling left and right in the main in the third base. ShaDoWn is now hurting. Suddenly, Papy takes a worker lead. Oh my god, we're still going. Yeah, ShaDoWn has to race back home. Observer still... There's only one Observer having a hard time maneuvering between the bases. The Dark Templar cleaned up, but they did more than enough damage. Papy's back in this. We're even on bases. We're slightly ahead in workers. We have defensive Immortals, defensive Archons. But Papy is not quite in position to protect this 4th base. ShaDoWn could go for it. He dives on the Nexus. And he will not get a kill. Papy able to react in time. At the same time, we have... Okay. I was like, do we have another DT? Not quite. We do have a Zealot drop, though. 2 Zealots towards the natural. 2 Zealots into the main. ShaDoWn, he is fighting back. Good target firing from those Zealots. 6 probes. Oh, but this is getting very close. This is getting very scrappy. Ay. Again, I do like the tech here. Like the army, the quality of army here from Papy is greater. It's the quantity where he's really lacking. You know, he's got Immortals, he's got Archons, but he's lacking in Stalkers to really support this. He is reinforcing. This army does have a lot of potential. Papy about to be ahead in upgrades. +2 is about to kick in. ShaDoWn only just now starting his own +2. So a really strong moment here for Papy, where he can snowball out of control. We do have a shield battery back at the 3rd base. We have an overcharge. But facing this army head on, it's not going to work out. We have to kite. And we don't have a lot of room. We don't have a lot of room to kite. As the charges, they do crash in. Stalkers are exposed. The overcharge is pop, but we're going to be focusing down the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. And Papy, he's breaking his way through. The boys, they have to be pulled. Or they're being pulled to safety. Being pulled to safety. At the same time, we have Zealots wreaking havoc here in the main at the 4th. But this main army is not being stopped. Papy, he's not slowing down, pushing in towards the natural. Cannons are falling. And it looks like Papy just has too much. He has the Concave, the Immortals, the Archons, as well as +2. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Papy takes game number 2. GG. Oh my god. A very back and forth game. Initially, ShaDoWn was in control. Initially, if you remember, he had killed the third base, he had sniped all the immortals, he had killed 20 plus workers. Things were looking good. Things were looking up for ShaDoWn. They weren't down, they were up. But then in came the Dark Templar, and they did far more than was expected. Again, there were no cannons. There was one observer having a hard time bouncing between the bases, and Papy was able to do more than enough counter damage to pull himself back into it, able to rebuild his army. And again, the quality of the army was just superior. He just needed time for his economy to really kick in. And he was able to pull it off, and we get an ace match. We get a game number 3. Let's go. We do find ourselves in game number 3, and it's going to be on Hecate. It's going to be on Hecate as the players are just preparing themselves, and I don't blame them if they need a moment after that game. That was intense. A very intense game. And it's coming down to the wire. It's coming down to the ace match between these two. Between ShaDoWn and Papy. Meanwhile, I think we're getting some other updates as well when it comes to some of the mainstream matches that are wrapping up. We're getting some updates. It looks like it's like DNS for Zagfire is with us. It's with us. But yeah, they're getting into their own mirror matchups. They're getting into their own TVT. Oh. The diversity, the variety. I'm celoso. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the blue Pro Tour player from the land of Poland representing Berserker Esports, tying up the series 1-1 in that last game. It is Papy. And spawning in the bottom left, we have his opponent. We have the French Pro Tour player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is ShaDoWn. Here we go. We're getting into our third game. Getting into our ace match. Whew. And once again, standard openers from our players. The DTs were, of course, the MVPs for Papy in game number 2. See if he can bring it back. Or we'll see if he can pull it off again. We'll see if ShaDoWn is going to be a little bit more wary of that in our third game. This can still take a very different turn, as PvPs can be. But now, everything is as it should. Papy is moving out with the probe. He's going to be moving on out. So far, 2 gate openers. Should be going into our first 2 units. Papy has potential to proxy that second pylon. In this location, he could even try to commit to a proxy as well. But it looks like it's just going to be a hidden pylon. Okay. Say fake proxy pylon, essentially, from Papy. We spoke about this in game 2, about how you can kind of fake your opponent out by pretending to proxy, by hiding your second pylon. That's what Papy is doing this time. In game 1, it was ShaDoWn. So a bit of a role reversal between our 2 players. ShaDoWn has his second pylon in his main. And even his third. So we do have a standard open out of ShaDoWn. Papy hoping to, again, get into the head of ShaDoWn and force even some extra lost mining time, just some extra scouting. Doesn't look like ShaDoWn is going to be falling for it. As we're just trying to get a read on what first 2 units come out. It's going to be double Stalker out of ShaDoWn, likewise double Stalker out of Papy as well. ShaDoWn is looking for that pylon. Doesn't come across it. Does hide his own probe. on his opponent's side of the map. Behind this, Papy going into double sentry. So we saw the power of the sentry earlier, how you can just get so much scouting information really early on. The downside here is that Papy's main army is going to suffer as a result. If ShaDoWn were to be more assertive and more aggressive, then he would have a Stalker lead, and it could try to overwhelm the defenses of Papy. As the Stalkers, they are moving out. Meanwhile, Papy, he will at least have a force field back at home. Should be going for hallucination momentarily as well. But he has to take a more defensive position here. He has to be very careful not to be caught out. ShaDoWn pushes on forward. It's only going to be 4 Stalkers. There's a hallucination. The dance has begun, but the pylon is under threat. There's no shield battery on the high ground. And we're now just waiting for another warping of units. Sentry will fall. He wants the other up! And he will get it. A good pick off from ShaDoWn, getting both sentries. And he will back off. Gets 2 sentries in the end. We'll lose a Stalker. Up, he may lose another, actually. ShaDoWn taking his own losses here. But back at home, we do have, of course, the defender's advantage. And Papy will retreat. He will back off. He himself was able to get a full scout. He confirms the Twilight Council, confirms Blink on the way, and he knows. Papy, he knows what won in the last game. We're going for a Dark Shrine once again. This time, a much earlier Dark Shrine. A bit of a risky maneuver, but it can win him the game. Adepts are going to be shading in. Adepts shade is denied. Good reaction so far out of Papy. He himself is moving out with his own Adepts to harass. So ShaDoWn, he's just focusing on a Blink Stalker-based composition. We do have a Robo, thankfully, on the way. We're not going to be delaying it. This will grant access to Observers. We do have access to Detection. Now, Papy does have a Proxy Pylon, so he's going to be warping in the Adepts across the map. Sorry, the Dark Templar across the map. When it comes to this first Observer, it should be rallied towards the bases of Papy. So hopefully it doesn't go too far. Hopefully we can pull it back or even recall it back home. Otherwise, these Dark Templar could do a lot of damage. Hallucination comes in, confirms the main base. Doesn't see the tech. Uh-oh. Tech has not been spotted. Has Adepts just being caught all over the place. ShaDoWn throwing down his 3rd base. There's the Observer on the way. And it is going to come out in time for these DTs. We will have Detection. Dark Templar, they split up between the main and the natural. They go straight for the mineral lines. Probes are going to be falling. But that first Observer has popped. Again, only 3 workers go down. This could have been so much worse. 4 workers in total. We deal with one of the Dark Templar. And the other will waddle away. Now, Papy, he is going to enjoy himself an economic lead. Because of this, because of the DT harass. Behind this, because he invested into these Dark Templar, he's going to be a little bit behind in other aspects. His Robo's delayed, his Forge is delayed as well. So there was some pressure on these Dark Templar to get damage done. And one of them is still alive. It's still here at the 3rd. There's potential. Is on hold position. As Papy's working towards his own 3rd base. ShaDoWn looking to catch up. Working on +1. Going for his own Dark Shrine even. Let's go. DT's eventually on the way for ShaDoWn as well. See Papy trying to apply some pressure to the 3rd, but ShaDoWn's in position. Gonna force it back. Dark Templar also threatening a run by towards that natural, but we have an Observer in position. ShaDoWn, he sees, he knows, he's ready for it. And the game will settle. The game will settle from here. We had a tense moment. We had a very tense moment with the first wave of DTs, but since then, you know, we can just settle into our 3 bases. We're working towards our upgrades, charge, immortal production. Once again, Papy's going for a more tech-heavy composition with immortals and I imagine eventually Archons, but for now, just immortals. ShaDoWn going for a much faster 4th base. Is scouted. And will stand strong. Now, of course, we can gain access to Archons early on here with these DTs. Can be morphed into those Archons. I'm just waiting to see what we can accomplish with ShaDoWn's own Dark Templar. So they are moving out. Now, Papy has a Robo, so he should have detection. He doesn't. But okay, there we go. We have an Observer on the way. Thankfully, it's on the way. 3 Immortals. There are those Archons that we were talking about. Again, once again, this army here is going to have a lot of potential as the game goes on, as we reach a higher army supply. Instead, ShaDoWn looking to pull apart his opponent, even investing into DT Blink, into Shadow Stride. Not something you see too often, so we appreciate it whenever we do see it. As ShaDoWn moves out, he gets eyes on the 4th base, and Papy is out of position. The DT does drag him over towards the right-hand side, and the 4th base is exposed, and it will go down. Do you need another volley? Up! Oh, we barely do get it. The base falls, ShaDoWn retreats, and Papy, he's stuck on 3 bases. He's trying to harass himself, but now we have cannons in position. The DTs, they don't do anything. We only get 2 workers. Now ShaDoWn, he is pretty well set up at this point. He's up in bases. Shut down the Dark Templar. But Papy, he's working on his own push. So just like the previous game, he's going to have +2 a lot faster. He will have it much faster. He's even chronoing it out as we speak. +2 is on the way. He still only has that 1 Archon. I mean, he's going up against a mainly Stalker-based composition, so the Immortals are going to be more impactful. Now, ShaDoWn obviously has a more maneuverable army. As we've seen, he can dip in, snipe a base, and dip out. Head-to-head, I want to give the edge to Papy. If both armies were to clash, I want to give the edge to these 3 Immortals. But that's a big if, because I'm sure ShaDoWn is also aware of that. He's just constantly sending out run-bys. Speaking of, that's 5 DTs. A 5 DT hit squad. Oh my god. There is a cannon, but with Blink, we can just dive on top of the cannon and focus it down. I think that's exactly what we're going for. Oh no. Okay, we do have Zealots in position. Yeah, ShaDoWn, Papy, he will not allow the surround to happen. At the same time, ShaDoWn pushing in on the right-hand side. Oh, but he is being zoned away. Papy, he's able to keep up. He pushes back ShaDoWn's main army. The DTs do not get in. Zealot's getting a lot done, and Papy, he's committing to the attack. ShaDoWn coming in for a surround. Or just... I assume potentially a surround, but a lot of Stalkers do fall. Papy's going to keep on pushing the War Prism. It survives! Meanwhile, the DTs, they get into the natural base, but there are plenty of Zealots to deal with them. ShaDoWn's DTs, they do nothing. They get cleaned up. And now Papy, he can focus on his main push, on his main assault. All 3 Immortals are still alive, the Archons as well. And he's pushing into pure Blink Stalkers. And ShaDoWn doesn't see. Uh-oh. He does see the Zealots. Oh, and we do have to commit with those charge lots. Meanwhile, Papy comes in from the right-hand side. He gets on top of the side defense. Cannons and shield batteries are going down, but that was a little bit wasteful with those Zealots. A lot of them did fall. Here come the reinforcements. No more shield battery, no more overcharge. Yeah, these Immortals, they're just going ham. And ShaDoWn, he's losing ground. He has to back off. Likewise, though, Papy is also running out of Stalkers. We had a weapon of DTs, but no, they will not make it through. 1, 2 Immortals go down. ShaDoWn, he does it on the Prism. The War Prism will fall, so will the Immortal. And ShaDoWn, he's barely holding. He's barely holding on. Papy can no longer reinforce, but he gets into the mineral line. And he gets 11 probes. ShaDoWn will survive. And he survives on a higher worker count. He survives on a higher base count as he has a 5th base. He can afford to lose workers. The pure Blink Stalker army did barely work. I do think that Papy, his first wave of Zealots being caught was a pretty big moment, a pretty crucial moment, actually. Where so much supply was just thrown away. And now Papy is in a lot of trouble. He lost all of his high-tech units. His Immortal count was reset. His Archon count was reset. That was what he was banking on. That's what he was hoping would carry him through that fight. And now it's just a Gateway army versus a Gateway army. Against someone with a better economy is the reality. ShaDoWn, he's on 5 bases. He's up almost 10 workers. The pressure is on our blue Protoss player. Can we bring it back? Here we go, ShaDoWn. He just rotates around the right-hand side. Catches a couple of Zealots. I still kind of want to favor the composition here of Papy. Like, I like that we have, like, I feel like if we can bring it all together here, we can take a good fight, but it does come down to the engagement. ShaDoWn is able to pick up a couple more of these Zealots. They do race on forward. And 3-4 of them go down. Papy instead going to rotate around towards that natural. And we're just diving in. Oh my god. We don't even care. We are committing to a fight. This time, we do have an overcharge once again. Behind that mineral line. And Papy, he has to dive forward. Focuses down the shield battery. The Immortals and Archons pushing in. And can Papy overwhelm? We have reinforcements coming in from behind. The Prism once again goes down. This is all that Papy has left. And he is pushing through. But at the same time, he lost the base. He lost the Nexus. At this point, he is all in. It's all or nothing for Papy. As the DTs are going ham across the map. The Immortals looking exposed. There is no Warp Prism. Did you protect it? But time is working on the side of ShaDoWn. As he gets more Warpins, he forces a recall and Papy turns back home. But what are we coming back to? He did kill a Mineral Lion. That is true. He didn't get the base. Papy, he's still behind in the economy here. And over time, ShaDoWn, he can afford to replace his army. He can just send in more and more Warpins. He's going for his own counterattack, pushing towards this third. Papy, he just recalled. He cannot recall again. Yeah, we're going for a base trade. We are going for the base trade instead. This is maybe the best chance that Papy has. His only shot, his only opportunity. He does have observers. Dark Templar will not be enough. As he does catch a couple of free units, Immortal is going to go down. Good pickoffs here from Papy. Very good pickoffs. At the same time, ShaDoWn pushing into the natural. Breaking through, heading towards the main base. Do we not have detection? ShaDoWn does not have an observer. Okay, but now he does. He does chrono out an observer, thankfully. That one DT defends. We recall back home. Do end up recalling back home. Okay, even if we snipe an observer, we can rebuild. And ShaDoWn, he comes in from behind. He gets a full surround, takes down the Archons and the Immortals. GG gets called. Well played. And ShaDoWn will take the series 2-1. Advancing on. GG. Oh. Yeah. I got concerned for a moment there because ShaDoWn did not have an observer. There were DTs in play, but he had an economy. He could make more observers. He could make them for days. And recalling was the best call there. Able to save his bases, deal with the army, and clean up Papy. And once again, Papy, he had potential. He had a lot of potential in that final game. I do think that it was the first big fight when he pushed out. There was a bit of a blunder there, a blunder moment when he threw away all of his Zealots when they were caught out towards the center of the map. That was brutal. I do think that Papy had momentum. He was ahead in supply. He could have potentially ended the game then and there. But ShaDoWn was able to pick apart the army, defend in the end, hold on, and make a game out of it. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to ShaDoWn. My condolences to Papy, but at least he forced the ace match. He made a series out of it. And we are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, the PvPs will continue. with our next series with DNS versus aLriG Fire. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up with Papy versus ShaDoWn. And the PvPs, they just keep on coming. As up next, we have DNS versus aLriG in another Protoss versus Protoss matchup. Again, there are a lot of Protoss players in these groups, so expect a lot of PvPs throughout the course of the European region. But it's okay. We like it. We like it, Papy. We like it. We are here to embrace it all here. And yeah, by the end of it, we will have seen everything that PvP has to offer. Potentially. We've already seen DTs win games in the previous series. What else can we see? We actually haven't seen any one-base all-ins yet. And of course, they are very map-dependent. We have seen these players dabble in that in the past. But we'll see. We'll see where we go here, as we are just going to be loading on into this lovely matchup. Oh, let's go. Let us go. Again, there's a lot of potential for aggression, or we could even just ease our way into it. Talking about the players a little bit, of course, DNS has been on fire recently. I would say that DNS has been the ace player of the Platinum Heroes in the most recent season of WTL, in WTL Summer. DNS, he was just amazing to watch. We saw him go toe-to-toe with some of the best players in the world, players like Serral, players like Maru. It was impressive to see DNS not cheese, but play macro and keep up with the best of them. But I just mentioned a Zerg and a Terran, and that has nothing to do with PvP. So here we go. Spotting in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the French Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player, representing his, I guess, relatively new team, Reynor Esports. It is the French Protoss. It is aLriG. Here we go. Again, aLriG versus DNS. aLriG relatively recently joining Reynor Esports. I mean, shout out to Reynor. In the ashes of Alpha X, Reynor Esports did rise up. They picked up a lot of players. They picked up Estrella, Future, as well as aLriG as well. And I believe this is the first season of aLriG in ESL Masters, just because he recently became of age. Up until recently, he was too young. He could not compete. He could not participate in ESL Masters until now. So yeah, this is going to be a learning experience for him. Obviously, he is an amazing player. He's a damn good player, but this is a new environment for our young Protoss, and we'll see if he can thrive in it. He did struggle a little bit in day one. Day one was rough. If you remember, aLriG was playing against Serral on the mainstream, and you don't get more difficult than that as your first match of your first ever ESL Masters season. So it was a little bit brutal going up against Serral, but you know, it gets easier from there. Serral, he is one of the favorites to win the entire event, and I'm sure aLriG, he is slowly gaining more experience and gaining more confidence as he goes on, as he gets into the rest of these matches. Meanwhile, DNS, of course, I mentioned before, I would say the ace player of Platinum Heroes. Now that the Platinum Heroes have picked up Firefly, it's debatable whether it's DNS or Firefly now. You could pick either or. Regardless, DNS is still a very strong competitor, and he was a bit of a dark horse, a bit of a wild card at the start of the year. It felt like DNS took some time off. It felt like he's been around for many years, to be honest. He's a name that I recognized from Heart of the Swarm even back in the day. And yeah, it felt like he took a little bit of time off. He kind of eased up here when it comes to competing, but did come back, and he came back strong again in that most recent season of World Team League. As, oh, we have a ribbon. As we are setting up for a one-base all-in from aLriG. Oh my god. Okay, no proxy, by the way. There is no proxy. Is going to be a robo first into a third gateway. DNS back at home is expanding, is none the wiser. He's going to try and get a scout off. The Adept does shade in, does confirm the lack of expansion, but he doesn't quite know what is in the main. As we now can focus on the game itself. It was a 2-gate opener from both players. Again, DNS is focusing on his economy, as he usually does. I alluded to it earlier when I was talking about how impressed we were when DNS was playing macro against some of these other big names. DNS usually plays standard, and there it is, a robo follow-up. So This is a defensive robo from DNS designed to get into early game immortal production and defend against all-ins. A very powerful tool here in PvP. Meanwhile, aLriG on the flip side, going into a War Prism first, into 3 gateway production, sending everything across the map, looking to break DNS. It's going to be close. DNS, even though he hasn't seen everything, you can see here that he hasn't seen the 3rd gateway, he hasn't seen the robo, he is piecing this together. 2 shield batteries, soon an overcharge as well. Sentries for force fields, a guardian shield, he is so well prepared for this. He is looking to be a brick wall, and aLriG is looking to try and break it down. Doesn't quite deny the scout. Hallucination, does make it across the map, and we just continue to warp in. Continue to commit. We have an immortal coming out back at home. A decent force field. There is no blink. No, but we cannot commit. Not yet. DNS, he has the Stalker advantage. We do have a couple more force fields available, and there we go. We do isolate one of those Stalkers, but the shield batteries keep everything alive. Not themselves alive, as one shield battery goes down. But we had a second to take its place, and we have a 3rd on the way. 3rd shield battery. Immortal arrives, and now with the Immortals, this becomes a much easier hold. I mentioned before, but again, with an early robo like this is the defensive building you want to grant you access to Immortals, and against any kind of gateway army, they are king. They are ideal. Void Rays also have a place in the other game as well. If we went for a Stargate opener, for example. As we do dive into the main base. With that Immortal, we get 1 Stalker. And we're going for the pylon. Can we get it? Looks like we barely cannot. DNS trying to pull apart the army of DNS. Goes for the force field. Does cut up the army. Oh my god, he catches 1. He catches 2 Stalkers. He forces the overcharge as well. But it looks like a DNS is buying enough time. We're running out of force fields. That was the last one for now. And that Warp Prism took a lot of hits. Almost goes down. Almost does it go down, but here we go, aLriG. There's no turning back from this. There's no expanding. There's no transitioning. And here we go. He does focus down one of the Immortals. Shield batteries are out of energy. There's no overcharge. And aLriG, he's breaking on through. The boys, they have to be pulled. Good juggling once again, keeping the Immortals alive. And DNS is hurting. He needs a little bit more time for another overcharge. A little bit more time for that 3rd, for another shield battery to finish up as well. Has the 2nd Immortal. Good force fields once again. Getting a Stalker, getting into depth for free. Because of the force fields, these Immortals, they could not fight. They could not be a part of this. We do have an overcharge, and aLriG has to respect it. He respects the overcharge, but he bleeds out a lot of units. Here comes another warp in. What's important, the Immortals are still alive. The overcharge runs out. And now we go in again. He catches an Immortal. Gonna be catching a 2nd Immortal as well. And it looks like aLriG, I believe he has done it. The Adepts are doing a great job tanking these Immortal shots. Oh my god, we are losing those shields. But once again, the Prism barely survives. It barely keeps the Immortals alive. 1 Immortal goes down. But that was only 1. And aLriG, he is snowballing out of control. Depowers the shield batteries. And we are busting into the main base. Again, this War Prism did so much here for aLriG. Was the MVP. We go for another warp in. There is no anti-air. The Prism survives. And this Prism was so close to going down as well. That would have changed everything. And DNS, he's just running out. He's running out of steam, running out of units. GG gets called. And aLriG will take game number 1. GG. The one thing that DNS was missing there in the defense, we were talking about the robo, it does give you access to Immortals. It also gives you access to Warp Prisms. And if he were able to sneak out a Warp Prism, then the force fields of aLriG would not have been as impactful, because we can basically defensive blink. You know, exactly what aLriG was doing. He was able to juggle his units and keep them alive. Whenever there was a force field from aLriG, basically it was secure damage. It was dead Stalkers or dead Sentries. Units were dying one after the other. They could not be saved because of the force fields. Likewise, that's where the War Prism comes into play. That's where you can kind of micro against your opponent and save those units, preserve your army, and build it up as well. Instead, we did have just massive mortal production instead. And to be fair, it is risky to invest into a Warp Prism, because just because it does mean that you're not making another immortal. So I understand that. I understand that completely. It is a risk to take, but based on how reliant we were on those sentries, aLriG was on those sentries, it may have been a worthwhile investment. That's, or just being a little bit more careful with your movements and not being as assertive with how you're pushing out. Respecting the sentries. GG. Regardless, GG, well played. The one base all in works out, and aLriG does take a lead. Can he extend that lead? Can he go further? Can he take game 2? Or will DNS fight back? I believe in the power of DNS. I want to see an ace match. I want us to go the distance, but it's not on me. It's on this player here. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, down in this series, but not out. It is DNS. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the other French Protoss, the red Protoss, representing Reynor Esports, leading the series 1-0 in his first season of ESL Masters. It is aLriG. Here we go. Again, I can even see some people in the chat be like, who is aLriG? I mean, he's been a very active player in the online tournament scene. That is true. But if you only watch events like ESL Masters, if you only watch Premier events, then you would not be familiar with aLriG because he was too young. He's too young, Papy. Mentioned before, this is his first season because he just hasn't been legally allowed to compete because of his age. But alas, that has ticked over. This is his first season, and not looking too bad here against the veteran that is DNS. But here we go. We do have our 2 gateways here from both players, 2 gate openers. aLriG, he does send out 1 probe. He could try to throw down his second pylon elsewhere. Try to hide it. Try to get into the head of his opponent. I do think it would be a good move to throw down the pylon. There we go. I do think this is really smart just because you're playing with the series. So game 1, aLriG went for 1 base all in, and it worked, right? He won the game. So now he's faking out a potentially 1 base all in to his opponent. And this is something that DNS is going to have to take seriously because, I mean, aLriG, what do you do at 2 games in a row, potentially? This pylon is hidden. aLriG scouts, confirms both pylons in the main base, so he knows that everything is where it should be. And aLriG is going to be, yeah, just going for a Stalker Sentry opener. There's the 3rd pylon. Probe is still in the main. I'm really interesting SimCity as well from aLriG. Do love to see it. Basically, he created like a trench here, which means he has a little bit more time to react to an Adept Shade. It does take an Adept a little bit longer to actually get into the main base, so you do have more time to throw down that wall. As DNS is going to be opening up double Stalker into double Adept. The probe of DNS is going to be scouting the edge of the map, looking for that pylon. Yep, he's sending out his Stalkers as well. So he is on the hunt, convinced that there's a pylon somewhere out there, and if there is, he wants to make sure he's aware of it, aware of what it is. Of course, we can see that the pylon is at the 3rd base of aLriG. The Stalkers, they do come back home. Behind this aLriG, again, he did go into 2 more sentries. He's going for the Hallucination Scout. And with this, he will confirm, okay, my opponent is expanding. I should be safe. My opponent is investing into a natural base. We get into the main. We get eyes on the shield battery. This shield battery tells us that DNS is a bit, he's afraid of a proxy Stargate, like potential oracles, or even a Stargate opener in general. Oh, as we do have an Adept taking a lot of extra hits. Oh my god. Likewise, it looks like we're going to be trading a Sentry for a Stalker. So we do barely pull back. Speaking of oracles, we do have 1 on the way for DNS. Did go for a Stargate opener himself. aLriG, he did scout it. He is in position. He has Stalkers in the main. Oh. As despite that, the Oracle finds damage in the natural instead. Oh god! Not like this. As the Oracle goes down, it flies too close to the sun. 3 workers for 1 Oracle. A good trade for aLriG. Bit of a blunder there from DNS, just getting a little bit too greedy. Not respecting his opponent's units enough. Now he is getting into a second Oracle, and there's potential. There's potential to do some counter damage and to catch up. But again, the Oracle, the tech here is quite expensive. It does delay Blink. And to only get 3 probes, that is not worthwhile. But here we go. Second Oracle moving towards the main base. There is no shield battery. Adepts try to shade in. They are denied. With the death of that probe, we can try to go for another shade, but aLriG very quick to replace it. He is in position. Oh, as we could just go straight for the natural instead. Yeah, we do commit. We go for the natural, but the adepts are so low. One goes down already, and so will the other. A good cleanup here from aLriG. He's got a third base on the way. Likewise, so does DNS, but DNS's, again, was quite a bit later than his opponent. So DNS, he's one step behind when it comes to third base timing. He's one step behind when it comes to his blink. We are even in workers, even slightly ahead for DNS. But the third base will make up for that. And again, there is still potential for DNS to get a couple more probe kills. He still has this Oracle alive. Could still get damage done, especially considering that there is no shield battery. So if aLriG is ever out of position, then probes will fall. Meanwhile, behind this, we have our follow-up here into the mid-game. We have a Robo, Forge for +1, and potentially Immortal production, or just a War Prism to reinforce. Observers, of course, just in case there are Dark Templar. Oh. Oracle has been spotted. aLriG are going to be able to rotate around. So DNS going to be marauding out here with his Stalkers. If his Oracle can maybe pull the army out of position, then that will create an opening here for DNS. As he has a pretty comparable army size. Oh, but he has been spotted. He has been seen. Yeah, and as aLriG gets distracted, here we go. DNS, he dives in. Gets one probe. Gets a second. Hey, it's something. It's damage. 2 workers and the Oracle does back up. Behind the scene, he's working towards charge, going for a gateway explosion +1 of his own. I'm a little bit surprised that aLriG actually hasn't invested, and he hasn't gone into charge himself. He's just committing to a purely Blink Stalker army, which is a thing, don't get me wrong. Like, it is a thing, but it's, you know, the quality here of the army isn't as high as it otherwise could be, and DNS could try to take advantage of that. Again, Zealots, they do have their role in PvP. But before charge is done, aLriG is pushing out. aLriG, he does have a Stalker lead. He has the War Prism. He's looking to hit with +1. A very strong timing here for the Red Protoss. And DNS, he's not ready for this. Again, his upgrades are later. Charge is later. He's working in Immortals. He's working on the Templar Archives for Archons. But aLriG, he's not waiting. He's not waiting for DNS, not waiting for those upgrades. He's pushing in. We have slow lots to defend. They're going to tank some shots. They will be tanking some shots. Overcharge comes into play as well. DNS trying to hold on, but the Concave is insane. Oh my god. As aLriG has a massive Stalker lead, 28-13, and aLriG, he's pushing on through. He's overwhelming the army. Again, a very strong timing behind this. The Oracle getting damage done at the natural, but it doesn't even matter, as aLriG dives on the forces of DNS. The boys are being pulled. Can we barely hold on? aLriG retreating back to that War Prism. The War Prism is going to go down. And DNS will hold. A costly hold, though. He loses 14, 15, 17 probes. aLriG takes it. He doesn't even need a 4th, but he takes it. Takes the 4th base. Now, a scary moment here is as we just shave off whatever we can. aLriG, he can just keep on pushing. I was gonna say that if aLriG backs off, then DNS, he gets away with Archons, he gets away with Immortals. Like we saw this with Papy versus ShaDoWn earlier, where the quality of the army is just becoming that much greater. But aLriG has an insane economy. Is this Ace's trap? Oh, massive stasis here, buying so much time for DNS, which means he can get away with this fourth. Here we go. The Prism goes down for a second time. The War Prism will fall, but a fourth base is up here for DNS. Bear that in mind. The Stalker count still looking insane. If we had the War Prism, we could reinforce. If we had the War Prism, we could maybe even kill DNS. So far, the Blinks are looking good. We have forced the Warp in back at home. A third War Prism on the way. We need to take care of them, Papy. We need to take care. As DNS, he has more breathing room. Dark Shrine on the way. Do we have detection? Uh-oh, we do not. aLriG does not have an observer. Blinking on forward, but alas, his Stalkers are very low. Very battered, very bruised. Again, aLriG, he was essentially all in earlier. He has +2, he's working on +3. Here comes the first Dark Templar. Moving across the map. We have cannons on the way, but no observers. I am worried here for aLriG. Like, he still has an overwhelming army. Like, he still has enough to push in. And hopefully enough time to make an observer. So here we go. He collapses on the fourth base. We have defensive DTs. Despite the overwhelming army, the DTs will eventually clean this up when we get on top of the Immortal, get on top of the army. Across the map, probes are going down. And the observer's on the way. DNS is going to be losing his entire army. Only DTs remain. And we can't deal with them. We have to retreat. We have to head towards the third. Looking for another mineral line. Yeah, and GG gets called. It's just too much. DNS had nothing left other than the Invisible Man. And aLriG will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. aLriG barely clutching it out, clinching it out there towards the end. Again, DNS, he just needed a little bit more time. There was no answer to the DTs, but at the same time, aLriG had just such a massive army working for him. Was enough to take it, and yeah, 2-0. Very solid performance here out of aLriG. Very well done. Was this his first win? I want to double check actually. I think aLriG was playing. I know that he played day 1. Did he play day 3 though? No, he didn't play day 2. But yeah, this is his first win. Congratulations, his first win of the season. aLriG, his first game, let alone series win. GG. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I wish aLriG the best of luck. I wish them both the best of luck here. Moving on here in this tournament, of course. Both DNS and aLriG are amazing players in their own right. And yeah, we'll be seeing more of them in the future rounds. Until then, though, we're going to be going on a short break, and we have one PvP left. One PvP left here for the Europe region. After the break, we have Spats versus Mana. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our final PV, or our final series, and I guess our final PvP as well, of ESL Masters Winter Europe. This is going to be our final series. After this, we're going to be going on maybe even a longer break, and we're going to be getting ready for ESL Masters Americas after this. So the night is still young and full of PvP. Don't worry about it. As we are diving into Spats versus Mana. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the German Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Spats. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have a big veteran of the scene, of the region. We have representing Team Liquid, the Polish Protoss player. It is Mana. Here we go again. Mana has been around for a very long time. He is a very historic player with a legacy behind him, having his own deep runs in WCS back in the day, the WCS Europe region. Very, just having one of the more iconic moments, actually, in StarCraft history. Always going to remember that time. I think it wasn't in the finals. I think it was in the semis, maybe the quarterfinals, when Mana did win on home ground with the home field advantage, having that moment where his girlfriend rushed up onto the stage and they had a moment on stage as well. Like, that was, yeah, that image is just burned into my mind when I think of Mana. And I mean, it was a long time ago at this point. I think it was like 2016 or something, like very long time. I'm sure Kura probably remembers a little bit better. 15?
It was 2015 in Krakow.
There we go, 2015. Oh my god, yeah, so I can't believe it's so long. That means, sorry, I thought it was the first year of Legacy, but 2015 means it was still Heart of the Swarm, actually, so a very long time ago.
That was actually the event where the Legacy of the Void trailer was first shown.
Yes, that was it, the first trailer of Legacy of the Void. Oh god, again, just some amazing moments here with Mana over the years, and we'll see if he can keep those moments going, because Spats is going for a proxy. Let's go. The PvP, the spice just doesn't stop here. We're waiting for the Cybercore to finish up. Cybercore is now done. It was a two-gate opener here on the high ground, and we're going for a one-base all-in. Proxy Robo from Spats. Here we go. Now, we have already had some one-base all-ins tonight, but I don't think we've had Proxy Robo yet. When we saw the one base all-in from aLriG Fire, it was a Robo from back at home. This is just that much more committed, that much more aggressive, and Mana, for the time being, is in the dark. He does know that the pylon is missing. He knows that the second pylon is not in the main, and he's looking for where it could be. Up! And he will come across it from the high ground. He does spot the pylon. He does spot the Robo as well. He's aware of what is going on, and back at home, he's preparing. Ooh, going for a Stargate response. Now, there's a couple of different ways that we can go here. Either we can start up Void Ray production, and early game Void Rays can be a very good defensive tool against Proxy Robo. We could even try and be a little bit greedy and go for an Oracle first to get across the map and cripple the economy, and then get into a Void Ray second. Which is considered to be a very greedy maneuver, a very risky move, but Mana could go for it. For now, he's just hunting down these adepts. One adept will fall. Immortal is on the way. And again, Spats has been found out. I didn't really get to talk much about Spats, but Spats himself is also a rising star. He recently, this year, joined Berserker Esports, and after joining it, I would say that he's the ace player on Berserker. The Immortal has arrived, already getting a lot of hits in on one of those Stalkers, zoning Mana away from his own main base. Meanwhile, no, we're going into Phoenixes initially. This will be a great way to shut down the Prism and to even CC the Immortal. And we're going for it. Here we go. We do commit to the fight. Immortal gets one extra shot in, but we CC it down, or we do crowd control it. We lift it up, and the Immortal will fall. A big pick off. And now this Prism, what can we juggle? Only Stalkers. Mana, so far a solid hold. Looking at the units lost tab here, he traded 2 Stalkers for 1 Immortal and 1 Adept. A good trade for Mana. And now he has additional Phoenixes on the way. And things are going from bad to worse here for Spats. Things are not looking good. As Mana, he bypasses the army. He's going straight for the Robo instead. Uh-oh. We're going to end up in a really awkward situation here. The Robo is going to get depowered, but at the same time, Spatsy just goes straight for the main. Goes straight for the main base, forcing a recall. Is going to be able to depower some of these gateways. But his own Robo has been depowered as well. Yeah, we're just going straight for the army. Straight for these Stalkers. A lot of hits coming in on the Prism as well. And Spats, he is just... he should be running out of steam here. The Prism up! Is going to go down just barely. Whew, with the final shot of that Phoenix. Meanwhile, we can't actually warp anything in. These gateways are depowered, and Spats does have the Stalker advantage. He does maintain control of the low ground. Behind this, Blink is on the way. There's that safety Void Ray that we were talking about. Void Ray is in production. And we're going to force a cancel. We do force a cancel on the natural. Spats, he's fighting back. He is fighting back hard. But now he's going to have to respect this position. He's going to have to respect the Void Ray. Back on off. And he's going for his own expansion. And because he forced a cancel on the natural base, like, he can transition out of this. He has a decent Stalker count. He's already working on Blink. Spats, he's not out of this yet. He may not have killed Mana, but he has done quite a lot of damage. On top of that, he reset the Phoenix count. Doesn't quite get the gateway in the end. It's tempting. Very tempting to go for the gateway. But Stats, he backs off. A mature decision. He doesn't want to throw anything away. Yo, Proxy Dark Shrine? No shot. We have a probe out on the map. We have a Robo for detection. We have Observer potential here. Yeah, all good. We don't have to be that crazy, as Mana's going to be expanding, taking his natural. Does have a shield battery on the high ground. He is very well set up. And Spats, he's got a couple of options here. He has 3 gateways of his own. He can go for a proxy 4th gateway and commit. Oh, he dives in. He gets 1. He gets 2 Stalkers. Trades 2 for 1. Good trade for Spats. He blinks forward. He blinks forward once again. Loses the Observer, but he gets another Stalker. Once again, losing one of his own, though. No! Bit of a miss rally. Mana is holding. And Spats does have to be careful not to overextend. He's waiting for another wave of reinforcements. He's keeping the pressure on. Of course, that shield battery putting in a lot of work. We have a second Immortal on the way. We're just picking off unit after unit. Against Spats, he is known for his blink control. He's a very aggressive player himself. Oh, doesn't quite break through. Now with the second Immortal, we cannot break this. Not anymore. With 2 Immortals, a Void Ray, a Shield Battery, and an Overcharge, no shot. And Spats knows that, so he takes the 3rd. Just to be expanding. His role here is just to contain. Pick off whatever he can, minimize his losses, contain Mana on 2 bases, and get ahead economically. Behind this, Robo's on the way for our own Observer, Prism. Of course, this Robo not really going to come into play anytime soon. As Mana's just continuing Immortals. So Mana, he doesn't have Blink. He won't have a mobile army like his opponents, but he's going to have a very robust army with Immortals. With potentially even more Void Rays, but we're staying on 1. Could work towards Archons early on as well. As Mana is breaking free, he can even juggle this probe down to expand. But now just moving out with Adepts. Sneaking on past. Charge on the way for Spats. Temple Archives for Archons. So Charge on Archon alongside Stalkers and not Immortals, but alongside the Stalkers. On the way for Spats. And it does feel like Spats has a solid lead here. Rotates around, just making sure there's no 3rd. Meanwhile, speaking of rotating, here come the Adepts. They shade into the natural and they're getting worker kills. Very necessary worker kills. Mana has been behind for quite some time and he gets 6 and a sentry. Oh my god. 6 probes and a sentry. Really good trade for Mana. Again, he needed to somehow stabilize, as he's still stuck on 38 probes. Still stuck on 2 bases. And now we're getting into Blinken +1. Mana catching up when it comes to the tech of his army. Oh, the Prism! Almost caught out. Oh, we get the Void Ray. As Mana does end up outpositioning his opponent for a moment there. Gets a couple of extra hits in. As Mana vies for map control. And he should be expanding. Okay, he should be taking that third. Mana isn't going to be pushing, and this means that Spats, all of those upgrades are kicking in. +1, charge. It is all coming into play. Oh, as once again, Mana going to be losing even more units. He still does not have Blink, but now he finally does. Now finally, Mana, he can keep up with the control of Spats. He has access to Blink. As Mana moves out, his third base is exposed. But this may be a one-way trip. We do force a cancel. We go for the recall, and 1, 2, 3 Stalkers go down. 3 additional Stalkers before the recall did complete. That did cost a lot of the army, and here we go. Mana, he's borderline all in at this point. He's retaking that third, but he's very committed. Here we go, the Prism. The Prism gets caught out. It falls. And once again, Mana's on the back foot. He's forced to recall. Will he lose the immortal? He loses 1! A big catch for Spats. And Mana is in a lot of trouble. He overextended, lost the War Prism, and he still does not have a third. Meanwhile, Spats, he can reinforce on the front lines. He can keep on pushing. It goes straight for the shield battery. He can collapse on the immortals as well. And there's no way to retreat. There's no way to save the immortals. Spats, he's snowballing out of control. GG gets called. And Spats will take game number 1. GG. The ace player for Berserker, Papy, popping off. And look, I'm a Damaga fan as well, okay? I love Damaga, Papa Damaga. But Spats looking strong here, taking game 1. I say looking strong. It was a very close early game. Remember, it was a very tight hold from Mana, where he barely wasn't able to save his Phoenixes, where Spats just doubled down and was able to cancel the natural. Canceling the natural was the pivotal moment where Spats was able to bring it back home and even get ahead economically, something that should not have happened. But alas, Mana just had a few too many losses, lost control of the natural, and yeah, really well done by Spats. Kind of turning what initially was a bad situation into a good one, and able to really flex his aggression. GG, well played. And now Spats needs one more, uno mas, to take the entire series. Mana, he needs to bring it back here and now. He needs to bring it all back. And we have our map of choice. We're going to be loading in to Oceanborn. Oceanborn is coming up next. And yeah, this is a really scary moment here. Spats, he went for a 1-base all-in initially, and he doesn't have to rely on that again, which could be a good thing for Mana, right? I'm sure Mana, he wants a normal game. He wants to get into a 2-base economy, into a 3-base economy, and thrive in the mid-game, I'm sure. Now, to be fair, we have been casting a lot of Mana recently. We have been covering a lot of the Polish regional events, and in those regional events, as you can imagine, we cast a lot of PvPs. You know, you've got Papy, you've got Rodzin, you've got Geralt, you've got Art, you've got Mana, Rail as well, as Rail now lives in Poland. And they face off time and time again, and we have seen Mana cheese himself. We have seen him proxy. Is that how he brings it back? We'll see. We shall see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss, representing Berserker Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Spats. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player from the land of Poland, representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. As we are settling into this so far, I imagine here in Game 2, Spats won't be going for a proxy robo, but what I would want out of Spats is to go for a fake proxy pylon. I would love to see a proxy pylon out of the map just to throw it out there, not to commit. We'll see if Spats does go for that, just to mind game Mana a little bit, get into his head, play with the series. As again, 2 gate openers all around. No one here is bold enough to try to go for a gate expand. No one is quite Max Pax or Firefly. There's curious, we casted ESL Masters Winter Asia earlier today, and Firefly on this map went for a gate expand. It was crazy. it was wild, Pop. It was wild. But neither one is going for anything as wild as that here. Again, just 2 gate openers, so you're taking our gases. Second pylon is thrown down in the main base for Mana. Likewise, the second pylon is thrown down in the main for Spats. He's not going to be playing with his reputation or playing with the series. Mana doesn't even probe scout. Oh my god. Bold move here. Mana does not send a probe out, so even if there was a proxy pylon, Mana wouldn't know about it. Crazy. Very bold move here, and I mean, it's working out. You know, Mana, I'm sure he's, with his experience, of course, just assuming that Spats wouldn't cheese him 2 games in a row. So he's blindly just getting into his opener and getting into his game. Now we do have Spats going for a pylon block here at the natural. Going to try and be annoying. This will also ideally scout the first 2 units. We can see that it's going to be Stalker Sentry from Mana. Meanwhile, Spats going for a double Adept. Of course, with Stalker Sentry, you can go for the Hallucination Scout. Expansion gets thrown down, and here come those Adepts. And we're doubling down. We have 2 Adepts, and we have 2 more on the way behind this. 4 in total. Adepts, they threaten a shade into the main base. Shield Battery gets thrown down in time. And of course, Hallucination has been scouted, has been spotted, and cannot be stopped. We're going up to 6. Oh my. We're going up to 6 Adepts here. My oh my. Spats throwing down a proxy pylon here to reinforce. Hallucination comes in, is going to confirm the lack of, well, the expansion at least, and the lack of tech for now. As the Twilight Council is thrown down after the Phoenix leaves. Oh no, sorry, as the Phoenix left. So Mana, he's aware of the Twilight Council. He does know. Now the oh my, no shot. We're going up to 8, and we commit. We commit to the shade. We're going straight for the Stalkers. 4 Adepts do take down, or they can go toe to toe with these 2 Stalkers. They are being outranged, but that is what the shade is for. As we force a recall, and we do get 1 Stalker. A good pick off at the same time. 2 Adepts shade into the main, but because of the recall, the army is in position, and only 3 probes go down. That could have been much worse. But yeah, Spats, he committed hard to this. Went up to 8 Adepts. Now, with enough Adepts, even a Shield Battery block and a Pylon block won't be enough. You can actually fight through that. But with this kind of Stalker army, I don't know if we ever really want to commit to anything like that either. There's potential. To throw down that Pylon. Back at home, we're working towards Blink. Of course, Blink is going to be a little bit faster here for Mana. You didn't have to invest into all these Adepts. Oh, good! Oh! As they do make it into the main. And we do shade into the natural instead, just picking up a couple more workers, recalling back home. Hallucination Scout is coming in. Mana getting eyes on Blink, confirming it. He's aware he doesn't have to be concerned with defending against Oracles or Phoenixes. He also confirms that there is no fast third. Now Mana can push out. So Mana should also recognize that he has the better army. We invested a lot into Adepts, and that means that we have 1 Stalker. And in a head-to-head fight, Stalkers, they do take down Adepts. This is actually a really scary moment. A very scary moment here for Spats. As here comes the counterattack. We have an Immortal on the way. We have a fake Immortal here, and it does tank a shot. Only 1, though. A couple of shots, actually. Oh, my god. As Mana does focus it down. Nice hallucination from Spats. And that is buying enough time for the real Immortal to come out. was a tense moment, but Spats should hold. Blink does finish off for Mana. He's going to be able to retreat. And Mana is at least containing his opponents. Behind this, he can take a third base. Does snipe a sentry. Very nicely done. Sentry goes down. Mana, he's going to be trying to slip behind the army. Heading towards that natural. But not quite getting a stalker. Losing his own. Spats trading a little bit better there. And behind this, Mana throws down additional gateways. A forge as well for +1. Still no third base. Not yet, but Mana is just waiting for those resources. As Mana races back home, Adepts, they rock up. They shaded once again. These were the same Adepts from the early game. They get into the main base and they are picking off worker after worker. 5, 6 probes go down. Can we get a 7? Not quite. But 6 workers. Good pickoffs here from Spats. He does have a worker lead, and now he's pushing out with everything he has. He has 2 Immortals with his army. And Mana has pure Blink Stalker. We are even in the Stalker count. Of course, Spats has to be very careful with how he maneuvers that War Prism. Doesn't want to lose it. Not again. Good target firing on that sentry. Mana, he has 1 defensive Immortal and a shield battery. Alongside the overcharge. Now, Spats, he could try to blink into the main. He's going for it. He's going straight for the main base, avoiding the shield battery. And he takes control of the ramp. Focuses down +1. The boys, they have to be pulled. And Spats is being forced out, but he can just leave. He bleeds out 2 Stalkers, and he gets everything else out of there. I'm loving the use of these Immortals. He has been babysitting them. Looking after them. Oof. And Mana has been outpositioned. Rotating back to the natural base. That Immortal taking some hits. He's going to stay alive. And I spoke too soon. 1 Immortal goes down for Spats. The second is exposed as well, and it will fall. The Prism. Where were you when we needed you most? As the Prism does come back into play. But Mana does hold. Este Prism. Ay. Some heavy losses for Spats. But Mana is still on the back foot, and we dive on top of the War Prism. We focus it down. The Immortal falls as well. And Mana, does he have enough? He's down heavily in the Stalker count. It looks like Spatsy snowballing out of control. There's just too much red Protoss here. Too many Stalkers. Too much of a lead. And Immortal does come out. But we just dive on it. The Immortal gets focused down immediately. And Spats, he's looking to make a statement here. Mana, he may be the veteran, but Spats is on fire. GG gets called. Spats will take the 2-0. GG, well played. And again, Spats, he has been on fire this year. He has been looking good. That's why he was picked up by Berserker a couple of months ago. And even in WTL, in the summer season, Spats, he was able to flex his skill and even have some of his own shining performances. Overall, Berserker did struggle, but Spats was able to show off a little bit more. And coming into ESL Masters Winter, Spats looking to make a name for himself, looking to prove to everyone, hey, look, I know everyone knows who Mana is, but now you know who Spats is. GG. GG. Congratulations. With that, that is going to be the conclusion of ESL Masters Europe for now, for the B stream. That was our final series, and I think what I love about tonight is that, yes, we did have a lot of PvPs. We had 4 PvPs. Actually, we had 5 if you count Asia as well. That's true, but all of them were all unique. We had some very unique games. We had a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression. Even when we got into the mid-game, into the late game, into the mid-game, yeah, even into the late game when we had disruptors versus disruptors, like, it was still a lot of fun and a lot of variety. So, yeah, that's what I appreciate the most here out of tonight's broadcast. Also, a shout out to Reynor and Cristiano. They were able to give us a little bit of variety as well, at least in the European region. So, yeah, GG, well played. Congratulations to all the players that did win today. My condolences to those that did take some losses, but I wish them the best, as the season is not over. They still have chances, ways to redeem themselves. with that, we are going to be going on an extended break. An extended, it shouldn't be for too long, but we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we have ESL Masters Winter Americas, Papy, Americas. As we do have a look at the schedule, we have Masa versus Foxer, we have aLriG versus Dolan, and M Canning versus Eggs, all on this channel. How dare they? For those who, I know there are a lot of people that are tuning in for the first time, or maybe I should say listening to our casting for the first time. I'm Live VIP. I'm a caster over on the Cranky Ducklings. I'm a founder of the Cranky Ducklings. And we are a casting team. We cast on our own channel on a daily basis. But we also have a pro team. We have some pro players signed to us. And two of them are aLriG and Dolan. And they happen to be facing against each other in the Americas region. And we have to cast it. It isn't just that they play. We knew that they were going to play against each other, but we have to cast it as well. For not of the mainstream. What's going on, Bobby? What's going on? Rotterdam, BMO. Forcing us to cast our boys kill each other. Feels bad, man. So my heart is going to be torn later on tonight when I have to cast my boys and I have to pick favorites. I refuse to pick favorites sometimes. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, ESL Masters Winter Americas. See you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just concluded with ESL Masters Winter Europe, and now we're here with our final region of the night with the Americas. The Americas, Papy. Here we go. And we have 3 matches for you lined up tonight. 3 beautiful matches and quite a lot of diversity as well. I think the chat did point out no more PvPs for the B stream. We're done. The mainstream, they can handle those. We are going to be starting things off with Masa versus Foxer, into aLriG versus Dolan, into M Canning versus Eggs. And here we go. We're diving into our first best of 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the American Terran player, the red Terran representing Berserker Esports. It is Foxer. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Terran player representing Storm Gaming. It is Masa. Here we go. And we were fortunate enough to cast Masa a couple of days ago. It was Masa versus Disc in a TVP. And we did learn that Masa was a little bit influenced by Dolan. For better or for worse. Was influenced by Dolan, and Masa was hyper aggressive against Disc. We saw Masa try to go for a 2-factory Hellbat all-in that was completely shut down. And the reason why I bring that up is not to bring back some bad memories from Masa, but to bring back the fact that we could be seeing, again, something a little more aggressive and less standard. Now, TVT, I do feel like Masa, that's his bread and butter. I do think this is his best matchup, and I imagine we should be opening up standard here in this first series. But the opportunity is there, you know, like we've already seen some signs of aggression from Masa, and he could try to whip that out here in the TVTs as well. The new Cyclone? Potentially. Potentially. For now, we do have 2 double gas openers from both players. Double gas here from Masa, double gas from Foxer as well. Which does mean we are going for faster factories, a very safe opener, and what can lead into a little bit more aggression as well so far in this TVT. Hardlead, of course, has a very short rush distance by ground, very short rush distance, so as a result, you can be that much more aggressive. We can head into a 1-1-1, into a tank drop even, or even a cyclone drop. There's a lot of potential here, a lot available to our 2 players, as we should eventually be working towards our expansions. I can't imagine we're going for a 2-base or even a 1-base all-in. Not yet, not in this series. In the past, we've seen that occur a little bit more frequently on Neo Humanity, but on the new map pool, I don't know if there's any kind of map that really screams that. Reaper does get eyes on the CC here of Foxer. We're going to be applying a bit of pressure, getting a couple of hits in. Oh, zoning Foxer away. We will get the SCV. Very nice control here out of Masa. He was the first to shoot. He forced Foxer back. He does delay the expansion by quite a bit, actually. He comes back for more. He shouldn't get more, but he's back nonetheless. Oof. And was Masa too greedy then? In the end, no, he was not. The second Reaper does arrive. Does grenade himself for a moment, but he gets a second SCV. He gets a third. Oh my. This is getting out of hand. Hellion has arrived. Good KDA charges, as these Reapers should be getting the hell out of here. Another Hellion has arrived. Oof. You see Foxer clean up these Reapers. Takes both of them down. And should it bring down the Hellion as well. 1 shot away. Does fall. Good trades here. Good cleanup out of Foxer, but a very delayed expansion. Masa will get his own CC up and running. Back at home, he's getting into a safety Cyclone. Does he know that you don't need a tech lab to make Cyclones anymore? Oh. That's one of the things about some of these returning players. There are some players that only do participate in ESL Masters, not in online weekly events. And here we go, Marines are falling one after the other. Foxer, now it's his turn to snowball out of control as he gets into the middle line, but a Cyclone does pop out, and the Reapers will fall. Masa does hold, and at the end of the day, Masa, he still has a faster natural, faster mules. He's ahead in workers by 2. And in general, Masa, I would say, is in a better position. Both players are working towards tank production. Masa did prioritize that medevac, so he can go for some drop play with his first tank. He's just waiting for it to come out. waiting for it to be produced. So here we go with it. We should be zooming across the map. So again, the aggression is still on here from Masa. As he moves out, there is nothing at home to defend. These Hellions, they could go for the mineral line, but they don't know. They don't know that there's nothing at home. As they now do test the waters, there are 2 Marines. But last, we have to pull away from the mineral line. Reapers at the same time, they get into the main base. Foxer is going to be getting a lot of damage done. At the same time, though, Masa, he dives into the main base. He sieges inset main. And he will take control of that mineral line. Back at home, reinforcing tanks will clean things up. Viking will force Masa back as well. Does get some good volleys. Oh my god, will he get a tank? Oh, just barely doesn't. Can he? Oh, just barely does not. And Masa will be cleaned up. The medevac falls of the tank as well. We have a cyclone into Masa. He's just rallying everything across the map, and it's working. He's pulling Foxer apart. He may have lost his army for the most part, but he did get 12 SCVs. And Masa cleaned up those Hellions and those Reapers as well. So even though this has been a little bit messy and we've been taking some hits, both left and right, both for Foxer and Masa, he is ahead over 10 workers. 26 workers here for Foxer is what my brain was thinking of. He even takes down the Viking across the map. And Masa is pushing. Now, Foxer does have 3 tanks back at home. It's going to be difficult to break this contain, to kind of break this setup. But Ravens will make it easier. There it is. We have Interference Matrix on the way. Masa slowly edging on forward here, getting within range of the tank. And Foxer, he doesn't see. Yeah, Masa shoots first. And he will take down the tank. Again, really good positioning out of Masa. Foxer, he thought he was safe. He thought he was safe, Papy. More volleys coming out within range of that natural. Foxer does not have Interference Matrix. He can throw down auto turrets, yes, but that's all he can do. Foxer, he's going for it. He cannot afford to lose this expansion. He's pulling the boys. Likewise, auto turrets are thrown down for Masa. Cleans up the SCVs. He will be losing these tanks, but he gets 10 workers. Masa, now he is up 20 workers. I misspoke before, but this time it's true. Oh my god. Takes down additional Marines. Masa is forced back. And he's already got a 3rd CC done. They're going to be landed on location. Masa just miles ahead at this point. Now, what does Foxer have going his way? Now, Foxer, he's heading tanks. 4 tanks to the 3 of Masa. So he has a tank lead. He also has Ravens, of course, which always have value. There it is. Interference Matrix is being researched. So these Ravens, they can make up for, again, being caught out of position or catching Masa even in position. Disables are a huge factor to be thought of here in this matchup. For Masa, he's not slowing down. He's got his 3rd, slowly getting up and running. He moves out. He does get spotted by this Marine. Foxer's aware. He should be sieging. He's getting in position. Boys preemptively pulled to repair. But we have Vikings. Masa has the air control. He has 4 Vikings against the 0 Vikings of Foxer. His Ravens are being zoned away. He's looking for those Ravens. Trying to figure out where they are. Foxer coming in from behind. There are the disables. Likewise, we have the counter disables of Foxer, or even auto turrets. But the Ravens will go down. Aye. We do barely keep one of these tanks alive, pushing forward with the other. The Vikings, they can land! And they will land on the tanks. And this position will be broken. Masa will break into the natural, and there's nothing to stop him. Not anymore. As the tank count was reset. We have reinforcements on the way. We have SCVs. The base is going to go down. No. It's going to be a kill in the natural. GG gets called, and Masa will take game number 1. GG. My God, a very aggressive game one as well out of Masa. He was just constantly in the face of Foxer, just not allowing him to breathe from the beginning, from the get-go, with his first Reaper. He was just constantly in the face, and yeah, Masa, eventually the pressure became too much. Foxer was broken, and Masa takes a lead. He does take a lead, and now Masa needs one more, one more win here to take the entire series, and he's gonna need it. We mentioned before that we were fortunate enough to cast Masa earlier, a couple of days ago, in day number 2 of ESL Masters Winter, and he had a hard time against Disc, a very hard time against the NA Protoss. So Masa, he needs to put some points on the board. He needs to fight back here in his group to have a chance at actually qualifying and making it out. We'll see if he can. We'll see if Foxer can even. As Foxer likewise had a rough road himself. And I don't think he really got to show off, right? Like, that's the thing. Because Masa was so in his face, Foxer, he was just having a really hard time establishing himself in that game. And I feel like we haven't really seen what he's capable of. Not yet. And I want to. I want some more Foxer, Papy. And we'll see if we can get it. As we're loading in to Alkione. Here we go. And this morning, in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran. The American Terran player representing Berserker Esports down in the series, but not out. It is Foxer. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Canadian Terran player representing StarStorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. Looking to close it out. It is Masa. We go. Hold on. Here we go again. Foxer looking to fight back, looking to bite back, but Masa actually maneuvering elsewhere here on the map, looking for potentially a proxy Rax. What do you have in store for us? Where are we headed, Papy? And there is the Rax has been thrown down. It's going to be a 2 Rax opener here from Masa. One at home, one across the map. Not as committed as a proxy 2 Rax, for example. A little bit middle of the road here from Masa. But of course, once again, he wants to be in the driver's seat. Once again, he wants to be dictating the pace of this game. He's going for it. Meanwhile, Foxer going for a double gas opener. I mean, both players are. Single Rax into a factory. A mirror here of what Foxer went for in game 1. And we'll see what Masa brings to the table. We'll see if he's able to gain any ground here, as the factory is on the way. I'm sure Masa was hoping for maybe a more economic opener, as the Reaper, the SCV was a little bit stuck. Was a little bit stuck. He's going to have to waddle back home. But I'm sure Masa was hoping for maybe a single gas opener into a Rax expand, and then Masa would just be able to abuse him. But as a result, Foxer will eventually get a Hellion. He's also scouting. He's checking at his third base locations, making sure that there is no proxy. Reaper will dip back in, as this is just a little bit too far out. There's that CC on location, and here comes the first Reaper from Masa. So far, trading blow for blow, but here comes the second Reaper. He wants it! He does dive on 4. He will get a snipe on that SCV. It will delay the expansion. Can't quite break the Reapers of his opponents, not yet. Foxer, he has been able to keep up with his control. For the time being, and up! Oh my god! That Reaper will barely go down. Hellion arrives. We're trading 1-for-1 here. With the help of this Hellion, we should be able to resume or retake control of the natural. I spoke too soon! Second SCV goes down. Masa continuing Reaper production. He's got a Hellion on the way as well. Oof. Masa potentially overextending here, but he's doing a great job at just delaying this expansion. Killing 2 SCVs, and that third SCV looking a little bit low. Does pull it back. Cyclone does arrive, and with the arrival of this Cyclone, Foxer, he should be able to hold. Now, in the midst of all this chaos, oh, God. As Foxer should be able to force his back. Masa is expanding. He's taking his natural base, and it is going to be quite a lot faster compared to his opponent. Oh my God! He comes in from behind. Snipes another SCV, delaying the expansion once again. Not like this. But Foxer is not going to take this lying down. We have a medevac on the way. A second Cyclone as well. Foxer is looking to go for a big counterattack. He throws down a third CC. A very fast third CC for a TVT. For a Terran versus Terran. But this is a way to come back. So Foxer is going to be aggressive with this drop, but he's being very greedy behind it. Straight into that third base. Meanwhile, back at home, Masa, he's getting into his own setup. 2-on-1, soon to be 3 racks, 1 or 3-1-1 even. Building up that tank count, looking quite solid back at home. We don't have too much of a buffer here. We don't have many Marines at all. Here we go. Foxer is pushing. He has those 2 Cyclones. He's chasing down these Reapers. And Masa doesn't have too much to defend. He has that 1 tank, yes. Can he cover both his main and his natural? He has to pick one. And he picks his main. There we go, a Mule falls. But we have another tank. A good juggling here from Masa. Avoiding those lock-ons. Takes down the Cyclone. And Masa will hold. He's going to lose some additional Marines. A couple more workers will go down. But yeah, Foxer needs to get the hell out of here. With this Viking, though, it's going to be difficult to escape. Up! Oh, as the medevac falls. We trade a medevac for a Viking. And this Cyclone is stuck. We have to rescue the Cyclone, Papy. It's stuck on this half of the map. We'll save you. We'll come back for you. It's okay. Not anytime soon. We're making Ravens. Uh-oh. We can work through some rocks. It's okay. There it is. SCV's on the way to open the door. To let the Cyclone in. Scan reveals that the third base is done. That the orbital is complete. A big scout here from Masa. Going for his own counter tank drop. Meanwhile, the Cyclone does waddle in. But does get caught out by Marines. Cyclone will fall. The boys are being pulled. And these tanks are looking so exposed. Oh my God. This was a big overextension out of Masa. Throwing away 2 tanks for free. Again, Masa just a little bit too adventurous. Coming in before his reinforcements, before his Marines. That was a big loss for Masa. And Foxer, he may be behind in workers now, but he's eventually going to catch up. Once he expands. There's a third tank. There is a third tank here on the low ground. Foxer still stuck on 2 bases. He's making 3 SCVs at a time, though. He's catching up. Meanwhile, back at home, Masa is working on his own third CC. Building up his forces, his tanks. This is still anyone's game. And because Masa lost his 2 tanks earlier, Foxer now has a tank lead. He's repositioning, going to be picking up his own third CC, and he will take control of his third base location. As he does, Masa, being a little bit sneaky here, comes in from behind, slips into the main base. Unscattered. Ooh, Foxer actually doesn't really have much here to defend. Uh-oh. Yeah, we just dive on in into the mineral line. 3 SCVs, 4 SCVs go down, and counting. And Foxer was just out of position, caught completely off guard. 6 workers go down, and the medevac survives. Just barely makes that alive. As a result, Masa, he has a 10-worker lead. His third base is on par with his opponent. Scan reveals the army. Masa doesn't really want to fight with that or tango with that. Tangle even. And he's going for a 4th base on location. Yeah, I mean, Masa, he knows he has map control. He knows that he's keeping Foxer pinned back. Going in once again with another drop, but this time there's a tank. There are tanks and Marines ready for it. Masa does have stim. Oh. But yeah, doesn't find any damage here. And Foxer is stabilizing. He's slowly stabilizing. Just trying to secure himself. Getting into the rest of his production. Stim, combat shields +1. Masa, though, has a lot more going his way. And he's pushing. Now, how many Ravens? We have 3 Ravens for Foxer against the 2 of Masa. Disable Interference Matrix is done for both players. We have a scan, just getting confirmation on the saturation of the third base. Masa rotating around, looking for a way in. Sensor tower is just about to finish. That will reveal the army if it does edge on any closer. Oh my god, we could even try to go for a drop into the main. We're going for it. There is a bit of a gap here in vision. There are a couple of Marines in position, but 3 Marines, that is not going to stop 4 medevacs. It'll stop 1. Definitely this one. But not all 4. You can see these tanks repositioning, keeping the attention of Foxer here on the front lines, and we go for the drop. We commit, not a single medevac goes down. We dive on top of the tank. The boys are being pulled. And Masa, did he overextend? No, he takes control of the main. He gets on top of the production as well. At the same time, the tank's also within range of those gas geysers. But Foxer is going to collapse on this position. He cleans up the tanks, but he loses 14 SCVs. Ay, ay, ay. He takes down 2 gas geysers as well. And Masa, he's just pulling Foxer apart. Foxer having a hard time keeping up. The drop is... Oh my god! We don't want to go back in. No, not yet, Papy. Not yet. Masa reinforcing here on the front lines. Coming out with his tanks. Not quite committing. But Masa, when it comes to his army, it's getting out of hand. He's up 30 supply. He's up in tanks. Down in Ravens. The Ravens could potentially win a fight here. But Foxer, he's not at the third base. Masa, he does beat him here. He sieges his tanks. And he dives on top of the CC itself. Big anti-armor missile as well. And show us the disables. Oh my god, the third base goes down. There's just too much DPS. There's too much here. Masa can even win this fight as well. The anti-armor missile putting in so much work for him. The tanks, the disables have run out. And at the same time, we go back into the main. Masa just all over this. All over the bases of Foxer. And eventually he will be forced back. Eventually. But what are we really holding on to? 20 workers go down. The third base as well. Foxer has a decent tank line. But he's only protecting his natural. Scan does reveal that. Now Masa doesn't want to overextend. He should be leaving this position. No, never mind. He's reinforcing. He's just pushing in. He doesn't care. Not anymore. He knows how far ahead he is. He sims on forward. Gets on top of the tanks. This is going to be a rough trade for Masa. Oh my god. He's bleeding out a lot. He gets 2 tanks for all of those Marines. A bit of an overextension. The army supplies are actually quite close and we're going in. Good target firing out of Masa. He gets one of those tanks, but the Marines, they close the gap, and Foxer cleans this up. Again, Masa, he just stuck around a little bit too long. Was too cavalier here. I mean, he's getting a 5th base. Like, his economy is still looking strong, but Foxer has a comparable army, and he can push. He's pretty much all in at this point. It's all or nothing, but Masa, he can replace what he's been losing, and Foxer cannot. Masa will lose 2 tanks. But Foxer, he's running out of steam. He's got a handful of Marines. He has his 2 tanks. He has to keep pushing. There's no turning back around. More Marines racing across the map. And what do we have at home to defend? 3 tanks. 30 Marines. And it's just an uphill battle here for Foxer. There's a planetary as the 4th. Soon to be planetary at the 5th base. Now, there are no sensor towers because Masa's been hyper-aggressive. Potentially, we could try and go for a Doom drop. A Scan is keeping an eye on those medevacs. Masa, he doesn't want to be caught out of position. If Foxter's able to catch Masa with his pants down, he could take a fight. If he catches Masa on siege. Foxter, though, is going to back off. See Masa scanning, making sure that there's no fourth. Scanning the main army as well, deterring Foxter from loading up. Masa, meanwhile, working on 3-3-3. The disables up. Takes down one tank. You can see that Masa, he wants to fight, he wants to push out, but he has to respect the tanks. Oh my god. As Masa throws one of his tanks away. At the same time, a double drop runs into another army. Runs into reinforcements. Full medevac goes down. Foxter going to threaten a drop into the main. Again, I feel like drop play was maybe the only option for Foxter. But the reality is that whenever he tried to back off and potentially go for a drop, Masa would scan. He just was constantly scanning the army, keeping tabs on those medevacs. And there was no way for Foxter to maneuver around them. And now Masa's about to max. He's on the brink of maxing out. Scanning ahead of time. He has eyes on the tanks. There we go. We have the siege. It's all or nothing here for Foxter. He has to commit, but he takes an anti-armor missile to the face. And all these tank shots as well. The Marines, they trade with each other. But Masa still has more coming across the map. Trying to force the issue. Takes down one more tank. There's one tank left here for Foxter, but it will go down. And that is it. That is the army of Foxter annihilated. And now Masa can just keep on pushing. There's nothing to stop him. Third base is going to go down for a second time. And Masa and TVT not relying on cheese, but relying on aggression. Just very aggressive plays here from Masa in both Game 1 and Game 2. Boys, they're being pulled here for one last-ditch effort. But last man with gun is too strong. GG gets called, and Masa will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. This time committing to a proxy Rex. Again, doing so much with his first couple of units, with his Reapers, with his Hellions. Just never really giving Foxter a break throughout this entire series, both Game 1 and Game 2. A very active style out of Masa. Very fun style, I will say. Fun to watch. I'm sure frustrating to play against, or just stressful to play against. Foxter was just stuck at home the entire game. He could never counterattack. He tried to. He wanted to, but he couldn't. With that, GG, well played. Congratulations to Masa. My condolences to Foxter. If I'm not mistaken, Foxter, he has been having a bit of a hard time so far. Some rough matches. He went up against Estrella in day 1, and yeah, here against Masa, struggling as well. But I do wish him the best. I wish him the best. He has a couple more days ahead of him. He can redeem himself. He can fight back and get some points on the board. So best of luck to Foxter. Congratulations to Masa. As we are going to be heading towards a small break, I need to prepare my heart. And we're going to be dragging another Duckling on to co-cast alongside me as well. Because up next, we have a Duck versus Duck. We have aLriG versus Dolan. See you soon.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We just wrapped up a TVT between Masa and Foxer, and now we're back with some DVD. And of course, for this momentous occasion, I'm no longer alone. I am with my lovely co-caster, a fellow cranky duckling. Everyone welcome Yakuzaku to the stream.
Hello! Quack!
Quack, Papy, quack.
Indeed. We looked at this match that we were going to have to cast today, and we decided, you know what? This is not a one-duck job.
Exactly. The Duck Civil
Duck
War.
job.
The Civil War has begun, Papy. The Civil War has begun. Duck versus Duck. For those that are curious the hell we're talking about, up next we have Dolan versus aLriG, and we are the Cranky Ducklings. I even have my jersey here. Yaku as well. We brought out our jerseys, as our players have their own jerseys as well, as both Dolan and aLriG are on the Cranky Ducklings. They're one of us, Papy. They're one of us.
Yeah. Both of them. And speaking of being one of us, we're going to start things off here on Alkion. We're over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right. We have our red Terran player coming out from the land of America. He is, of course, going to be representing the Cranky Ducklings. Everyone give a quack. He is Dolan.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian aLriG player, also representing the Cranky Ducklings. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. The F in his name stands for fear. It is aLriG.
I was tempted to bring out the copy pastas, as we do have them for both of our players, but then I decided, you know what? I'd rather not be responsible for timing out half of the entire viewer base.
True. Be very careful with copy pastas, because the Autobot mod is ruthless, is not holding any punches. So be be very careful with any kind of copy pastas that you throw down. We do not take responsibility for who gets timed out.
Indeed. As we're not quite a bot.
Yes, exactly. We're also getting into game number 1 here. For those wondering, again, we have been, oh my god, we have been wonderful fans of these players here. We have been fans of them even before they were on the Cranky Ducklings, and we were given the opportunity to have them join us as well. And they're both amazing players in their own rights, but Dolan, he is the brain of Voltron for a reason. He is going for a proxy factory and one factory back at home as well. Yeah.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Light? Already, Dolan's sending out his initial Marine to deflect this Overlord.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to witness the other day Dolan versus Trigger, where he also went for a bit of a proxy double factory build like this. And of course, I think all of us were thinking it, Loco and Wardy as well, when they were looking at the build, were thinking, isn't this meant to be a TVZ build? Well, it seems like Dolan took that into account. I am, of course, talking about very quick 2-factory Hellbats coming out.
Yeah, so this could be one of two things, either 2-factory Hellbat or 2-factory Cyclone. Both are possible, and we'll see which one we commit to. As you mentioned, 2-factory Hellion all-in or Hellbat all-in did occur against Trigger, but the Lings, they do bust into the natural base. They delay the add-on switch here as well, and they get a Marine, but they do not get a full scout of the main.
Yeah, nice stutter stepping coming out here from Dolan, but some very unfortunate timing to lift up that factory as well. aLriG might not have been able to get into the main, but I think he knows what's up now that he scouts that there's no natural base, there is an add-on swap, and yeah, he's taking this very, very seriously, throwing down a Spine Crawler and a Roach Warren.
Yes, so 2-factory Mass Cyclone. This is something that Beyond did in GSL. Oliveira did this a couple of days ago, or last week in KSL, and we're pulling the boys alongside this. Dolan going completely all in here. He's just setting it across the map. As you mentioned, though, aLriG is preparing. He has to save the Roach one. 5 Roaches on the way alongside a Spine Crawler.
Yeah, not a lot of energy on these queens, and I do have to worry for aLriG a little bit when it comes to Roaches. Cyclones did get a little bit nerfed. I mean, they're not as tanky as they used to be, but lock-on is still no joke.
It is no joke, but again, the range is that much shorter. The Queen does pull out of range. It looks like we've tried to focus that we will get one Cyclone.
Yeah, nice target firing coming out here from aLriG. SCV is unfortunately not quick enough into repair and actually body blocking a little bit.
Whoop. Oh my god, exactly. There's a lot of damage is done to those Ravagers. Sorry to the Roaches, but they're being morphed into Ravagers as we speak. The Queens are being brought to the front lines. The Spine Crawler, a massive kind of anchor point here for aLriG. He is holding, but the Cyclone count is slowly getting higher. He wants another one of those Cyclones. He gets it.
Yeah, they're so transfused, Papy. The Spine Crawler is insanely low. aLriG is getting very, very desperate just to keep that alive. As you said, that's the anchor point. That's kind of the backbone of aLriG's defense, but I fear he has overextended just a little bit too much. Thankfully, he bought himself enough time for a Queen to come down, for a transfuse to be thrown on that Spine Crawler, and just like that, aLriG's defense is going to live a little longer.
Yeah, but he lost a lot of Roaches, a lot of Ravagers. Ideally, to defend against this, you want Lings, by the way. You don't want Roaches. You can see how well these Cyclones can kite. To be fair, the Cyclones are very low. Like, one wrong move, and a lot of these Cyclones will die. Bear that in mind. Dolan has to be very careful here with his control.
As another Cyclone falls, I am staring at this red health Cyclone in the middle of the pack that has just fallen. It got aggroed a couple of times in the past. Thankfully, Dolan was able to pull it back, but in the end, it did fall. aLriG is buying himself a lot more time, and as this goes on, I do think that it's going to be better for aLriG.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the time is on his side. He's droning behind this. He has better saturation. Good lock-ons here on the Lings and Roaches, and aLriG is pushing very far off the creep, but he catches another Cyclone.
The poor misrallied Cyclone coming out here. It just wanted to help, but it immediately got singled out and targeted down.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see that aLriG, his Ravager count's getting higher. The Queen count is getting higher as well. And we are just running out of steam, running out of momentum. We get two Ravagers, though. Big pickoffs for Dolan.
Yeah. That's actually a lot of zoning and a lot of DPS that just went down. Dolan still has to be very, very careful. One base is enough for him to make 4 Cyclones at a time, and I mean, I guess he's trading decently well. aLriG has been forced to make nothing but Roaches, but again, this is going to come down entirely to the control, which will become easier for aLriG as time goes on and he's able to build more and more Roaches and Ravages.
Yeah, it will become easier here as another Queen is going to fall. Dolan is getting some pickoffs, but the reality is that he's been bleeding out a lot of Cyclones, and now he's losing his SCVs. Again, they were here to repair earlier, and they've been going down one after the other, even repairing each other here, as Dolan is now up to how many? 9 Cyclones. He does get some decent lock-ons, but as time goes on, like, aLriG, his defense is just getting stronger and stronger. He's even taking some more gases. He's even droning.
Yeah, 10 Roaches, 4 Ravagers. This is enough to start one-shotting Cyclones. Dolan still completely all in. No second base on the horizon.
There's even a link. There's even a link here as well. So aLriG, he knows that there's no second base. I mean, shout out to aLriG. He has not F2'd. Otherwise, this link would have left by now. So yeah, he has eyes on everything, just making sure that Dolan is all in.
And all in he is. I'm honestly surprised that there's still enough income to continue sustaining this production, but aLriG has had enough. He knows that he has far more army supply. It's 40 versus 18, and while Cyclones can kite, eventually you're gonna run out of room.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we had a good start for Dolan. He was trading well. Things were looking dicey for aLriG, but at this point, like, he has a good enough economy to sustain these Roaches, even though he is bleeding out a lot. Even though these haven't really been the best trades for aLriG, they've been good enough. Look at the resources lost here. Actually, Dolan trading worse when it comes to minerals, a little bit better when it comes to gas, but that's 20 dead Cyclones against 20 dead Roaches.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're starting to get to the point where aLriG is so far ahead when it comes to resources that he can just start trading inefficiently and forcing the victory, but he hasn't even traded inefficiently that much yet.
Yeah, it's been relatively even trades. Okay, I think that just does come down to the target firing that we've been seeing here from aLriG, the biles as well, and ideally this snowballs out of control. Ideally, you want to be building up the Cyclone count. It's kind of like Stalkers in PvZ or PvP, where you just build them up over time and then you snowball out of control. But Dolan, I don't think he's ever had more than 9 Cyclones, really. He's just been losing them.
Well, I have heard that Cyclones are deterrent Stalkers, and much like Stalkers, a mass amount of roaches will put a quick end to them.
That's not wrong. That can happen here as we have another cyclone going down as well, and Dolan is also running out of mineral patches back at home. I mean, he doesn't even have full base saturation to be fair, but GG gets called. He's run out of steam, and aLriG will take game number 1.
The absolute MVP of that match has got to be the Spine Crawler. Imagine if that went down. Imagine if it wasn't able to continue giving it zoning potential. I do think Dolan would have been able to flood more cyclones in. But aLriG kept it alive, and with that, is able to take game number 1.
GG, well played. And again, I mentioned before, but this build has been broadcasted to a lot of people already. Again, Bjorn did it in GSL, Oliveira did it in KSL. Like, people have been catching wind of this, and I'm sure that this isn't the first time that aLriG has seen this build either. So his reaction to throw down the Spine Crawler to start up the Roach Warren as quickly as he did was the correct one, of course. And he was able to sniff out the all-in without even scouting the proxy.
Yeah. Didn't scout the proxy. He actually wasn't even aware that cyclones were coming his way. He was building roaches as opposed to lings for a while, but like you said, he did the safest response to something like this. You see a reactor on your factory. You don't know if it's going to be Hellions. You don't know if it's going to be cyclones. Either way, just throw down the Spine Crawler and get the Roach Warren to give yourself options, right? After you confirm it, that's when you start building your units.
Exactly. Ooh,
well, no, what I mean is, after you confirm it, then you know what units to have. You still want to be making units. You don't want
to hold on to your lava, Papy. You don't want to hold on. But as you're saying, he was able to correctly identify what was coming out. And aLriG does take the first game, but now we're getting into game 2. It is a best of 3, of course, and I want to believe that Dolan can bring it back. He doesn't have to just rely on Shees. Dolan is typically an aggressive player, but he can take it to the late game. We have seen him play Mech, and Mech has had quite a shift as well in recent times. With the new Cyclone, it is a little bit different, and you can even incorporate other forms and other forms of Mech, with the new Banshee as well.
Yeah. It's not just Battle Mech and, mostly just Battle Mech that we were using Banshees for in the past. Now you can also have Siege Mech, and those are the only 2 types of mech.
That's true.
Usually. Sky Mech is not a thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. We have seen players experiment with going Mass Banshee, up to 6 or 8 Speed Banshees, and having them shock around with the Battle Mech as well. I don't think we've quite come up with a name for that. We just say Battle Mech with Banshees. But yeah, there is potential for that for Dolan. But now that aLriG is up in this series, Dolan, he isn't the only aggressive one. aLriG is likewise very like-minded, and we've seen him just go crazy here in ZVT as well.
Oh yeah. I have to say, it's kind of unfortunate that we do have a team kill this early on, but if we had to have a team kill, I'm at least kind of... I don't want to say I'm glad that it's aLriG versus Dolan, but the silver lining is what you alluded to over there. These are probably the 2 biggest brains that we've got in the clan. We have the brain himself, Dolan, and then we have the hair of Voltron in aLriG, which is pretty close to a brain. Very famously... Yeah, I was going to say very famously popularized the 15 hatch build earlier this year.
Oh yeah, did popularize that build. I think it's good that you bring that up, that both aLriG and Dolan, they have come up with their own builds in the past, and that have kind of spread through the scene and spread through the pro scene as well. Dolan and aLriG, they are both very adventurous in how they do approach the game. They're very exploratory as well, and it's great to see them just really figuring things out and having other people follow suit as well. They're the players that really go through all the trial testing. They find things that work, find things that don't work. They put in all the hard work, and then everyone else they take it once it's ready.
Indeed. They're the they're the adventurers, the explorers. They're the ones who eat the poison mushrooms so that everybody else knows not to eat them.
There you go. I don't know if that's how I would put it, but alas, we are just getting ready for that game. We have our map of choice as well. They are.
Scene.
Well, they're the chefs as well, though. They cook, Papy.
They are. We gotta let them cook.
Exactly. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of a delay, though. Just some technical issues that are going on. But hopefully they will be resolved momentarily, and we can just dive back into that second game and, yeah, continue this series going. I want to believe that we can get an ace match. I want to get a game 3 out of these two. But yeah, aLriG, he is just such a difficult player to read as well. Like I was alluding to it, but we've seen aLriG go 2-base Swarm Hosts against Terran. We've seen him go into roach rushes, early spawning pools. Like aLriG, he's yeah, just a very unique player. Very unique.
I once had the fortune, well, I don't know if I would call it fortune, to tune into back before the patch went live during the PT off race when aLriG was actually experimenting ZVT with Kellizer on stream, and that was brain melting to say the least.
Yeah, shout out to Diego, Kellizer, you know, they're good friends. They do practice whenever they can together as well. They do practice whenever they can, and you know, that does make aLriG that much more terrifying because because Kellizer is actually one of the stronger Terran players in the region nowadays. It's hard to place him right now. It's against Special. I would actually love to see them face off because I feel like Kellizer's in his prime at the moment. He's really in form, and Special has been taking some time off. You know, he's been taking a bit of a break here and there. You know, he's not as intense in practicing customs as he used to. He's looking good, by the way. He's there's reason for that. But yeah, I don't really know who to pin as like the best Terran player in this region.
Yeah. I want to say that it's Dolan, but I was informed that you know, we should let I gotta recognize my biases, you know?
Clearly it's clearly not, yeah, you're right. Clearly it is Dolan. It's not Kellizer or Special. Yeah, true.
Obviously. All right. Thankfully, it looks like our technical issues have been resolved. Our players are ready to go, and we're going to be gearing up for game number 2.
Here we go. Game 2, and again, can we bring it to the ace match? Can we go all the way? Can we go the distance? Personally, I do hope so, as we're going to be loading into Site Delta. Again, a pretty interesting map, a very long and wide map. As a result, if we do end up in a longer game, it can be at times difficult to defend your 4th and 5th base locations as they are very spread out. Likewise, one of the few maps in the map with a ramp coming into the natural.
Indeed it is. Here we are now, kicking things off on Site Delta in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right. We have our red Terran player coming down from the US of A. He is going to be representing the Cranky Ducklings. Quack, quack. We have Dolan.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Zerg player representing the Cranky Ducklings, going for a 15 hatch opener. Sorry, 14. Didn't even go for the extractor trick. Oh my god. Ooh. It is aLriG.
That is greedy, to say the least. Very, very greedy. But, you know, I don't blame aLriG for so much for trying to open up a little bit more greedy on Site Delta. You are alluding to it. It does have a ramp leading up to the natural base, makes it that much easier to defend. It's also a very, very big map. I had to learn the hard way that parade pushes aren't that effective on Site Delta. But of course, on the flip side, multi-prong harass is very, very effective.
Oh yeah, it really is. It really is. You can definitely pull apart your opponents. Meanwhile, this 14 hatch opener is really interesting. So this should be gasless. With a faster hatchery like this, we should be getting into faster drones. And never mind, we are still going for a gas opener. It's going to be a hatch pool gas. So the gas was delayed, but we're not delaying it for too much longer.
Yeah, so things are shaping up to be eventually becoming pretty normal here for aLriG. Just, you know, wants to make sure that he can get his queens out a little bit earlier, wants to make sure that, you know, he can start mining from that natural base a lot earlier. Only one drone in gas, so yeah, it's keeping his options open.
Yeah, really interesting opener here out of aLriG. He doesn't skip out his lings either. So these lings are going to be a little bit earlier because it's a hatch pool gas instead of a hatch gas pool. So the lings are going to be rotating around. They're looking to try and get into this natural base. Back at home, we do have Dolan going for a Rax expand into a factory. Nothing being proxied this time.
It's all kept back at home. Looks like we're actually getting a normal game on our hands.
Yeah, but the Reaper moves out, and as it moves out, aLriG moves in. He's looking for an SCV on the low ground if possible, but the low ground is actually bare bones here. Nothing to really dive on. But, uh-oh, the wall is not a wall, and we can disrupt the factory. Oh.
Indeed, we can. Huge SCV pull coming out from Dolan. Which I guess isn't the worst idea, considering his natural base is already finished. Yeah, there we go. Maynard's his SCV's over.
There we go. Does Maynard those SCVs over? It looks like we can maybe get one. No, we cannot. The Reaper will clean this up. Oh. But again, we did force some lost mining time, and Dolan's opener was scouted. Oh.
Indeed it was. Oh, was it? As I was expecting, and I'm sure aLriG is expecting as well, a 1-1-1. Something very normal coming out here from Dolan, but is not. It is a, technically, I guess you could call it a 2-on-1, but it's not two. It's two factories instead of two barracks.
Yeah, so we're still going double factory. We are rushing into an armory actually, so this could be initially Cyclones, yes, but this should be a Hellbat push follow up. Unfortunately for Dolan, aLriG, much like Dark, loves his roaches, and he did throw down a very early roach horn behind this. We skipped Ling speed to afford the roach horn. We're going into the lair, and the roaches, they have been scouted.
And they have aLriG. He's looking to turn the tables a little bit here. He wants to be the one applying pressure on Dolan this time.
Oh, exactly, as the roaches move out, and the Cyclones are going to reveal themselves, two of them even, so now aLriG is a little bit more aware of what is coming his way. We have Hellions to reinforce, additional Cyclones as well. The armory is done, but upon seeing the roaches, we're getting into tank production. We're no longer committed to Hellions.
Yeah, and I think I like this move here from Dolan. Obviously, he wanted to be very aggressive with his opener. He wanted to be right in the face of aLriG, but you know, seeing these roaches come out this quickly, I think he's realized that he doesn't need to apply that much pressure. You know, aLriG is going to be putting himself behind economically a little bit, and instead, the bigger threat for him is to be disrupted yet again by all of these roaches.
Yeah, exactly. So as you're saying, just respecting aLriG quite a lot, diverting away from Hellions and Hellbats, and diverting into tanks and Cyclones. So we are getting into a bit of a longer game here. Dolan, he's establishing himself on two bases. We have a third CC on the way. There is, of course, Cyclone Speed in production, the new upgrade. Meanwhile, aLriG is staying on a relatively low drone count. This is something very akin to aLriG. Kind of like, it's very Miyamaka-esque, where he's just unwilling to drone, unwilling to commit into too much, but that is a fast infestation pit.
Insanely fast. And that is a 530 infestation pit coming down. You know he's not going to be using that for Hive.
Swarm host? Are you feeling the swarm host vibe?
I'm feeling the swarm host. You mentioned it earlier on, and I feel like it would make sense.
I'm curious as well. I mean, we are taking additional gases. The other thing this could be, other than swarm hosts, is a rush into Hive, but as you mentioned, I don't know if that's really aLriG style. This could also just be for fast infestors. The infestor, it was buffed recently, of course, and when it does morph in, you can have a fungal immediately.
Indeed, you can. It will definitely allow aLriG to be a bit more aggressive right off the bat, but already he is able to trade pretty well against the scouting force here of Dolan. So well, in fact, that he has roaches to spare, and he's not stopping. He is not stopping. That is a Hive, by the way?
We have a Hive and a Spire at the same time here from aLriG, so a very fast Hive. I'm curious as to what this will be for. Likewise, curious what we're planning with that Spire as well. We see aLriG is rotating around and just making sure that there is no expansion. Dolan is finally going to be taking his third base, but he lost a lot of map control. He lost a lot of Cyclones in the retreat, and it's going to be that much more difficult here to actually protect this third.
Hurricane Thrusters. That's what the Cyclone upgrade is called.
Yeah. Silly.
I was not calling it that for a while. But yeah, Dolan here gearing up for mech, so we could be in for a bit of a longer one. I say that as I just watched the Spire about to finish up here on the production tab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
9-minute Brute Lords? Question mark?
I mean, Mutas will do well here. Mutas will do amazingly. I mean, there's no Thors. Cyclones, they do trade better against Mutas nowadays. They're actually better. The current Cyclone is better than the old Cyclone against Mutas specifically. So that is an option. But no, we are getting into Corruptors. Are we going to start the Greater Spire?
I'm keeping my eyes on that. aLriG doesn't quite have enough resources for a Greater Spire, but he's not really spending that much either. Okay, he just droned up quite a lot. Goes for a little bit of a scout here in the main base. Does confirm that Dolan's going for mech.
Yeah, he gets confirmation. He sees the Cyclones as well, and we have a choice to make. A scan into the main reveals the Corruptors coming out as well as the Hive. So a very valuable scan here. He goes for a scan of the natural, sees the Spire, also sees the lack of Greater Spire. Oh, never mind.
Now, before the scan completes, by the way, that is a ballsy move there by aLriG, and yeah, we're kind of scratching our heads here as to what aLriG is thinking. Imagine how it is for Dolan.
Well, I love this.
Doesn't have this complete information.
Yeah, so aLriG, he got scanned, he got scattered, he reveals the Greater Spire, he goes for an Ultra Cavern. So he's just switching tech here entirely. We have Corruptors looking to dive into that natural base. A scan does once again reveal that Greater Spire, but here comes the Lingroach Ravager.
Yeah, tanks are unsieged for the time being. A couple of Biles will take out a couple of tanks, but this is a lot of mech Terran firepower. Corruptors, meanwhile, are going to be caustic spraying this orbital command, but yeah, there's not much they can really do on top of that. That's a very mass repair coming out from Dolan, and now he's looking to counterattack. He traded very well against the Roaches and Ravagers, and now he wants to ride this momentum.
Yeah, he does, and that's a lot of tanks available here for Dolan. A lot of supply committed to those Corruptors as well. We have a Thor on the way to help deal with eventual Broodlords, and there it is. The Broodlords are in production. Corruptors, sorry, Infestors as well.
930 Broodlords, what'd I tell ya? Couple of Biles will be raining down, but not enough to really take out this mech army. Like you said, Light, there's really no answer to these Cyclones and to these tanks right now. Dolan is right on top of aLriG's face, and he is establishing a very strong foothold.
He is. We do have 2 Cyclones remaining, but only 2. The Broodlords have finished up just in time. aLriG, he was focus firing the Cyclones with what little he had left. He does take down enough of them, and aLriG will barely hold on with 3 Broodlords.
Just barely, but that Cyclone production has not stopped from Dolan. He is now regrouping the rest of his forces. These Broodlords are getting very isolated, and that's exactly what these Cyclones want. One of them already goes down. Very quick transfuse will not be enough to save the other, but there's only 1 Cyclone left.
Only 1 Cyclone now, 0 Cyclones remaining, and Dolan is being bullied back now. He is making Thors back at home, but Thors, they take a long time to make, and they're actually still here in the main base. They're not reinforcing, they're not here on the front lines.
I mean, they can't get out.
Oh,
now they can. There we go.
You have to lower the entire wall here, and now the Thors are waddling across the map. They're big, beefy boys, and they want to take on those Broodlords. Meanwhile, aLriG doesn't care. He made a handful of Broodlords to survive, is going into kindness plating. He has access still to those Ultras.
He does, but does he have the resources to actually access them? Because I just realized aLriG is barely on 4 bases at the moment. He just threw down his 5th, and these Broodlords were a very hefty investment too. He barely has any gas for anything.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is a very gas-intensive army, and aLriG, tech switching is great and all, but do you have the money to tech switch? He's taking a 5th base. He's still not on 80 workers. Dolan actually with a better economy here, and he's pushing through the center of the map with a Thor tank.
And this is a beefy army, if I've ever seen one. Got plenty of Hellbats to help with the Broodlings as well. Army of aLriG slightly cut in 2, but he is able to regroup, and now he's just waiting for Dolan to push into him.
Yeah, Dolan, he's going to be scanning ahead of time. He sees the 5th base on the way. He confirms the army as well. And how are we going to rotate around as Dolan has maxed out? He's pushing towards the triangular 3rd base of aLriG. Only 4 Broodlords here to defend.
Only 4 Broodlords and only 1 Ultra on the way. Really nice buffer here for Dolan. These tanks will not be friendly firing on anything. Vipers are now out, and what can they get done? A lot of blinding clouds.
Yeah, some big blinding clouds on the tanks. The Biles as well connecting, but enough tanks to survive. The Thors are pushing on through. As we give ground, more tanks will fall though to the Biles.
Yeah, those tanks that weren't taken out got insanely low. And now Dolan doesn't quite have an anchor point. These Thors are very beefy, and they make very short work of that one Ultra. But aLriG's got the defender's advantage. He's producing Lings, mass Lings, to just completely surround these stores, and aLriG has held beautifully.
aLriG, he cleans everything up. It was a costly trade. He lost a lot of his Broodlords, 2 survived. He lost his Ultra as well. But the Biles were insane from aLriG. The Biles and the Blinding Clouds. If it wasn't for those 2 spells or those 2 abilities, then Dolan would have broken through. And now Dolan's on the back foot. That was an expensive army that he just lost.
It was a very expensive army, but one that it seems he could afford to lose. I mean, he is a little bit low on gas now. He's oversaturating a little bit on one of his bases, but again, Dolan was on over 80 workers for a very, very long time compared to aLriG, who was on 70 workers for a long time and is now not there yet. He's less than 70 now, is what I'm trying to say.
He's on 3 base saturation. 66 drones is 3 bases, which is nowhere near enough to sustain this. aLriG, he's putting himself all in a way. He needs to drone. Desperately needs to drone right now. If he doesn't, there we go. Thankfully, he's making a couple of workers, but he's got a lot of droning to do as he moves out with his main army.
Yeah, aLriG, I think, is playing a little bit scared, because I do think that he has had an opportunity to drone up. He has had an opportunity to get to 80, maybe even 90 workers in these past couple of minutes.
Oh my god, exactly. As the Biles, they barely do not get the CC. It barely survives with the repair as well. And that is a massive tank line that aLriG is trying to push into. He does have to respect it. He does have to back off.
What are these poor Hellions?
Oh my. Oh.
Very polite of these roaches and ravagers to not kill them. Meanwhile, we do have a little bit of a siege up towards the north. These Brute Lords actually took out the entire mineral line. Fortunately, planetary fortresses cannot be lifted up, so Dolan will be losing his 4th base.
Yeah, his 4th base goes down. His 5th base is under threat as well to the Brood Lords. 15 SCVs go down, and that's the downside of these Lords. Even Vikings, they are just so slow, but the Vikings should clean this up. There's no way out for these Brood Lords.
That there isn't, but for the first time in a very long time in this game, aLriG and Dolan are on an even worker count. I would say an even base count as well.
Yeah, we have 4 bases against the would-be 5 bases here of Dolan. Now we have a 6th hatchery on the way. But Dolan, from aLriG, but Dolan, he has remaxed here with once again a very intense army, but a very slow army.
Yeah, losing those workers arguably was a good thing for aLriG, because now he has a higher army supply. Losing that planetary, though, cannot be a good thing.
It really cannot. Planetary goes down. aLriG pushing on forward even further. He catches some tanks.
Yeah, 2 of them will go down to the Biles, as will these Liberators. Catch a couple of Ravagers on the retreat, but not much else. Here we go, though. This massive Ravager army is now completely trapped. There's no Viper support. There are no Blinding Clouds. Unfortunately for Dolan, these mech units are just way too slow to really corner them.
Yeah, exactly. But this slow army is eventually getting across the map. We have some Ultras coming in, but they just melt here before the firepower of the mech army. 2 Ultras go down, only 1 does survive. The Biles will be connecting. At the same time, aLriG does go for a link counterattack. He is crippling the economy. He's forcing Dolan all in.
Indeed, and I like this from Dolan. He's realized that he has to end the game sooner rather than later. He's taken too much economic damage. He's pulling so many boys for the repair, and that might just be his path to victory if he can dodge these Biles.
Yeah, but the Biles are not being dodged. He's taking them to the face. We have a couple of fungal growths slowing down the army as well. The Biles, they take down 2 Thors as well. These Biles have been insane. Dolan has been losing so much here as he tries to push out across the map. He's just been bleeding out too much.
Okay, he has this massive tank line, but nothing to really buffer for them. Vikings have gone down as well. The last of the Thors will be taken out, and Dolan has a lot of tanks, but no easy way to get them to get them in the face of aLriG.
Yeah, exactly. We can see that over time, 1, 2 tanks, a Thor here and there have been picked away. And Dolan is running out of steam. He's running out of units. He finally gets across the map, but by the time he does, he barely has anything left.
Yeah, this definitely still is a Terran mech army that aLriG has to respect. He can't just, YOLO units into it. But looking at the supply, it is very much in favor of aLriG. GG is called, and aLriG will be taking that series 2-0.
GG, well played. This game was pretty close. It was a very tense game, very back and forth, There were moments for aLriG, there were moments for Dolan as well. But we saw that towards the end there, Dolan, his army was just so immobile. He couldn't keep up with the harassment. He was forced all in as he lost planetary after planetary, lost the mineral line as well. And as he was all in, aLriG was able to just flex his control and just pick away at that army, pick it apart left and right, and GG, aLriG takes it.
Yeah, we were talking quite a bit about how Site Delta is a map that is known for having very isolated third and fourth bases, how multi-prong attacks are a very effective way of just chipping away at your enemy and at your opponent and just starving them out, which is why I was kind of surprised that we saw very quick Brute Lords versus Mech coming out here. I just felt like neither player really wanted to do that, but in the end, I think aLriG realized how immobile that mech army of Dolan was and decided to use the map to his advantage.
Did use it to his advantage in the end, and with that, aLriG will take the series. And my condolences to Dolan. Again, he still has more matches ahead of him, but it is not going to get easier. He needs to start taking some series here if he wants a chance at making it out of the group stage. So I do wish Dolan the best of luck. Do wish him the best. And even though we had to have a bit of a team kill here, at least that we've gotten the team kills out of the way, but they're not going to be facing off again in the group stage, and they can focus on their next opponents.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It is still possible for both of them to make it out of the group stage, but yeah, it doesn't get any easier from here, like you mentioned.
It doesn't. With that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we have our final best of 3 of the night. It is going to be M Canning versus X.
See you!
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And welcome back, everyone, to the end, the finale, grand finale, Papy. This is going to be our final broadcast. Sorry, our final broadcast. Oh my god.
We're retiring
it's over.
after tonight.
It's over,
We've had too
Papy.
much.
Exactly. Too much casting. Our final series of the broadcast is what I meant to say. It is 6 a.m. here in Australia. 6 a.m. in the morning. The sun is rising. I saw it set, and now I'm seeing it rising before my very eyes. Oh boy. And we're going to end the night with the PVZ.
Indeed. And not just any PVZ. We have a PVZ which is... Oh, man, it's going to be a wild one coming down. We, of course, have Eggs, our player from Colombia, who I really think is trying to make a name for himself and is trying to make a claim for that best cert player in the Americas region, if not at least Latin America. Mm-hmm. And then we've got M. Canning returning to the ESL Masters regional event after years, it feels like years, of just barely not getting back in.
Yeah, it's been a couple of seasons since M. Canning has been able to really be a part of this region, and you know, there's been an eagle-sized hole in ESL Masters Americas, and now it has been filled. It has been filled here by the Can Man himself, and oh boy, who better to try to represent the land of the Americas here is the question, and he's been looking damn good as well. I believe he was on the main stream a couple of days ago. I believe he was playing and competing against some of the other players. Just quickly double checking. Yeah, he played against Scarlet, and he went to the ace match.
Indeed. Which surprised pretty much everyone, myself included. I thought, man, M. Canning's coming back after a long... You can't really call it a break, because he was still being very active. He was still practicing a lot, but, you know, he's making it back to his first ESL regional in a while. Immediately, they throw him up against Scarlet, who is arguably the best... Well, actually, no argument about it. I think just the best Zerg player in the Americas region. Mm-hmm. And he's able to take a game off of her in his re-debut in the regional.
Yeah. M.
Canning, you know, we think of NA as a pretty wild region. If there was ever a wild card, I don't think... I think M. Canning would definitely suit that the best. But, regardless... We have a game on our hands. We are going to be figuring out just how loose and wild and how many more synonyms I can think of we're going to get here on Hard Lead. We're in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right. We have our blue Protoss player from the land of America, Captain America himself. We have M. Canning.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Colombian Zerg player, the best player in all of Colombia, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eggs. Boy, so two returning players here. As you mentioned, Eggs has been on that grind set for a very long time. He took a bit of time off at the start of the year, towards the end of 2021, but he is back with a vengeance. He's been streaming a lot, but so is his opponent. So is M. Canning.
Yeah, two players who I think have really been putting a lot of time when it comes to practice, and also deciding, you know what, if I'm going to practice, I might as well monetize it. So they have been streaming very, very hard. They have been, just being very, very active in these past couple of months, despite taking a bit of a longer break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And we'll see how that practice really does come to fruition and how it flourishes. We were lucky enough to cast M. Canning in the qualifiers of ESL ESL Masters Winter as well. And he actually qualified over Ryu. I was quite invested in the outcome of that game as Emil, Papy. As it looks like we may have lost our admin here for the game. It isn't too much of a big deal here, of course. It does mean that we have to hand the replay over to the admin, as the admins are collecting replays for the replay pack at the end of the tournament that is given to the public. So yeah, hopefully everything's okay.
Yeah, fingers crossed here.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But what I was saying, I was getting into M Canning, the fact that M Canning actually qualified over Ryu, and I was very surprised. Like, Ryu's been really in form. He has really good late game ZVP, and it did go to the late game. And M Canning, like always, can use Skytoss like no other. We even saw that against Scarlet as well. So yeah, in the late game, M Canning, he was able to come out on top over Ryu, which was very impressive.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are lamenting a couple of changes that have been made to the mothership, a couple of changes that have been made to Skytoss in general, but M Canning, no hesitation whatsoever, dove straight in and said, I'm going to figure out how to utilize these new updated units.
Yeah, long gone are the days of the -400. Now it's -300 instead. And to be fair, like the mothership, it has been much more useful unit overall. The utility it provides is a lot higher, so I do think it has been improved quite a lot ever since the old mothership. But we'll see if we can get there. Of course, I'm sure M Canning wants to get into Skytoss if possible, but it's a long road to travel.
Oh yeah. You know, to get to the sky, you gotta have a long runway.
You do, and in the early game, we're going to be going for a Stargate opener. Meanwhile, Egg's going for a hatch gas pull into a third base. Standard stuff from both players. Really, we're just waiting for the third bases to be taken for M Canning and what he does after the first Oracle. And I'm even assuming an Oracle, but it could even be a Void Ray.
Yeah, we have been seeing that quite a lot in recent months. Oracles, of course, still provide a lot of utility. They are still really good at harassing across the map, but a lot of players, M Canning included apparently, do just like getting that Void Ray first, just to be safe.
Oh, exactly. That Void Ray does mean that you don't just shut down these Overlords, but you deny you deny vision from your opponent as well. Eggs does confirm that a Void Ray is on the way immediately. Overlords are running away. Overlords are being sent back. They're trying to keep hidden here from this Void Ray. Avoid it and survive for a follow-up scout later on.
Those Overlords heard that there's a Void Ray coming, and they just noped out of M Canning's base. Eggs, however, is... Eggs, however, still looking to apply some kind of pressure, still trying to get across the map and get in M Canning's base. I was going to say, trying to slip in to get a follow-up scout, but the Queens are waddling along. No Drop-A-Lords whatsoever. Eggs woke up and chose violence.
He's going all in. Yeah, he throws out a Baneling Nest, so it's going to be a Bane Bust. Meanwhile, M Canning is rushing Skytoss, which means he has very little to defend, by the way. Very few units in general. He has one Stalker, one Adept. The Queens have not been scouted.
Yeah, ordinarily, you would imagine that the Void Ray's pretty good against a Link Flood, against even a Bane Bust, potentially, but when your Zerg opponent is this all in, and they're bringing their Queens across the map, what's one Void Ray gonna do, realistically?
What is one? A Void Ray going to? The Lings have arrived. There's no shield battery, no overcharge. We do have a secondary wall, but the Queens have rocked up as well. The Baneling Nest finishes up just in time, and now we can morph in Banelings if we even need them.
There we go. Couple of them being morphed in just out of range of all of these units. Void Ray and Oracle does come into position. The wall is wide open. Egg's just waiting for a couple more reinforcements, and he is able to deny the second wall. Slips straight on in. Very important force field timing coming out here from M Canning. Eggs will be able to bust on through, but it could have been a lot worse. Either way, this mineral line is gone.
It is going to be gone. We do have a shield battery. We do have an overcharge as well. The things, they dive on top of the shield batteries. The Queens focus it down as well. The shield battery will fall, and so will the other. And as you mentioned, these workers are not long for this world. We have one Void Ray here. That Void Ray has a lot of work to do.
Tempest? On the way here from M Canning?
Oh my god.
Definitely a bit of a questionable move coming out here. He is bleeding out, and decides the best thing to do is to get a late game unit.
I mean, the Tempest will eventually clean this up, but as you mentioned, it takes a little bit longer to produce. Lings are just flooding on in. The Queens will eventually go down, but Lings are still getting damage done. They bust into the main base. We have Banelings on the way.
He's coming to Tempest, by the way. We do have Banelings on the way, and we have one Tempest and one Zealot. Zealot's not quite able to take out the Banelings yet, and GG Eggs is going to take game number 1 very, very quickly. That was absolutely not what I was expecting, not what anyone was expecting. A very committed aggression right off, very committed opening right off the bat here from aLriG. And I guess fortunately for aLriG here, M Canning did decide to get a fleet beacon very early on, which is probably the worst thing you can do in the face of a Bane bust.
Yeah, unfortunately, M Canning didn't know that the all-in was coming. This is the downside of going Void Ray first, right? Because if you go for Void Ray first, it means that your follow-up Oracle, which he did make, is delayed, which means your scout is delayed as well. It means that you are taking that much longer to get across the map and to get an eye on saturation, to look at the drone count, to catch those queens as well. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if aLriG, with his first Link Scout, when he saw the Void Ray, that's when he decided, okay, I'm going to water the queens. I'm moving out across that. I'm going for an all-in. I know that you will not scout me, or you'll take too long to scout me, and by the time you do, it's too late.
Yeah. He sent his overlords away. I think he really decided, you know what? I'm not going to play reactive. If I try to react to what you do, I'm just going to be putting myself behind. So instead, I'm not even going to try to figure it out, because it's not important for me to figure out what you're doing. I'm going to kill you in the next few minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And M Canning, he was just woefully underprepared for it. Again, if he had seen it coming ahead of time, we would have been seeing more shield batteries, most likely additional Void Rays as well, a stasis trap back at home because he did have an Oracle, and additional gateway units. Like, it's just a better reaction, but alas, just a delayed reaction just because of the lack of scouting. And, you know, scouting information is key in StarCraft, and something that M Canning did not have, but we can bring it back here in game number 2. It is a best of 3, of course. We can bring it all back in the end, and we'll see if we can force that ace match.
Indeed. Something that we've been missing a little bit of in tonight's broadcast. We have had a lot of 2-0s, but I guess it is to be expected with the Swiss format.
Yeah, we had a couple of ace matches, thankfully, in the European region. I did have those there, but as you did mention, we are having a bit of a faster broadcast for the Americas region instead, as it looks like we have our lobby, we have our map of choice, Golden Aura.
And we have our referee come back in here.
Oh, he's back. He's back, Papy.
Woo! Never gone too long.
Exactly. We have Emil back with us, and hopefully we're able to cross our Ethernet cables and this time maintain our internet connection. We'll get there.
Slowly but surely. Just piling everyone into the lobby, making sure that all of our last minute technical stuff is covered. It's probably a better way of phrasing that, but it's tech stuff.
Yeah, we're just, getting all the players involved, getting all the casters involved. And this map is going to be an interesting one. Golden Aura, of course, has a very solid defensive setup. If M Canning did want to be a little bit greedier, he could pull that off here on a Golden Aura. But likewise, clearly we've seen that aLriG is willing to go all in, willing to try to shut you down before you can really get going. Yeah,
I gotta tell you, Light, I think my memory of aLriG might be a little bit outdated after witnessing that game number 1. There was, I guess I'll get into it after the intros. As we load into game number 2 on Golden Aura, way over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right-hand corner. We have our blue Protoss player representing the US of A. We have M Canning.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Colombian Zerg player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is aLriG.
I think what I was trying to get at here is that, using my memory of these Latin American Zerg players from the past, I used to remember that they all had a certain style to them, as M Canning decides to fight fire with that, not just a proxy, but a cannon rush as well, by the looks of things. I was going to say, I remember aLriG as being a very balanced, very all-around kind of player, not necessarily too specialized in one aspect of the game, but can do just about anything. In this series, he's shown that he is more than willing to to throw a very aggressive and cheesy style out there if need be.
Yeah. Of course, as we do have a massive reaction here. The drones are being pulled, by the way. They're getting on top of the cannons. This is a very committed cannon rush by Canning. Likewise, Eggs, he's reacting hard to this by pulling so many boys. He doesn't quite get the probe, but he will get the pylon, at least one of them. A cannon is not going to finish up here either. This is looking like a solid defense here from Eggs, at least so far.
Yeah, the probe finally goes down, and there's another probe just yet. Canning, these pylons have finished up. He has to commit to this. Oof. But already he's taking some damage on his other probe. He will lose the other probe. And maybe this cannon, yeah, I think this cannon at least should go up, but I can't say the same about anything else here. One zealot should finish, but 10 links are on the way. I don't see a way for Canning to turn this around.
Yeah, so he has that one zealot. Is going to be able to chip away at these drones. One drone goes down. As you mentioned, these lings should get us around here. They go straight for the cannon. As you mentioned, the cannon should finish. It will, but there are so many lings here to deal with it.
Yeah, the zealot survives, kind of surprisingly, but the cannon goes down. The probe is coming in, but there's not going to be any pylon to build a cannon on. GG is called, and Eggs will take that series 2-0 in less than 10 minutes. That was, I was expecting a bit of a wild one when we were loading in with Canning, but oh boy, that was not at all what I was expecting.
Yeah, GG, well played. I mean, the cannon rush makes sense. It's on brand here for Canning, but Eggs, he reacted hard to it. It was a kind of a risky maneuver, but I mean, I'm sure Canning has a bit of a reputation. So Eggs, he just pulled the boys, got on top of the cannon, shut them down, went for a sporting pull behind it, of course, and yeah, a solid defense there from Eggs. An unfortunate game there for Canning, just unable to get into his build, was shut down before it could really get going. I personally wanted to sink my teeth into a longer game. We were praising Canning's late game. We were talking about how he went to the ace match against Scarlet. He tried to get into Skytoss in game 1. I wanted that, but we didn't quite get it.
Yeah. Not quite. We almost did, like you mentioned in game number 1, but yeah, Eggs chose violence. Canning decided to reciprocate, but yeah, unfortunately, Eggs had a bit more of solid defense here.
Oh. Yeah, a bit more of a solid defense, and with that, GG. Congratulations to Eggs. My condolences to Canning. I know Canning has got a lot of fans. He's Captain America for a reason, right? He's the embodiment of NA, and I'm sure he will be having a better performance the next time we see him. Of course, he is still in the group stage. He is still in the Swiss format. He will have another match in a couple of days. We'll have, I believe, a day to recover before diving back into it. So yeah, I do wish him the best when it comes to those matches, because I myself, I want to see more of him as well. I don't want him to go out too early on.
Indeed. Like Chad is saying, Canning, number one priority is showing a good game for the fans, and I think he has been succeeding in that regard so far. This is a big brain move from Canning, by the way, because fun fact of the Swiss format, if you win the first couple of matches, you don't play in the last few days. So Canning is intentionally looking to play more matches here in the group stage and then in the bracket stage.
There you go. He's just trying to make sure he gets as much airtime as possible. And it makes sense. It is logical. So, yes, with that, thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, because that was our final series of the broadcast. That is us wrapping up here on the B stream. I believe the main stream is still ongoing. I believe they still have... I'd
be surprised if they aren't.
True.
If somehow their games finish quicker than ours.
We had a quick one. I believe they are getting into Nina versus Uko in a PVZ. So we do have plenty of StarCraft going on there over on the mainstream. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed themselves here. Hope everyone had a great time. Thank you so much, Yaku, for joining me. I know a lot of people may not be familiar with us. We've been casting for many years at this point, but I know people still not familiar with the Cranky Ducklings. So why don't you let the people know a little bit more about yourself?
Where do I begin? I was born on a rainy afternoon in Yes, I am Yaku of the Zakus. I occasionally cast over on the Cranky Ducklings Twitch channel, and every now and then I'm available to jump in here in the ESLB stream as well. So if you want more of me, look out in those channels, and also twitch.tv/Yakuzaku1, but only after November, because I am very busy with university right now.
Yes, Yaku used to cast a lot more regularly with myself over the Cranky Ducklings in years past, but of course Yaku is a full-time student and has been hard at work at his studies, so he only shows up every now and then. Thank you, Yaku, for finding the time to jump on.
Thank you for having me.
For the B stream. Thanks.
It's these casts that keep me sane in the deluge of endless schoolwork.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad. It's almost done. It's almost over. You've made it. You're making it. Meanwhile, you can find more of myself. I'm light_VIP. I do cast on the Cranky Ducklings on a daily basis, every single day, whether it's KSL, the ESL Open Cups, even things like the ESL Masters qualifiers, and many other events. There's always something to cast over on our channel. So if you enjoyed the casting, consider checking us out. Actually, I'm going to be live in how many? 15 or so hours. In 15 hours time. So the ESL Masters has been running for a couple of days now. We're going to be going on a short break. The ESL Masters is going to be going on a break for a couple of days. The reason for this, ESL Open Cups. ESL Open Cups are upon us for Asia, for Europe, for the Americas, and we cast it over on the Cranky Ducklings. We do cast the Asia and the Americas. We don't cast EU because I would like to sleep at some time. I would like some veg. But yeah, we're going to be casting ESL Asia in 15 or so hours. So if you're interested, you can follow us there. Otherwise, check out the mainstream. We're going to be giving the mainstream a big raid, so give them some love, give them some support, give some support to, I believe, Rotterdam and Behemoth. I think they're casting over the mainstream. I believe Wardy may have been involved as well, so give them some love, give them some support, as the ESL Open Cups will soon be upon us over the next 24 hours. After the ESL Open Cups finish, then the ESL Masters is back on track.
Let's go. I'll see you then.
Yeah, exactly. I should quickly mention as well.
Yes.
We're going to be live on the B stream in a couple of days, on the 2nd of November. Myself and Yaku, and we may even cast all 3 regions together.
Potentially.
Maybe. We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Trying to get everything I need to get done before that done as quickly as I can.
Fair enough. Also, a big shout out to Kuro, aka 16 Squad Senseki. You may have heard her earlier during the European broadcast, but she is handling the production. She is another part of the Cranky Ducklings. Same with Eric, same with Dolan. We're all a part of the Cranky Ducklings, and yeah, she has been making sure that everything stays stable and that nothing catches fire. Or if it does catch fire, she's there to put it out.
Indeed.
With that, thanks so much for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving the mainstream a raid, and we'll see you guys in a couple of days for some more ESL Masters Winter.
We'll see you then. Bye.
Hasta luego.
Hasta la vista.